Already, this stream is just getting off to a nice start where I am pissed beyond belief. All because of my fucking cat. Seriously, remember when I was talking last stream during the break where it's like, I said that I hate my cat sometimes because she just messes with shit that is mine and causes a damn mess. She did it again. Don't know when, but earlier today she did. So now she's been kept out of my room for however long this stream is, and maybe she won't even get to sleep with me later, tomorrow, because I'm fucking pissed. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter how many times I tell her not to fucking mess with shit. She does it anyway. Swear, sometimes I fucking hate having her. Like, admittedly, I'm not gonna fucking lie. I was almost hoping that she would come in here just so I could throw her ass in her carrier and leave her in there for maybe 5 hours. And don't worry, she'll be fine. She ate before. But she's fucking lucky she's only being kept out of my room. Fucking pissed, man. Especially because it's like, I had to undo all the work I did. Because my cat is a fucking brat. Anyway. So, all that to say, I'm here. And that's why I was gone for so long, because I had to clean up her fucking mess. And I'm fucking sweating because it's warm as fuck, and I'm pissed as fuck. We're not gonna spend too long on this because I want to get into Katawa Shoujo as quick as possible. But excuse me. But I know I gotta talk about the Pokemon Present stuff, and I will. But I think that's gonna be during the break. That way I can really lend my thoughts. And like, the funny thing is, like, I watched the video after I woke up yesterday, and it's like, I had some initial thoughts that I tweeted on Twitter, but that was still like while processing, not really letting it sit. But now that I've had, like, over 24 hours to do that, it's like, okay, cool. We can, I was gonna say, we can do that? I'm tired. That's another thing, too. I'm tired. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so mad. Along with the fact that, something's coming, because it's the end of the month, / beginning of the new month. And that's usually when it occurs. But, yeah, I'm tired today, too. Don't know why, it's just like, I'm very eepy, as they say. Very eepy. Even my capture for this stream was so uninspired. It's like I'm just playing a Oh yeah, speaking of which, well, okay, how about, we say goodbye to Firefox? While we're, oh, fuck my life. While we're, waiting for the game to load up. So, say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be seeing it again, when it's break time. Chat. Thank you. Okay. God, my hand still smells like the wood. But, so I looked up Shizune's route, right? Because I wanted to see, like, okay, what is this about again? Because I'm not really getting the theming, I guess, the narrative here. And turns out, so I had to relearn some things. So I was already talking before about how Shizune's route is the least popular one out of all 5 of the girls. But but the funny thing is apparently, shush. But apparently, a lot of it comes down to the fact that her route is admittedly is structured differently compared to the other routes. And I don't think it's so much of a spoiler to say this. So the way that Shizune's route is structured compared to the other girls is that, obviously, as you can see here, we did both Hanako and Emi's route, right? You know, and obviously when we get to Rin and Lily, their routes, obviously there's like an overarching plot / conflict throughout their routes, right? I mean, with Hanako, it's Hisao, you know, confronting how much of a white knight he is, and basically how he tends to kind of like treat Hanako as though she were something to be pitied and protected more than a person. And with Emi's route, it's more so like how she always pushes away people due to the trauma of losing her father. And I'm not going to spoil Rin and Lily's routes, but regardless, they all have an overarching plot, I should say, and a conflict. Shizune's, however, for a little bit of a spoiler alert, doesn't. The way that I saw it being described, it's more so a slice of life route where there's not really a lot of conflict and not really much of an overarching plot. And that in of itself is not bad and all that. I mean, because there is a conflict, but and you kind of see hints of it, but it's not as, like, prominent, I guess you could say, as all the other girls. But circling back to what I was saying before, that kind of route in of itself is not bad. However, I think in a visual novel where you have the one route that is pretty different compared to the other routes, you know, it does make it stand out, but it also kind of, it's a little weird. And then you compare that with Shizune's, you know, characterization where she's very competitive and very driven. Like, I mean, because here's the I was joking around about it, but, like, the more that I kind of really sat on Shizune as a character, the more it's like, I don't have a problem with girls like her, but they can't, like, it's not someone that I would prefer to hang out with because of, you know, because I'm not I'm not a competitive person. You know, I mean, y'all have seen me. I'm a very sore loser when it comes to competition of any sort, you know? Like, I tend to rage a lot when I feel like I'm being wronged, you know? And while I wouldn't necessarily say I'm not driven, I'm also not, like, ridiculous about it. You know? Like, you know, and the thing is that obviously a lot of players for this visual novel, they're kind of in the same, again, like, I mean, obviously there are some that kind of take their dislike or not much of a preference for Shizune too far. There are a lot of people who are like me where it's like, it's not necessarily that they hate Shizune or anything like that, but it's like, her character, it's just not for us, right? And that's kind of the thing with her route as well, is that, like, I heard it described as being more of an acquired taste, which is wild to say about a freaking visual novel route. Excuse me. But it's also apparently a route that is written to be a lot more read between the lines and it's also described as a route where you need to play through it multiple times if you really want to see the intricacies of it. And it's like, I don't know about that. Like, here's the like, again, and that, like, as I said, that in of itself is not a bad thing, but you think about Katawa Shoujo, and a lot of people's impressions of it are that it's a game from 4chan that is about romancing disabled girls. And, like, I guess you would, it's a dating sim, you know? And you typically don't like, here's the thing. It would be one thing if Katawa Shoujo was a visual novel that is, like, super well known and all that. Like, God, what, like, I'm actually trying to think of a visual novel that has, like, a really well-renowned presence, I guess, even in amongst gamers. I can't think of any. I mean, maybe Ace Attorney, because, I mean, Ace Attorney is considered a visual novel series. But the thing is that, you know, but regardless, like, Katawa Shoujo, I personally don't think is one of those visual novels where it's like, it has, like, this great big plot. I mean, again, it's known to be a visual novel where you get to romance girls that happen to be disabled. And I mean, the thing is, and I think I've said this before, where Katawa Shoujo is also known to be a visual novel where there's a lot of feels, and Shizune's route does not have a lot of that. Which is true from what I remember of it. It's like, there's not really a lot of angst there, where it's like, you kind of get that with literally all the other girls. And again, that's not a bad thing in of itself, but it's like, but the thing is, to me, is like, asking players to have to replay a certain route multiple times if they want to really get or understand a lot of the nuances and the intricacies of it, at least in a dating sim, that's a little much. That's asking a little too much. You know, again, that's not to say, of course, that, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Shizune definitely has her fans and all that, but the general consensus is that Shizune's route is probably the weakest out of all the girls because of just how it's structured and generally what the plot is, and again, you know, but it's also seen as one of the more divisive routes because of Shizune's character and because of how different it is compared to the other routes. You know, and again, like, that in of itself is not a bad thing, but maybe it definitely, I mean, if anything, the structure of Shizune's route is definitely makes it stand out, but I think it's pretty much up to you whether or not you can decide on whether or not that's good or bad, you know, because, I mean, obviously some routes are good, some routes are bad. And I would definitely say that, to me, from what I remember of Shizune's route, and even going through, you know, Act 2 of her, you know, the first act of her route, it's definitely not my taste. It's definitely not up to my preferences. And I should express, because this is the internet, that's just my opinion. That is just my opinion. I'm not even necessarily saying that Shizune's route is bad, it's just not for me. And I'm only really playing through this, you know, just so, one, I can get to the other girls, but two, so that we can, you know, complete this visual novel as a whole, you know? Like, I mean, I'm a completionist as much as I can be, you know, and it's like, well, we gotta get through, you know, and obviously if we want to, and obviously there's been a specific structure in which I want to tackle the girls throughout, you know, I mean, we went with Hanako first, then we went with Emi, we're going through Shizune, and then we're going through Rin next, and then Lily will be the final girl for this game, you know. Like, and it is interesting considering that a lot of people do consider Hanako and Emi's route to be the best out of this game. You know, so, Again, that's not to say, of course, that I think Shizune's route is bad. It's just not for me. And that is okay. That is okay. That's all I wanted to say. Although I will say, when I was finding out about all this stuff, it did influence, because if you look down in the description below, it's slightly different compared to Sunday. Because in the description Sunday, I was basically like, well, I am going to explain what the hell happened on Valentine's Day, what happened to the Valentine's Day stream that never happened. Whereas in this stream, the description is like, you need to have a superb sense of intellect to really understand this route, which I don't. So let's just see how badly I misinterpret this. To be fair, here's the thing. I was thinking of that one meme that involved Rick and Morty, that came out a few years ago, where it was just like it was something like, in order to really understand Rick and Morty, you need to have like this high level of IQ or something like that. I was basically thinking of that meme when I was writing that part of the description. I will say this, I don't know whether or not that meme has aged well. Like, I don't know, I've never watched Rick and Morty, nor do I have any plans to. But, I mean, I remember back in its heyday it was good, but I don't know if it's great now. I mean, it's been how many years since that shit came out? So anyway, I do have my water, so I'm just gonna take a sippy of it real quick. A sippy. Gotta take a sippy cup. I've been watching way too many videos lately of TikTok shit. Where it's like, of TikTok, like, I've been watching too many YouTube videos of TikTok shorts. And I keep hearing the word sippy cup, and I'm just like, what the heck? Just gotta take a sip. Anyway, let's get on to the recap. So, last time on Katawa Shoujo, we began on Shizune's route. We joined the student council, we went through the school festival, hanging out with Shizune and Misha. We're learning sign language to communicate better with Shizune. And where we were at, we were currently building stalls for Tanabata. I will say, I do wonder if they're going to go into the folklore surrounding Tanabata, because I'm not going to lie, I feel like I've been really interested, or I really like the folklore behind Tanabata. I mean, if they go into it, I'm not going to, throw my hat in there, but it's like, if they don't, I do want to talk about the folklore surrounding Tanabata, if not a lot of people are aware of it, so. I will say, 7 hours of Katawa Shoujo, and we didn't even get through the second act of Shizune's route. Which is insane, because it's like, how the hell did we not get through it? Anyway, past imperfective. Oh my god, the music's loud. Alrighty, it's been a hot minute. Need to get back into the narrative voice. The next day, I end up having to hunt around a bit at the start of lunch when I find that my usual vending machine near the dormitory buildings is sold out of my usual favorite canned coffee. The detour takes longer than I expected. Canned coffee. I know that's a thing, but it's like, it sounds a little gross. Things have been so hectic lately that it takes some time for me to register why something smells different as I walk through the school gardens back to the cafeteria. The grass has been freshly mowed. The realization makes me pause and watch for a bit. The odd group of students chatting or playing around on the grass and a couple of teachers conversing on the path ahead make for a very idyllic scene. Unfortunately, a feeling of imminent dread starts creeping up on me after a while. The feeling that I'm not alone. Excuse me. I will say, I I think the congestion I had is essentially gone. So you're probably not going to hear me coughing as much, which is great. Oh no. You know what's funny? I haven't gone back to rewatch the VOD I did on Sunday. But believe me when I say, I want to go back to... I want to rewatch the part where Kenji is just... Like, the line that is the most 4chan to have ever 4chan'd. You know, the whole thing of, like, how... something about, like, sociopathic lesbian fascists or something like that. I'm not looking forward to this, obviously. Okay. I gotta get the nerd voice back. Hey, Sal, is that you? Yeah, it's me. I guess I should be happy it's him and not, say, a slasher. Kenji begins talking as if he's having a conversation with someone other than me. Kenji begins talking as if he's having a conversation with someone other than me, because I'm the only person he talks to. Anyway. Knew it. That haircut is unmistakable. No normal person would have a haircut like that. What does that mean? Unconsciously, I start touching the back of my head. Once I realize what I'm doing, I feel insulted, yet too surprised to even get indignant about it. Yeah. What are you doing here? Measuring the temperature. Winter will come soon. What do you mean it's gonna come soon? Like, here's the thing. Remember when I said that we were constructing stalls for Tanabata? Yeah, that shit's in July. Like, July 7th. That's literally summer. We are far away from winter, my guy. What is this line? Winter will come soon. It will be too cold for women to go out and have their Sex in the City style power lunches. What? And have their Sex in the City style power lunches, followed by obstructive human weight formation walks in crowded urban areas. Sex in the City style power lunches. This game came out in 2011. Didn't Sex in the City come out in like 2006? What the fuck is 4chan doing referencing a 5-year-old game at this point? A 5-year-old game, a 5-year-old TV series. When this happens, man will be able to walk the streets unfettered once again and reclaim what is his heritage. His heritage of what? In order to prepare for that day, I've been eating nothing but pizzas for the past week to store energy. That sounds like, this is coming from someone who loves pizza. That sounds like hell. Okay. That's what bears do. So, there's much we can learn from the bear. Anybody remember the meme about, like, who the woman would choose between the man and the bear? And how, when a lot of women said that they would choose the bear, how a lot of men took that as, like, a personal insult? Excuse me. Anyway, Kenji nods, emphatically agreeing with himself. Okay, so check this shit out. I was in town today buying milk. They had a new clerk, some hipster girl with a baseball cap with 2 hockey sticks on it. I'll call her a hipster hockey baseball hat girl. That is, if you could just call her a hipster. I noticed the milk didn't have a price tag, so I told her to get over there and label that milk for future generations. He was in town today? He must have cut his morning classes. I want to scold him, but his verbal torrent prevents me from getting a word in. His verbal torrent. She told me not to bother her because she was sick. Sick? Sick!
We live in a society. We live in a society here. You can't just opt out of human interaction because you're sick. Do you know how much effort it takes me to even get up in the morning?
Sure, you can opt out of human interaction. Man, this was before neurodiversity really became a mainstream thing, huh? We live in a society. I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. Fucking hell. I will never be able to hear "we live in a society" without thinking about Joker.
I still do, though, and I got up that morning to go down there and buy milk, not to have my vital questions just brushed aside by some hipster doofus college girl who wears a hockey baseball cap to work indoors.
Was she wearing a mask at least?
Anyway, I was just trying to uphold the integrity of her products. A milk carton without a price tag. When I see something like that, it just leads to questions. Important questions. It's her job to answer them, damn it!
A milk carton without a price tag. What important questions are you thinking? Like, how much are you gonna have to pay for it? How much is the sales tax? If anything, I would be more concerned on whether or not the milk has, an expiration date or is sealed properly, rather than the price tag. I don't know, why don't you just go to a fucking, nearby grocery store or something, see if they have a price checker, and then run the barcode under the fucking thing and see what the price is. Remember when those were a thing back then? I do.
That's the problem with women. They have no sense of duty!
Mulan would dare to disagree.
I get diarrhea a lot, but you don't see me complaining about it. I soldier on and do what I have to do anyway, because that's what being a man is all about. Even if you have diarrhea, you keep going for the dream of a better tomorrow.
TMI. Frequent diarrhea is bad. Maybe you should stop drinking so much milk. You're lactose intolerant, my guy.
I can't do that. It's what allows me to maintain my awesome strength.
Yeah, shitting your guts out constantly. Okay. What the fuck is this scene?
And in this world, a man's strength is the only thing that can't be browbeaten out of him by an increasingly pussy-whipped society.
What? What the fuck? This is great.
That's why I walk around leaving open jars of olives everywhere. Sometimes just to show that I can.
Oh. Is it just me? Or, is this the most unhinged Kenji has been in all the scenes he's been in so far? Do you refrigerate after opening?
What? Man, I don't know. That's not important.
You have to refrigerate after opening. Even elementary school kids know that.
They can't get the jar open in the first place, so it doesn't matter.
But that's not what I'm asking you. That's true, I guess.
I'm a genius.
You're not a genius, you've just been red-pilled. You lurk on fucking 4chan. And, you are, rotted to the core. He self-assuredly rubs his chin, which is something I imagine scientists did until I met Muto and was tremendously let down.
Anyway, I can't go to that store again because... Anyway, I can't go to that store again since it's clearly been compromised by bitches.
It's clearly been compromised by bitches.
Unless I disguise myself. Maybe change to a different pair of glasses.
Worst disguise ever.
It's been working flawlessly all these years. I don't even need glasses to see. They're for effect. Also to protect my identity. I'm like Superman.
Yeah, a fucking misogynistic Superman. Worst disguise ever, as I said.
I'm telling you, when people see my school ID, they can't even recognize me.
Really? Let me see.
Can't do that. I can't go around showing my ID to everyone. It was made long ago, in a different time. I had hippie hair.
What does that mean? Like, you just had long hair? While I'm trying to imagine that, Kenji takes his glasses off. Oh my god. This music. He squints as soon as they're off his face, which makes him look even more tired than he already does. He was right. He does look very different. Kind of like he hasn't slept in years. Not different enough for it to be a good disguise, though. You need more sleep.
Nah.
You look like you need it. Sorry, I just thought of a joke. It's like, man, his eyes be looking like mine when I stay up all night. Got the coon eyes. Raccoon eyes, by the way. Raccoon eyes. I know it sounds like I said a slur. Trust me, that's how we shorten raccoon here in the South.
No way. These are just the eyes of a man who has seen things.
Oh, that's a little racist.
A shaman's eyes. Terrible things that you can't imagine. Like when I made a ship in a bottle and my mom sat on it. There was blood and shreds of floral print everywhere. That's what life experience is.
Kenji doesn't seem very horrified. Even though I think this is actually the first thing he told me about himself that could have been legitimately traumatic. He's also talking about 30 degrees to my left, so I guess his blindness is real. I wave a hand in front of him anyway, to little effect. Why would you do that to a blind man, my guy?
Man, I hope you realize I'm just joking.
I laugh, pretending that I did. Somehow, looking him in the eyes is more difficult than usual.
Want some trivia? People with small eyes wear big glasses.
I've read that somewhere. It's because it makes your eyes look less beady.
Really? I didn't know that.
The record scratch. He puts his glasses back on, and I feel oddly relieved for a moment, until I remember that I still have to deal with him, glasses or not.
Well, anyway, this artist girl wanted to paint my portrait once, I think. I had to talk to her like 5 times before she started making sense.
Must have been Rin, I suppose. Oh god. Rin and Kenji. Oh, Jesus Christ. What'd she look like?
I don't know. A woman with sandals.
Definitely Rin. I was hoping he'd say something more specific like, she had no arms. Rin does wear sandals, but I feel like the chance of there being another free-spirited female art student wearing sandals besides her is reasonably high. Excuse me.
I was thinking, sure. Someday, after I burn all documentation that I exist, it might be okay to leave a portrait behind, so that people can look at it and remember the savior of mankind. They'll need it to model the statue. Then I thought about it some more and had to turn her down. It was tempting, but she wanted it for some school thing. It would be displayed. People would ask who I was, only I haven't saved society yet, so it would be pointless. And then if someone recognized me, I'd have to explain myself. That's already a chain of events I don't want to deal with. I don't want to get mixed up in some weird situation. Shit like that always happens. Sticking out is a surefire way to get put on a list. That's why I make such a careful effort to blend in with people in my daily life. Until I can make my move.
Sure. What list?
There are many lists. So what are you doing here anyway, after I just trauma dumped on you?
Nothing. I kind of got here by accident.
Happens to me all the time. Well, hope that works out for you. I think I'm going to go back to my dorm room. I need to set my TV to record my shows.
You have TV?
Yes, you should come over sometime. We can watch the game. In high definition. You know, that sweet 480p.
Before I can ask him what he's talking about, he's gone. He left like he came, with zero respect towards other people. Kind of amazing. Now that Kenji is gone, I resume looking aimlessly at the school gardens in their summer splendor. It's no use. He ruined them for me. What a fantastic scene. Like, for real. What a fantastic scene where we just lost our shit for probably 15 minutes. And this... Oh, it's not done yet. Okay. Thought the scene was done. Alrighty. When I get back to the cafeteria, exhausted but alive, I think of eating lunch with Shizune again, but find her sitting at a table with Misha already. If it were anyone else, I would think how they were too far away for me to hear them. This is Shizune and Misha, however. If I wanted to, I could eavesdrop on their conversation easily. What a dirty thing to think about, but it's there. I don't want to, though. They must have a lot of catching up to do, even if it's only been a few days. I'm inclined to just leave them alone so they can do just that. However, the second they see me, they wave me over.
Hi, Hichan!
Hearing her voice again, even after such a short time apart, is jarring, and I wince. These past few days, I had forgotten that communication with Shizune is almost entirely silent, and concentrating on getting it right, I had tuned out even ambient noise. Well, I'll get used to it again. I'm glad she's back.
I'm done making up all my work! Just in time! I won't have to miss the festival!
If they really try to enforce that, I would pull you out on student council business.
If they really try to enforce that, you would pull me out on student council business?
Oh, I added an extra really. I misread that. Sorry. That's abuse of power. Ellipses.
No, it isn't, Hichan! Shichan says that if there were only 2 student council members overseeing the festival, it would be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely. It has to be at least 3. It's for the good of everyone. It's perfectly reasonable. It's necessary.
Shizune leans across the table a bit as Misha delivers her slightly disturbing, militaristic justifications in a childishly, bubbly up and down tone. Shizune looks so happy, though, tenting her fingers and trying to hold back a laugh as Misha pouts more seriously on her behalf. If you say so. I'm actually happy right now that we can talk so easily to each other, all 3 of us. In the beginning, I thought that I might have found myself in a bad situation. I was sure that Shizune would hate getting saddled with being tour guide for the new guy. I didn't want to be that kind of burden either. It would be awkward even if she weren't deaf and mute, too. Just now, she said that we would all have to be at the festival, the whole student council. I don't think that the student council has any real jurisdiction over Tanabata. It's only Shizune's way of saying that she wants us to spend it together. It's nice to have friends. It's a simple thought, but one that makes me genuinely happy, that we could slip into being such with so much ease. Despite the roundabout way in which she said it, I'm glad that Shizune thinks it strongly enough to express it at all. Why did you wait until we waved you over to come sit with us? A question out of nowhere. Shizune's eyes are expectant as Misha repeats her message. I feel like teasing her. You want me to sit with you that badly? We're in the student council. We should sit together as much as possible. It's logic. Anyone would jump at the chance to sit with 2 cute girls anyway. She pauses, in case I might say something like, "You're not that cute," and instantly lock myself into an obvious no-win situation. When I don't take the bait, Shizune becomes more energetic and continues. You're abnormal. Well, I didn't expect her to end it like that. You're too quick to call other people abnormal. So arrogant. You're too quick to call other people arrogant.
That makes you arrogant, and arrogance is also abnormal. You're double abnormal.
It doesn't work that way. It's a sliding scale. Leaning on her arm, Misha closes her eyes and lets out a low, slow laugh like a chuckle. Don't laugh.
Don't laugh in this kind of situation.
I notice that Misha signs everything I say to Shizune anyway, even though I'm signing myself. This is redundant, but it's an unconscious action for Misha. On the other hand, I can't stop. If I let myself take it easy and sign less just because Misha is back, then what was all this for? I don't want to risk losing familiarity with how to sign either. My hands are pretty slow to speak on my behalf as it is.
Hichan, you and Shichan talk to each other much more now. Back and forth, it's really funny too. Like an old married couple, right? Right?
What a loaded comment in so many ways. Although, because it's Misha, it can't have been on purpose. That's not a compliment. Shizune doesn't react to Misha trying to pair the two of us up. Maybe she didn't see it. Sometimes it does happen, I've noticed. I still wonder if it's really that simple, and why I care so much, but I don't want to think about it too hard. I want to leave. I keep thinking that I'm hogging Misha's time with Shizune, and it could be that Misha cut in just now on purpose, feeling that way too. I doubt that either of them will let me leave, though. In some ways, they're too nice. Anyway, Shizune, if you really want to know, I didn't want to sit here because I didn't want to intrude. I thought that because of Misha being away for supplementary lessons or whatever, you two would have a lot to talk about, and I should just leave you alone to catch up. That's why I thought I would just hang back. Don't worry, Misha, I'm not trying to monopolize Shizune.
Chan, it's not like that!
Ellipses. Excuse me.
You're so considerate, Hichan. Shichan is sorry and apologizes.
I don't really think it's worth apologizing over, so don't worry about it. Hey, don't you both think that since Misha is back we should just go celebrate somehow? I think so.
Hichan! Usually having to make up work isn't something to celebrate over!
No, it's a good idea. The timing is perfect, and Shizune said that the student council should have a little fun too sometimes. You've probably heard that too, right, Misha? It should be fine. Ellipses. Actually, wait a second. Didn't you have to make up work because you were missing so many classes to begin with? So skipping out to celebrate would be kind of stupid. Maybe the timing isn't perfect, like I said, but we could go after school.
Where should we go?
Misha speaks Shizune's question to her aloud before she even stops to think it over, both of them completely ignoring me. Hey, listen to me, two-man short-sighted wow. Hey, listen to me, two-man short-sighted student council team! Ellipses.
Hichan, you're a part of this team too!
Oh yeah, I guess I am. Pfft, I forgot.
Yeah, you are, Hichan!
So forgetful and troublesome. I feel sorry for the girl who falls in love with you.
So, where do you think we should go?
I'm laughing in spite of myself, wanting to point out how Misha seems so enthusiastic now, when she was the one who was most apprehensive about it just a few seconds ago. For whatever reason, I can't bring myself to do it. But this is okay too. After a short discussion on where to go, it seems like the only place all three of us know and are willing to travel to is the Shanghai. A tea house doesn't look like a bad place to celebrate, especially because I'm sure they sell cake there, and cake is the most celebratory food. And it's because of the only place that it's the only place that the background artists don't have to do shit for. Like, it's basically, we gotta save up on the budget. Oh, excuse me for a moment. Alright, back. I had to clear my throat real quick. I haven't seen Yuko in a while either, and neither of the girls. For all these reasons, plus the fact that it's so close, I end up standing in front of the little tea shop with Shizune and Misha before I know it.
Irashaimase!
It's been a while since I heard Yuko's voice, so I'm surprised all over again by the energy she puts into her greetings. Kind of like an extremely nervous Misha.
Hi! But you don't have to do that all the time if it's just us.
Yes, I do.
But okay, if you say so, Yuko.
I take this moment to glance around the tea house and notice that it is as empty as ever. It's lunchtime, essentially the peak hour for an establishment of this type. And yet it's as barren as ever. I don't understand. There has to be a reason for this. Shizune gently taps my arm to get my attention. What do you want to get? Yuko looks a little agitated after Misha automatically relays the question.
No, I'm supposed to ask that. Is there anything that I can do for you?
Just some coffee for now, I guess. Thanks. The dedication Yuko has towards her waitressing duties is sort of admirable. So is the speed at which she whisks slices of cake and our drinks to our table when we order. Then again, we're the only customers here. Who knows what it would be like with a full house? Shizune and Misha immediately dig into their cakes with gusto, probably because they can't talk with utensils in their hands. The whole point of sharing a meal with friends like this is being able to talk over it, after all. It makes sense that it would be the same with them. I'm barely halfway through my cake when I hear their forks clinking as they set them down on their empty plates. It's not healthy to inhale your food.
Hichan sounds like an old man!
I cringe and instantly feel like I've been punched. Ellipses.
Are you going to wear yukata tomorrow, Hichan?
Oh, it's July 6th? Okay. No, I don't even have one. Well, even if I did, I'm not the kind of guy who does stuff like that. What about you? Are you two going to dress up?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? You didn't dress up last time.
One time is not a trend. It's a completely different situation anyway. Aside from not being Tanabata, the festival was on school grounds. Students should wear their uniform on school grounds.
Clearly a joke, but her delivery isn't any different from the usual. That isn't normal, but her sense of humor never was, and I'm used to it. I guess her way of saying outrageous things seriously is a little better than if she were to say serious things outrageously. What's more troubling in any case is that I've started to associate a voice with her signing, and it's clashing with how Misha says out loud everything Shizune signs anyway. I feel disoriented.
I'll dress up this time. You'll see, Hichan! Not just Hichan, but me too! Maybe I'll change my hairstyle too!
Don't do that. I can't really imagine you looking differently. Shizune wags a finger and smiles. Such a quick and firm disapproval. What if I were to change my hairstyle? Maybe you should grow your hair out and make it look like drills. She looks unamused. Luckily, I see Yuko making her way over, likely to clear our plates or ask if we need anything from her. Yuko, are you doing anything for Tanabata?
Huh?
It's like she was practicing how to most smoothly ask if I needed a refill of coffee while walking over, but she has no idea what to do having been asked a question first. I feel bad.
Yes, I'm working. Yuko, they make you work on holidays? Aww! We have the most business on holidays, and sometimes tourists. I don't mind. I have to do my best.
I understand completely. So admirable.
Shizune nods her head in solidarity, feeling a kind of kinship with Yuko through their shared determination to be the best. Although for her, it's a matter of pride, whereas Yuko might just feel that she really, really needs this job and maybe a raise.
The most business, huh? So, how many people on average during a holiday?
Well...
Ellipses. She just walks away!
Yuko walks away and starts cleaning a cup of swizzle sticks.
What the fuck are swizzle sticks? Like, are they like Twizzlers?
That isn't polite. This is not what a proper waitress would do. Nevertheless, I sort of got my answer anyway. Clearly, business is scarce at best. I start to wonder again how the Shanghai remains open at all. Maybe this eclectic style of tea house is a trend that was outrageously successful before I got here, but isn't anymore, and they're just keeping it like this while they retool. Maybe the owner is rich and is involved in some sort of bet with someone else, or a crazy scheme to see who can lose the most money. Maybe I just conveniently miss mobs of customers by seconds each visit.
Or maybe this place is just a front for arms dealers. Clearly Persona.
Since there's no one else here, why don't you sit down with us? We could talk about economic infeasibility. But Yuko doesn't take the bait, shaking her head from side to side emphatically.
I've never really celebrated Tanabata before, or dressed up for anything like this. I'll finally be able to wear my yukata! Yay, yay! Yippee!
What do you mean, never? What about last year?
Last year, Sachan, me, and the 3-2 class reps ran a stall for the festival. It was a soba stall, I think? Yeah, it was. Yup.
The blind class rep of 3-2 must be Lily. I'm surprised they were able to work together on anything, but Misha would likely be the best possible buffer for that kind of thing, with how innocent she is.
Sachan cooked and Lily took the orders, and I translated for them. Sachan kept saying, it's so inefficient. Misha, why do you have to be the middleman? As in, why is there a middleman in the first place? Huh? It would be fine if I did the cooking and you took orders. It doesn't make sense at all. But I think everyone had fun in the end. Right, Sachan?
Ellipses, ellipses, ellipses.
Shizune adjusts her glasses grudgingly, causing Misha to break into laughter.
It was the old student council's idea. That's why.
So, what was the last student council like then? Is this a different scene? No. Excuse me. Shizune finally decides to step in again. Or it's more like she can't stop herself. Terrible. That was blunt. She adds with a chopping motion, as if passing judgment on them. I hope she's going to elaborate a little. Ellipses.
At universities and some private schools, student councils can have control over millions of yen in the budget and distribute as needed. Wow, really? Millions? Ah, right. And they are much more involved in school activities too, Hichan.
From Misha's tone, it seems like this is newer to her than it is to me.
This school student council was like a joke in comparison. Don't give people positions of power if they don't have any power at all. What's the point?
So,
I wanted us to have more and more work. It was hard to convince the school and the other student council members to allow it. Actually, a lot of the work you've seen us do really is work that I took on, which is what Lily was talking about. If it wasn't for Sachan, the student council would just file attendance reports day in and day out. Would you prefer that, Hichan? Of course, Hichan. As soon as the workload started going up, most of the student council stopped coming.
Okay. Ellipses. Shizune's fingers fold over each other carefully. It looks like she wants to add something, but she can't bring herself to. Like she said, sign language gives you a little more time to think about what you say, quote-unquote. I guess she feels like she can't talk about this. That was then, and this is now. Let's just have fun tomorrow.
Oh, some drama happened. If she can't really talk about it.
That is what she finally settles for. Yeah. Ellipses.
Okay, then student council is adjourned for today. It has to be adjourned excitingly because today was a good day.
Cool.
Excuse me. You know, I know I said the congestion is gone, but my nose is starting to just fill up. That's great.
School seems to be over by the time we leave the tea house, as I can see students coming down from the school as we walk up the road towards it. A couple people wearing our school uniform look at Shizune as she walks by, and I wonder if they recognize her as the student council president, or if their eyes are just being drawn to Misha's head. It's impossible not to overhear the chatter in the air, and the topic is more often than not plans for Tanabata. I wonder how many of them will be using or going to the stalls that I reassembled. It makes me feel a little pride, an emotion I've never felt doing something for school. Maybe this is how Shizune feels as well. I almost want to ask, but it seems stupid to want to do so. So I just hold on to the thought as the three of us walk onto campus and then separate. Shizune to the student council room, and Misha and me to our dorms. It isn't until they're gone that I realize I again didn't ask when and where they wanted to meet up tomorrow.
Well. Tanabata, July 7th. When stars embrace. Oh, that is total Tanabata mood. Alrighty. Excuse me. Even though it is a holiday, I wake up at the same time as usual, on a day when everyone else is likely sleeping in for another 6 hours. I take my morning regimen of pills for the first time in a few days. Admittedly, I let my medications slip my mind. Looking at the rows of bottles in front of me, I don't know how I managed to. 17 different medications. I feel full enough to skip breakfast after taking all of them. 17 fucking prescriptions? Oh my god. I wonder if that is accurate, though, for someone with arrhythmia. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, I can imagine, like, maybe 2 or 3 different prescriptions, but 17? That seems insane to me, but I don't know. I don't know anything about cardiac conditions. Oh, whoops, I clicked out of it. I'm already up, so I might as well take a walk. A walk. The weather looks nice outside, giving off an idyllic atmosphere I'd often dreamed of. It's always been kind of a romantic notion to me to be able to meander around in the It's always been kind of a romantic notion to me to be able to meander around in the countryside, taking in the fresh air. Now that an opportunity to do just that is here, I can't resist, even though I know it must seem silly. I stop at the main building in order to buy a drink, and then decide to enter it and maybe hang around on the roof a little bit. The view might be pretty cool at this time, and I'm sure that nobody else will be up there either. And I've never been up there by myself. The school is quiet today. Deserted. My footsteps echoing in the staircase to the roof are unnervingly loud. It shouldn't bother me due to how much time I've spent in sign language class in near total silence, or working so much with Shizune lately, but it still does. It makes the smallest noises that I wouldn't have even noticed before seem boomingly loud. It feels like I'm sneaking around someplace I shouldn't be.
I wonder why I'm getting that vibe. Maybe the school is haunted or something.
I need to put lip balm on. Okay.
When I open the door to the roof, I see I'm not alone. Misha leans against the fence, looking over the school grounds, not having noticed me at all. Instantly, I know what I have to do. I have to put my hands over her eyes and say, "Guess who?" It's the only option. Halfway, I start thinking of how bad this would look if Shizune suddenly popped in, having left just for a second to get some sandwiches, and saw me sneaking up on Misha like this. I pray silently that such a coincidental misunderstanding doesn't happen. "Guess who?"
Hichan!
She says, without hesitating for a second, without deviating even slightly from her normal tone. My fun was over before it started.
Hi, Hichan! Good morning! Ohayo!
She reflexively tries to move her hands to form a greeting and entangles them in the fencing. "Ohayo. I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing up so early?"
I could ask you the same thing, Hichan. What are you doing up so early? I didn't expect to find you here.
I asked you first.
You're right. You sound just like Hichan.
No, I don't. I say, in the least convincing manner possible. Luckily, Misha doesn't notice what a bad actor I am. "Are you looking forward to tonight?"
Of course, Hichan. I don't like celebrations, or maybe not as much as Hichan does, but Tanabata stands always have interesting things to buy and all kinds of seasonal food. And I get to wear a yukata!
Her choice of words is a little strange. It sounds like she's saying that she doesn't like celebrations, but likes doing everything involved with them. I don't know if it's worth pursuing, though, and it could be that I just misunderstood.
I mean, to be fair... Like, let me see what she said. Okay. I mean, to be fair... I think it's fine to like the things that holidays involve, but not like the holidays themselves. I mean, I kind of get what she's saying.
What about you, Hichan?
My voice cracked. I am, or else I'd just stay home, wouldn't I? That's the logical step.
Hichan, you're not that logical. So, that's really surprising. Okay though. I was just making sure, because you didn't look like you were having a lot of fun last time. Me and Hichan were a little worried because of that.
Hey, I had fun. I guess I ended up appreciating it more than I expected to. Besides, I was depressed as fuck. And I had a bit of a mortality fear.
Really, Hichan? What part of it? Tell me!
Well, there were fireworks at the end. They were really nice. I think you slept through them, though.
Aw, I always fall asleep early. But I won't sleep through them this year. I'll definitely stay awake.
I don't think they have fireworks during Tanabata. It's a different mood entirely. Maybe you can get Shizune to petition them to have them, though. And to move the fireworks to an earlier time.
Maybe I will. That's a great idea, Hichan.
No, it's not. Don't do that. I wasn't being serious. Please, for the love of God, don't do that. Although, maybe it would annoy Shizune.
You make it sound like you would like that, Hichan. Hichan, do you like Shichan?
I can't say yes or no, and sitting down like I am, I can't even smoothly leave. Don't be silly. The one I like is you.
Really, Hichan? No, you're kidding, right? You must like Shichan more.
Misha, you jump to conclusions too much.
But you almost called her Shichan, so I'm right?
It's because you call her Shichan all the time. It got stuck in my head. Osmosing language is common, you know? Besides, it's one little slip-up. And by your logic, you should like her more than me, and... Are you making fun of me or something? Oh, that's interesting. And by your logic, you should like her more than... Oh, that's some foreshadowing there.
Maybe. I'm hungry. Did you eat breakfast, Hachan?
No, just medicine. Misha twirls her finger lazily in the air to keep her hands busy as she thinks.
We should eat something then. Do you think they'll be serving breakfast today?
That's really the kind of thing a member of the student council should know. I can't say that, though. I'm on the student council and don't know. It didn't seem like anyone was working in the kitchen when I entered the building, but I don't know for sure.
Hey, Hachan, have you ever heard about those vending machines that you can get food from like burgers, soup, and even pizza? Wouldn't it be great if we had some of those at our school?
I don't know. I always thought those machines were kind of weird.
Imagine how cool it would be if we had machines like that at our school, Hachan. It would almost be like magic, wouldn't it? Hot food coming out of a vending machine. That's so amazing. I can never imagine that. Seeing one of those machines would be like a dream.
I mean, to be fair, it does, but then you think about, like, well, here's the thing. Meat needs to be preserved, and it can't, and I don't think you can do that with a fucking vending machine. Soup would have to be canned. And then you have pizza, where it's like, I mean, listen, you get yourself some good pizza that can be reheated, that is delicious. But even then, like, that would need to be made. Unless you want DiGiorno's.
We don't have machines like that in this whole town, though. It's too early to even go into town. I won't be able to eat breakfast, Hachan. That's the most important meal of the day. Everyone says so. I want to eat.
Well, so do I, bitch, but you don't hear me complaining. That sounded a little mean, I'm sorry. You're really silly. If it bothers you so much, I'll buy you a soda. Soda does not fill you up, Sao. Misha puffs out her cheeks and puts on her serious face.
Hachan, a soda is not like a breakfast. It's like water, except caffeinated.
It's not like water, it's a liquid. Water isn't food. Liquid can be food. Not soda, though! Now who sounds like Shizune, Misha? I want to say it. Even her tone reminds me of Shizune's unblinking, matter-of-fact way of stating the ridiculous. If I did say that, though, I would be the one who sounds like Shizune again. It's terrible. Her competitiveness is really rubbing off on me. Let's look for something to eat, then. Ellipses.
Okay!
Predictably, our search for food in an empty school building this early in the morning leads only to failure. Misha decides to go off on her own after we both decide to give up for now, vowing to eat breakfast even though by now it's closer to time for brunch. I go back to my dorm. The following hours tick by slowly, and I pass the time by catching up on my reading. Some of these books I haven't touched since I was in the hospital. Thinking back on it, it wasn't that long ago, even though it definitely feels like it was. A free day, and I can't think of anything to do. I take a short nap, and as I change for the second time today, I realize that I never actually confirmed with Shizune or Misha when and where we would meet up. I guess that eventually they would come looking for me, but I would look pretty stupid if it came to that. It's already evening, so I should at least make an effort to find them first. Even though the grounds aren't exactly flooded with people, and it should be impossible to miss Misha's pink hair even if they were, I have a lot of difficulty finding them. Finally, I run into them at the front gate, which was the first place I had looked. Hey, look at that. Hello. She attempts to punctuate her normal greeting with a grand little sweep at the end. Hey!
Hichan! How are you?
They look really nice. I will say, it does suck that, like, I think this is the only time in which, like, we see any of the girls in, like, you know, in traditional formal wear. It's like, it's either the school uniforms or, you know, casual outfits. Well, actually, no, there's one thing in Lily's route that I won't spoil. But yeah, like, they look really nice. It's strange seeing them in yukata, though I've been seeing yukata in general all night. Shizune's is simple and tasteful, which seems obvious for her in retrospect. For all her grand flourishes and over-the-top behavior, I think she would rather die than dress the part. What draws my eye is the hairpin she's wearing, a pearl flower that gleams softly in the moonlight. It looks pretty on her, but in a way it also feels out of place, as if it's too elaborate for a high school girl, or maybe just for someone as secretly childish as Shizune. Misha's yukata is about what I expected, so it actually fits a little too well. Paired with her bubblegum pink hair, she looks cute, but anachronistic. You two look nice.
Thanks, Hichan!
Ellipses.
Hichan, you're a little late. We were waiting here a while for you. Did you forget the time or the place? Oh well, let's get going, Hichan!
Ellipses. Misha dropping this line of discussion saves me what could potentially be a pretty embarrassing thing to own up to. Specifically that I have been looking for them for at least an hour. Seeing Shizune and Misha looking so cheerful, it's hard not to want to fall into the atmosphere and enjoy a nice night out. What bothers me is that I'm having some trouble reading Shizune's signing tonight. I haven't been to sign language class in almost a week, so I'm not surprised. I guess having lost focus for a while, I'm slipping. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. Hold on, where are we going? Into town?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense. We haven't even checked out what's on the grounds. Unless you two decided to have fun while I wasn't looking.
We're going to come back. We'll be working our way up. Either way, Hichan, we have to walk into town and then back up if we want to see everything. So, this way, after we're done, we'll be right by our dorms when we're tired. It works out perfectly.
That is admittedly logical. Shizune doesn't give me much time to argue anyway, grabbing me by the arm and lightly trying to pull me along. Hey, CG time! I need to take a sip of water. My throat is killing me already. I might have to clear my throat for a minute. Give me a moment. Alright, sorry about that. Pretty. Okay. The streets illuminated only by the light of the moon and low lanterns tinted with tissue paper put me at ease. My voice is cracking. Now that we're in town, Shizune moves a bit more slowly in order to see the sights. So, I decide to walk more briskly in order to mess with her, but she quickly readjusts her own speed to match, letting out a soundless laugh before quickly signing to Misha with her offhand. Ellipses.
What do you want to do first, Hichan?
How about some games, if there are any?
I thought you didn't like games, Hichan.
I don't mind. For the second time today, I feel her slim fingers wrapping around mine. It feels like all this time I've been pulled along by Shizune's will. Occasionally, it's quite tiring, but I think that for the most part, I wouldn't say I hate it. It's just the quality of some people to drag others into their lives, like a storm. That word fits Shizune sometimes, I think. Although I didn't want to tell Misha earlier today, I do like her.
Hichan, you're going to win a doll for me too this time, right?
You're still thinking about that? Okay, I will. Takoyaki? I mean, it is an octopus. The time passes by faster than I thought it could as we run around, trying to do as many frivolous things as possible.
Snow cones! Hachan, do you want one?
Misha runs towards the stand, not even waiting to hear my answer. They look delicious. I want one too. We'll play rock, paper, scissors to see who can pay for them all. Or we could each pay for our own.
Hachan, what flavor do you want?
The blue one.
Blue is not a flavor.
I knew that.
Ordering something based on color is childish.
You're childish. What are you getting? Are you getting strawberry? Huh, that's such a childish flavor. Only children eat strawberry. What are you talking about, my guy?
You should get plain, the most mature flavor of all.
I want to know where her personality comes from. I wonder if I would think that way if she hadn't been the first student I ended up having a conversation with on my first day here. It's entirely possible that I'd have missed the parts of her that kept drawing me in. If I didn't know that she couldn't hear me, and that she was so competitive, and so focused with getting me to join the student council, and so alternatingly playful and sharp. Without these constant new facets to keep my interest in her, would I have grown to like her so much? It's likely that I'm overthinking it. Aren't you going to make a wish?
Hachan never makes wishes, Hachan!
Oh, really? Not even on New Year's? Why's that? Ellipses. Shizune tends her fingers and smiles, but won't answer.
Himitsu. I know! Hachan, do you want me to tell you?
Yes.
Shizune alternates between as many forceful iterations of no as she can think of.
I'll tell you later, okay? Actually, I feel tired. I think I'm going to go to bed early.
Really? It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Time flies when you're having fun.
But it has, Hachan. Maybe I can visit Yuko first and then go back? Or I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Have fun without me, okay?
We're going to go back to the school anyway soon. Okay, we're going to go back to the school soon anyway, Misha. Misha doesn't want to hear it, and leaves anyway. Shizune starts to wonder why just as soon as I do. Oh wait, Shizune starts to wonder why just as soon as I do. But while I keep it in my head, she signs it, seeming to want to discuss the possible reasons.
I'm gonna turn my heater on. It's a little frisky.
After we're both done seeing all there is to see, I check the time. Excuse me. And find that it is pretty late. My energy is starting to wear off, and it's a miracle that I managed to have even this much, too. Even Shizune is starting to look a bit tired. We make our way back to the grounds. Shizune seems disappointed when she sees the school building lit up and teeming with students. Something wrong?
I wanted to go up to the roof, but now there are too many people. I'm tired, so it might be for the best.
There are probably couples on the roof, since it's that kind of holiday. Then again, I wouldn't know. Is that how it really is? I'd never really been to any festivals before coming here. Ellipses. I'm disappointed. I thought you said you wanted to see what the school was doing last, like saving the best for last. Now you're telling me you don't want to? Not even a little? I thought you would have more energy. I don't feel tired. This seems to spark her competitive spirit, and Shizune immediately perks up. Although it's then that I realize I didn't have anywhere in mind to take her, and I don't feel like going to the main building myself. Fortunately, the area behind the school is both deserted and impressive looking today. I had never appreciated how sprawling and well kept it was until seeing it at night. It almost seems to go on forever in the moonlight.
It's very pretty, even though it's just a field.
I had thought earlier that she was too immature to pull off the old-fashioned clothes she is wearing tonight, but right now she is quite beautiful in them. It makes me think back to that day, the other festival that I went to with her. She had looked the same way then.
Oh boy. I want to tell her that I like her, decisively, in one go. But even thinking about it is just so awkward. And the more I like her, the more awkward and afraid I am of telling her how I feel. Even now, when I could do so if I wanted without having to go through another person. Not to mention, what if what happened last time happens again? If it does, I might not get off so easily with a months-long hospital stay. I don't want to even think about it. I try to shove the thoughts out of my mind any way possible. I try to dismiss them as unlikely fears. Still, the first time I had seen all of my pills, I'd imagined them cascading before me, enough of them to choke me. I still think about it from time to time. I can't say that it's not a legitimate concern. Times like these are nice enough that I can forget, though. My favorite thing about this school is that it's on top of a mountain. Is it because it's that much closer to the sky?
Yes.
I like it too, but more because of the fresh air. You're so competitive. Too competitive. If a whale bit you, you would bite it back. Ellipses. That makes her laugh, and she winks. Would that be so bad? Her smile is contagious. Yes. Ellipses.
It's true. I'm terrible, a little. But if I can make people happy, I'm not entirely terrible, am I? Then it's okay. I have many examples in my defense.
Maybe even this moment is a kind of game to her. That's right. This is a romantic moment. I don't know if such a chance might come again, and I feel compelled to say something awkward and stupid. If I think about it too much, I doubt my hands will listen to me. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Ellipses. I hope that I signed it properly. I feel nervous, as if I want to break into a run, yet I'm rooted to this spot. I couldn't hear a thing just minutes ago. Now I'm picking up every little ambient noise. I really am nervous, and I wonder if it shows. Before, hours passed like seconds. Now, the seconds pass like eons. Then I see Shizune's hands moving unsteadily before her, fumbling over each other, stopping halfway through each gesture. It's like she said, sign language gives you an opportunity to think your words through, and she's trying very hard to do that right now. A situation that she doesn't know how to respond to. It must be unthinkable. As stoic as Shizune tries to be, she can't hide her reddening cheeks, and she's very cute and feminine like this. And it puts me at ease to know that she is as nervous as I am. The thought is yet another way in which I found myself competing with her.
Okay.
Oh, I remember this song. This played during Hisao and Emi's kiss. When they confessed that they liked each other. That's a simple reply. But as soon as I think that, Shizune takes a step forward and embraces me. An unsure and careful embrace, as if I were made of eggshell, and as if she doesn't know how to hug someone. Although, to be honest, it's not a subject I'm familiar with either. Her yukata is cool and silky under my fingers, but I can also feel Shizune's warmth. In the end, she thought this the best possible gesture to show how she felt. Oh, new act. Cool. Act 3. Sleight of hand. Aw, that's a cute picture of Shizune and Misha. Also, we didn't kiss. Force feedback. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to see what it looks like. We're gonna go back. Hey, that goes out this way. Cool. So an hour and a half later, we finally finish Act 2. Great. Fantastic. It was probably for the best, though, that we stopped where we did last time, because, again, like, my throat was hurting. And I'm not gonna lie, later on that night, I had a headache. So... Alrighty. The following days pass uneventfully, and with surprising quickness. I find renewed motivation to learn sign language. It seems that I have a knack for learning sign, so it would be a waste to not do it, and falling behind would be even more unacceptable. Summer break is coming up. Oh man, I should probably take a drink. Alrighty. Summer break is coming up. Even though I figured that student council work would see a drop-off proportional to how lethargic my classes are becoming, it doesn't happen that way. Every day, I get swamped under increasingly meaningless work. Despite how much I want to, I don't have even a free second to talk to Shizune nowadays. Every time I look at her, her face is buried in some book of records or some stack of papers that need to be checked over in triplicate. Today, I woke up early to come to school before everyone else, hoping to catch Shizune. She has a habit of coming in first thing in the morning, to be more punctual than all the other students. Unfortunately, I think I'm earlier than her. Hearing the student council room door click closed to my right tells me that isn't the case. I guess I got here just behind her. I enter the room and tap Shizune on the shoulder to get her attention. Maybe she expects a conversation, which is why she puts down the carton of orange juice in her hand. Ohayou gozaimasu. Where's your better half? That's a fucking funny thing! We are separate individuals. Thinking about it, they must get that quite a bit. I could think of no other way to explain how ready she was with that answer. You're here early. That's good. You can help me look over some handouts. They're going out later today. I came here early specifically so I could see you without having to do work. According to Misha, being early isn't new for you. It's not new for you either. It's not new for you either. Are you saying you want to race? Shizune adjusts her glasses nonchalantly, a gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about the thought of having someone very A gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about how giddy she... Okay, I am fucking up this sentence here. Shizune adjusts her glasses nonchalantly, a gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about the thought of having something very petty to take competitively and seriously. I think the smaller the matter is, the more it excites her. It's not a race. Do you want to make it a contest? I don't. I almost forget to add the last part, the most important part. Well, that's fine. There are too many days left in the school year. I'd get tired of it anyway. With that, Shizune picks up her juice and finishes it off. I wonder if she's going to try and shoot the empty container into the trash, but she doesn't. In fact, she seems puzzled as to why I seem so disappointed. I'd better get to the point. I just wanted to talk. Our break is practically here, you know? And we should spend more time together anyway. I was thinking that we could do that over the summer. Shizune's face turns as red as mine must be, and she starts adjusting her glasses, flustered. What an all-purpose gesture. She taps her fingers together in thought, considering her next words carefully. You mean like a date? Just because we're going out somewhere, that instantly makes it a date? It's not. I want it to be a date. Then it is one. Shizune approvingly claps her hands once, before adding on to my statement. But not today. I'm going away for a week to visit my family. That is an oddly formal way of putting it, and for that reason my interest is piqued. Maybe her family's the prim and proper, traditional kind, living in a giant old-timey mansion with a little stream and koi pond, where everyone wears kimonos all the time. It's a wild assumption, but it's fun to speculate sometimes. I wonder if Shizune puts on the appearance of being a calm and mature good daughter like Lily when she's with her family. I can't imagine it, but if there's even a possibility that it's true, then I must see it. Only a week? It must not be that far of a trip then. Of course not. They're still in Japan after all. Really? It isn't like you could come with me. Is that what you're trying to say? Why can't I? It isn't like you would enjoy it. You don't know that. It could be fun. Ah, I almost forgot. You didn't answer my question. Are you going alone or is Misha going with you? Does your family know sign? Misha's coming along. The part of the question left unanswered is the most telling. If Shizune's family can't communicate with her, I have to wonder what her childhood was like. She probably wrote everything on that pad she carries around and still produces out of nowhere sometimes. Usually, it's when neither Misha nor I are around. I can notice her from far away when she pulls it out like a last resort, grimacing the whole time. If Misha is going, then I'm going to go too. Do you like Misha? It's the principle of the thing. I entertain the notion that Shizune might actually be jealous, but I doubt it. She usually wears her emotions pretty plainly on her face, and I don't see anything that would support my theory right now. I think you're just bored. That's okay, though. Alright, we'll all go together. It's what I hoped for in the first place.
So why didn't you just ask me, girl?
You can't skip out on student council today to pack your bags just because you're coming with us on such short notice. It's no excuse. It's okay. I hardly have anything to pack anyways. Shizune pauses, tenting her fingers thoughtfully. You must have come to this school on very short notice. It could be that she's thinking back to the time when she and Misha unexpectedly shoved themselves into my room and caught a glimpse of all my medicines. That was an awkward moment I'd like to forget, and I don't like revisiting it. The way she tiptoes around the issue even now only makes me more uncomfortable. I did. It was kind of an on-the-spot decision. It worked out better than I expected, though. I hope Shizune won't pursue the matter, and to my relief, she doesn't. My home is in a particularly beautiful part of Saitama. We'll be leaving early in the morning, so be ready. Let's talk about it more later, okay? For now, those handouts won't look over themselves, and you're going to help me. Cool. As Shizune dives into her work, pulling me along with her, I think that she seems almost, but not quite, excited to go.
Oh boy, we're gonna meet the family? How long have we been dating, though? A week? Oh, that's an issue. That's an extremely big issue.
Okay. When Shizune and Misha arrive early the next morning to pick me up, they're dressed in something other than the school uniform I've grown used to seeing them in. Damn. Let me see this. Fuck, man, that is a really nice outfit. Wait, United Nations? What the fuck is the UN doing here? It makes sense, since we're on holiday, but it's still jarring. Shizune's dress is sharp and fashionable, almost too much for a quiet place like Yamaku. Thinking back to what she wore at the Tanabata festival, I'm starting to notice a trend with her. All of her clothes are very tasteful and mature, very well thought out. So then, I wonder why she herself is so immature. That's a cute outfit, though the English is very funny.
It's very Japanese.
Also, I just realized that is a short skirt.
I don't know.
Well, at least Misha's clothes reflect her inner self on the outside. You're bringing so little. I said I would. I said there wasn't much to pack. Shizune pouts and rocks her own rather large collection of luggage with her foot as if embarrassed. Excuse me. Misha only has one suitcase with her, but it's almost larger than she is. She looks self-conscious about it as well. God, that suitcase is as big as a compact car. The pea green color is unsettling too. It's like something used to transport bodies. The way they look right now makes me want to tease them a little. Aw, that's bad luck from you and Misha, isn't it? Having to carry those huge bags? Gotta pack light next time, like me. Everything fits into one little suitcase.
Like James Bond!
Yes, exactly like James Bond. Ellipses. Shizune gently tugs at her glasses in concentration.
We should split the amount we carry equally. Wow! That's a great idea, Shichan!
What? No!
It would benefit us all. Yup!
I'm going to have to say no.
You're outvoted.
She almost lunges forth as she signs it. Terrifying. Well, I was just kidding. I don't mind carrying a few extra. I just thought it would be fun to mess with you both. But if you were going to try and make me carry it at all, I was going to ride that giant dream?
Oh my god, Airi. But if you were going to try and make me carry it all, I was going to ride that giant green case down the mountain like a sled.
Ellipses. That seems to make Shizune laugh, and she holds a hand up to her mouth to hold it back. It's like she's hiding it. I wonder if she can laugh. If not, that might be why she does that. That kind of makes me feel sad. With that taken care of, we head for the train station, and a very uneventful ride follows. Shizune and Misha manage to fall asleep almost instantly, but I find myself unable to. That's never happened before. Maybe it's my medication. Wow, this is a nice house. When we arrive at Shizune's house, it's quite a bit larger than I'd envisioned it would be. I don't think huge would be much of an overstatement. You live in a mansion? Shizune indignantly stands up on her tiptoes so that we're at eye level and frowns deeply, having had my comment translated to her by Misha. It's as if she's saying, how can you even suggest such a thing? This is just a normal house. Nothing as ostentatious as a mansion. I believe our definitions of those terms are quite different then.
Hichan, are you surprised? Do you want me to point out where you'll be staying?
I think we have a guest room, but I'm not sure if we have two. I'll check.
That's no problem though, Hichan. Hichan and I can share a room if we have to. Well, unless hers is being used for something else now.
Not sure. I'm starting to think Shizune doesn't spend a lot of time at home. Before I can make a joke of it at her expense, Shizune vanishes into the house, and Misha goes with her, leaving me alone on the grounds. I don't want to follow them inside just yet. I put my bag down by the front door, and take the opportunity to look around the grounds, just making a quick lap around the house. Oh, hello. Even though it takes just a few minutes, when I get back, the first thing I notice is that my bag is gone, and a tiny girl is in its place. She looks a lot like Shizune, although Shizune wouldn't wear red shorts and star and moon stockings. Hi. Are you Shizune's little sister or something? How do I go about voicing him? No, I'm her little brother. My name is Hideaki. It's nice to meet you. Okay, monotone. Cool. The voice that responds is straightforward, monotone, and also definitely male. I feel embarrassed to the point where I could almost turn around and leave right now, if I could remember my way back to the train. Are you the second person that my sister brought with her? Brought with her? I'm not luggage. Anyway, I'm Hisao. Did you take my bag? Yes, it is my right to keep anything I find on my property. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all. I guess even particularly well-spoken little kids believe in the law of finders keepers. Even though I call him little, he doesn't seem that much younger, now that I think about it. Maybe 2 or 3 years younger at most. I gave it to Shizune. It's inside. Are you on the student council? Yeah, how did you know? Does she bring it up often? I almost said does she talk about it often. That could have been bad. Yes, all the time. Do you get along with her? Get along? That's a weird question. I wouldn't be on the student council if I couldn't get along with her. What about you? Do you two get along well? Even though he has a monotone voice, his face is as expressive as Shizune's, and belies how he really feels. It must run in the family. Looks like he isn't happy about my question for whatever reason. I'm sorry, I was only asking because you both act so much alike. I don't know why, but it feels like he's teasing me. Unfortunately, it works. I don't like being compared to Shizune. You're a lot more like Shizune, but that's to be expected. I mistook you for her little sister, even. If you don't want people to make that mistake, you should dress more appropriately. Hey, we do not tell people how they want to present themselves, but Hisao. I don't understand. My clothes are perfectly seasonal. What's with the stockings, then? They are cool. You act like my sister. Eventually, people will start mistaking you for her. I guess my comment hit him harder than I thought. That would explain this attempt at turning it around. I hate being compared to other people. Shizune doesn't like it when she's compared to others either. I thought that Hideaki was a little more mature than Shizune, but they have the same competitive streak and inclination to provoke people. I wonder if he's like this because of Shizune, or if it's the other way around. And neither do you, right? Okay, I get it. I shouldn't be so petty. Especially to little kids. Hideaki seems to accept this as an acknowledgement of defeat, which is something that I feel like I can't let go. Nevertheless, I'll just have to let it go while I have the chance. Nice living room. Also, I'm sorry that, Hisao and Hideaki's voice are gonna sound very similar. I don't have a lot of guy voices, as you can tell. Especially when the protagonist and this kid is younger than him. I can hear Misha's laughter bouncing through the halls the moment I step through the door to the house, and follow it into what I would guess is the living room. It holds more people than I'd expected. Oh, hi, Lily! And Akira! There's a lot of people here!
It's like Smash. Everybody's here!
Among them, I spot a distinctive and familiar blonde ponytail. I'm more confused by why Lily is here than surprised. Shizune seems just as surprised. Lily doesn't look ecstatic about this chance meeting either. Sitting next to Lily is a tall, androgynous-looking woman in a sharp suit. I'd like to assume that it's her older sister, but I don't want to risk it.
How funny! We've got a masked woman and a feminine boy. What a great gender thing.
I didn't expect that you would arrive so early. At first, I think that she's talking to me, but it turns out that she's referring to Shizune. I don't think Lily even notices my presence. I've clearly walked in on them mid-conversation, and it looks like with her focus on Shizune, she couldn't hear me. I should have rearranged my entire schedule for you.
Shichan says I should have rearranged my schedule just for you!
That would have been nice, but I would not expect you to do such a thing.
Oh, hi, Hichan! You're finally here!
Yeah. Hello, Lily. What the fuck are you doing here? Oh, Hisao. This is quite a surprise. Akira, this is Hisao, a schoolmate. Hisao, this is Akira, my sister. Yo. She holds up her hand in a brief and quite casual gesture of greeting. So she is the older sister after all. I hope we're not messing up any of your plans. Since we're only going to be here for one more day, Lily and I thought she may as well come with me. Akira turns to me, like she feels compelled to explain. I'm grateful for that. I suppose my position here would be best described as a babysitter. Akira ruffles Hideaki's hair as he carries on with his pastime of looking displeased. That is demeaning. Really? Maybe I'll change my title once you get a few more years on you. Or at least a few centimeters. They make an interesting pair, although Akira looks more like a lawyer than a babysitter. I'm still not really sure why both she and Lily are here, though. Taking a glance around the room, there are tennis rackets, golf clubs, and even a stack of fishing poles and tackle boxes secreted here and there. Secreted?
You couldn't just say scattered? Secreted? Okay.
Behind every chair, and every corner, and under every table, there is some piece of outdoor hobbyist equipment. I pick up one of the fishing rods and play with it. This is a nice house. Shizune, it looks like your dad has a lot of hobbies. For a moment, I forget to sign what I say, but Misha's already in the process of interpreting what I said for her. I'm still a little impressed at how automatic interpreting is for Misha. Do you fish? No, I don't know how. I kind of want to learn, as I heard it's relaxing. There's a river only a short drive away. My whole family knows how to fish. If you want, we could go there sometime. You and Hideaki can fish? I didn't expect people your age to know, considering it's always seemed like a hobby for old men. You know, Lily is great at cooking. If we had some fresh fish... It's not hard to follow Akira's train of thought. If you want to eat fish, we could go to the store. Lily's voice sounds slightly more authoritative than usual. She really doesn't seem to share her sister's enthusiasm for the idea. Ellipses.
It's more fun to go fishing. We could even make it like a game and try to see who catches the biggest one. That would be exciting, right? Yeah. Hichan, what do you think? It sounds fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely could be. Sounds like a plan. I don't know how to fish either, so now's as good a time as any to learn. Her eyes shift towards Lily, who remains unmoved. This sours Akira's smile a bit, It makes me wonder why Lily's being so obstinate about this. Probably because she doesn't want to be here with Shizune. I don't think we have enough fishing equipment for everyone. We can take turns. It'll be a team battle. What is she saying? We can take turns. She also wants to make it a contest. Come on, Lily, we may as well make the most of it. So, is this going to be a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish or the most? It looks like the older sister understands better, as always. Ellipses.
Shichan says that she supposes Lily would prefer to go to the store, right? It's much less work, so it's natural that she would. Going fishing would be more fun, though, and save money. Akira, you have the right idea.
Can we stop taking jabs at each other, please? Like, I get that y'all can't communicate effectively, but fuck, man.
Akira gives a gracious, if slightly stilted smile. Shizune's praise wasn't her goal, after all.
And now Lily's upset. Great.
Isn't the river quite far away?
I don't think it's that far, and I can drive if we have to. I'm okay with it as long as you catch something.
Can your car fit this many people and a whole lot of fishing gear on top of that? She purses her lips as her fingers subtly move, counting up the amount of passengers in the required cargo. If we're going to be taking me, Shizune, Misha, Lily, Akira, and Hideaki... 6 people. Damn, my car can only take 5. Actually, if Hideaki sat on my lap, we could... I'm not sitting on your lap. Aww. Ellipses.
Shichan says that her father's car would be big enough.
What, the Fuga? If he doesn't mind us using it, then I guess we have no other choice. It feels kind of bad forsaking my car, considering I won't have it for much longer. Despite Lily's obstinacy and Hideaki's questions of whether or not we'd prefer to eat first than bet on a fish dinner that might fail to ever materialize, there is no way to dissuade Akira and Shizune as they agree on the transport plan.
Hey, we're on a car trip. Cool.
My expectations of a somewhat relaxing drive through the countryside are fulfilled. Akira's driving is as smooth and peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. I thought this trip would have been rather too slow-paced for Shizune's liking, but she seems to genuinely enjoy it. Even with Hideaki awkwardly sandwiched between her and the door, she just keeps looking out of the window and smiling.
That was short-lived. Excuse me.
The area surrounding the river is quite beautiful. Akira and Shizune head off for the river so quickly that we have no choice but to chase them. We would be left in the dust otherwise. I can see Hideaki and Lily are just humoring their siblings, Lily being the more unenthusiastic of the two. Misha seems as happy as ever, though. Looks like she managed to latch on to some of Shizune and Akira's excitement. As for myself, I'd rather eat now, but the thought of fresh fish prepared by Lily is appealing. The river is larger than I'd imagined, although very scenic and peaceful. Other than a small pier apparently built just to fish off of, this place looks untouched by civilization, and it makes me realize how much greenery I've seen lately. Shizune pulls Misha away so that they can explain how to fish to Akira. Lily and Hideaki are talking between themselves, so I decide to join the enthusiastic trio. So which one of these lures should I use then? Can I use this cute little one?
Wait! This is a contest. We need to pick teams first. Shichan and I will be Shichan and I will be on one team, of course. Hichan, you're going to be on our team too, won't you? We can be the student council team.
Okay. Sure, whatever. Alright then. That makes me, Hideaki, and Lily on the other team. Lily, what should we call ourselves? I don't see why it matters. I don't think it matters. Team No Enthusiasm it is. Yet again, Akira's best efforts are rebuffed. Shizune and Misha, on the other hand, have no lack of enthusiasm whatsoever. Hisao, you can be our point man. Please try hard to catch as many or the biggest fish possible. Why me? No one's even taught me how to fish yet.
We can do that now!
After a quick tutorial, Shizune immediately tries to draw us into a discussion about the strategy in a tag team fishing competition. What strategy?
Like, what? Like, what's the strategy here? Just all you gotta do is just pick a spot and fish. I mean, maybe you can, like, see, like, what lure and bait would be best. But there's no fucking strategy, guys. Excuse me.
Somehow, competition doesn't seem particularly applicable to a sport where you spend hours sitting down and hoping a fish bites a worm.
Exactly! It's like, what strategy is there? Like, y'all, I know that, like, here's the thing. I know that competitive fishing is a thing. But, like, you're entirely at the whims of a sentient animal. You can't do anything about that.
It looks like Hideaki got stuck with a spare rod. You know it's just a string tied to a bamboo pole, right? That means when deciding the order, you should go against him. You should go against him.
What? Why me?
You have the least experience here, Hichan.
Yeah? So who's the best here? Shizune? Hideaki is your brother. He's probably just as good. Hideaki is your brother. He's probably just as good. He probably fishes all the time since he lives closer to a lake. He might even be better.
Where's your evidence for that, Hisao? Just because you live near something doesn't mean, like, just because y'all live near a fucking river does not mean shit. Like, I mean, for God's sakes, that's like saying that me living near mountains makes me good at hiking when I've never hiked before.
Watching you three makes my head hurt. You know I'm only hearing 2/3 of a conversation, right? What's this about?
Picking our lineup.
Akira makes a troubled face. She's getting impatient, which probably isn't too unreasonable. If you're impatient, that only makes me more excited. Now I want to play for higher stakes.
Girl, calm your ass down.
What's she saying? She wants to play for higher stakes. I wouldn't be too hasty. We have beginner's luck twice over on our side, after all. The only way you'll be able to beat that is by catching a whole ocean. Ellipses.
This is a freshwater body of water, you marine biologist.
A weird insult delivered with unblinking and innocent good cheer. Akira doesn't seem bothered. She laughs it off, and Shizune looks like her usual mischievous self again. I'm glad they get along.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably because Akira's not blind. No. I think if anything, it's just because Akira is just a lot more of an easygoing sort and not as stubborn as Lily is. So, are we going to pick teams or what? I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hisao, Misha, and I are on one team, and Lily, Hideaki, and you are on the other, aren't you?
I suppose that's the most obvious arrangement. Wouldn't mixing it up a little be more fun, though? Eh?
You don't want to fish with your own sister?
Well, neither of us know how to fish, so putting both of us on the same team is kinda...
Well, it sounds like I've heard something kind of dangerous. I try to change the subject before Shizune can turn that incredulous look on her face into anything more.
Huh. I wonder if that was, like, a subtle way of trying to pair Shizune and Lily up. Maybe to get them to get along? So, I guess you and Shizune know each other? Sure do. We go way back.
Akira throws a knowing grin at Shizune. It's not until Misha's finished translating what she said that Shizune gains a troubled face. Akira sure is different from Lily. Aside from how they look, she's much more informal and laid back. I expected Lily's family to all be proper and formal like her, So this is a surprise. But I feel like she's easy to talk to. As much as I like talking about catching fish, we should probably actually do it sometime. Would you suggest that there should be a lineup like in baseball? Or should it be everyone at once or a tag battle style? Can everyone sit wherever they want, or do teams have to stick together? Do we call where we fish? What fish sizes will we be counting? Seeing Akira groan after Misha dutifully translates for her, Shizune rubs her glasses, laughing silently. Never mind, let's just fish then. It can be an individual contest. Hey, more CG. We're getting a lot of CGs this time around. But yeah, let's take a look at this image real quick. This is a nice image. I mean, hey, we're having fun. We're hanging out. This is great. Looking stylish all the while. I sit down, ready to fish. Although I'm not feeling very confident, everyone else is already sitting, except Akira, who takes a seat next to me and throws her line out after taking off her suit jacket and rolling up her sleeves. And her pant legs. Misha and Hideaki end up sitting on the shore and fishing together, as there's not enough room on the pier for everyone. Truth be told, I'd rather be sitting next to Shizune, but Akira seems approachable enough. Careful there, you're a little close. Don't tangle our lines, Kay? So, you've never fished before? No, but I've seen a bit of it on TV. I always wanted to catch one of those big fish with a sword for a face. Marlin, I think. If I recall correctly, those are from the ocean. They are saltwater fish. I know that. Why is everyone acting like I don't know the difference between freshwater and saltwater fish? If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish. Excuse me, my voice for Lily is off today. If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish, saltwater or not. Akira's voice is somewhat loud between her attempts to both egg on Shizune and keep Lily entertained, so she may have a point. My line doesn't seem to be picking up anything, but I don't know how much of that is down to Akira. Shizune does her best to relax in the sun, and pulls the look off very well, but I can tell that she'd be slightly put off by not knowing what's being talked about. Not having Misha around can be a real problem. Hisao, what's the score so far? Are we winning? I hope we are, given that I've entrusted you with our team's success. I managed to do some awkward signing with creative placement of my rod. It's probably close to being gibberish in spoken terms. You're like, right there. Can't you tell? Disappointing. You let yourself get distracted. You have to stay focused. Should have known. Well, it's in any case. Akira chuckles, although it's clear that really took the wind out of her sails. Is it just numbers now, or are we keeping track of size, too? Both. Grading matters. Who's going to be grading them? Are you a certified fish judge? Shizune shakes her head to signify that she isn't. But it doesn't seem like it would be very hard. Tell Misha to stop flailing her hands around like that. It's scaring all the fish away. And ask Hideaki why he hasn't even bothered to cast yet. I look over to the two and yell what Shizune said to them.
Shichan, I think he's upset that he's stuck with the backup rod!
Since Misha is largely unable to sign anything coherently right now, she only gets a puzzled look from Shizune for a reply. Shizune just sighs after I translate it for her. Hey, even if you're depressed about it, you've got to try. You could catch the big one for all you know. But you won't catch anything unless you do. I feel that at least half of her encouragement is because if Hideaki does catch the big one, she wants to be there to eat it. And having 6 people fishing just leads to better chances of catching something than having 5. There's a lot of voices I gotta do here. Excuse me. The constant awkward shuffling I have to do to communicate with Shizune, not to mention her increasing fidgeting, makes me think it might be good to give her a go at fishing. Hey guys, can we switch over now? Sure. Lily? No, please. I have no idea how to fish. I sign what they say, given that I seem to have taken Misha's place as Shizune's interpreter right now. How magnanimous of you, Lily. Oh boy, here we go. I don't bother translating what she says for fear of sparking another fight. Shizune says you should at least try. It might even turn out to be fun. Very well. Akira, how do you use this? It's pretty simple. I wonder how ethical it is to purposely completely change what Shizune said like that. At least it paid off. Let's not question the ethics. Oh boy, Lily is so confused. Oh god. I think I understand. What bait do you think would be the best to use? I'd prefer something that wouldn't hurt the fish too much. If you're putting a hook through their mouth, I don't think the bait's going to hurt them much more. And letting it go? No, don't do that. But if it isn't big, there's little point in killing it. With my hands freed, it's much easier for me to interpret what everyone's saying. Now Shizune's the one that has to deal with her hands being full, but she seems to take it in her stride. That's so arrogant. Okay, I'll only reel in the big ones too from now on.
How was it arrogant? Like, if the... Okay. What's she saying?
Akira just sighs after I interpret for her. No, I don't like that only. You know, a fish is a fish, and you take what you can get. Unfortunately, Shizune can't hear her, and Lily doesn't seem to be paying much attention now. Lily's taking to fishing easily. It is a very relaxed activity, after all. It isn't long before they both catch a fish, and surprisingly, Lily is just as interested in which is the bigger of the two as Shizune is. As the hours pass, it seems like they're even starting to have fun. At the end of the day, we have several good-sized fish between us. Even Hideaki and Misha managed to catch one. No one brings up that we were competing to see who could catch more. I don't think it matters to anyone anymore. Shizune and Misha are talking between themselves some distance away, and Lily and Hideaki are doing the same. I decide to take advantage of the quiet moment to talk with Akira. Lily and Shizune got on well today. I didn't really expect it after seeing how they act towards each other in school. She gives an amused snort. It looks like she doesn't take their feuding as seriously as I do. They've got their reasons. Lily and I are going away for a while tomorrow, so we thought we'd just pop by. In the end, I'm glad we did. After a brief silence, she stretches loudly and then claps her hands to get everyone's attention. Well, that looks like enough to feed everyone. We should be getting back now. Lily nods, but then hesitates. Even with her face clouding a bit, she still looks to be in a better mood than this morning. Akira really seems to know how to handle her, and diffuse her antipathy towards Shizune pretty well. Today's catch looks delicious. I kinda wish I had some soy sauce so I could just eat it now. I thought you wanted me to cook it. You don't think eating it raw would be okay? Despite Akira's protests, or joking as I can't tell which, we decide to wait to at least cook the fish before eating it. Okay, that does make sense. I just said it weirdly. Oh my god, my mouth is starting to hurt. It's already become pretty late while we were out, and by the time we arrive back at Shizune's house, it's a good time for dinner. Oh! Okay. Whew.
Sorry. It's just like, I'm looking at this American-ass bedroom.
Well, actually, is it American? I'm looking at the picture here. I feel like you can see that these are clearly Asian people. But it's like, this looks American to me. Like, am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Use mentioned distinction. What the hell is that? Also, we've been playing this route for 6.5 hours. Holy fuck. Okay. Some of my pills spilled out all over the bottom of my bag, which I didn't realize until minutes before I was set to go to bed last night. I spent quite a bit of time scraping them out of my luggage. That's a lot of pills. By the time I get up, I'm already starting the day with a migraine from a combination of trouble falling asleep and waking up late. When I step into the living room, Hideaki is there finishing up his breakfast. His fork raised midway to his mouth, he seems unsure whether he should continue eating or greet me. Maybe I should back out of the room. Ohayo. Ohayo. What do you think we should have for breakfast? We? Aren't you eating breakfast right now? Yes, everyone else ate already. Despite that, he repeats his question again. He's just trying to be nice. It's an odd way to show it, but I appreciate it nonetheless, and I am feeling pretty hungry. I try to make some conversation with him while I'm getting my breakfast, to fill in the silence. That fishing trip yesterday was fun. Do the Hakamichis and Satos often get together like that? Not really. I see. I don't really. There's a brief pause before Hideaki deigns to fill me in a little more. Family issues. Our fathers are brothers-in-law and do not like each other. Hearing that gives me plenty to think about. It puts the way Shizune and Lily deal with each other into context, and makes me even more wary of getting involved. Family issues can be troublesome. Hideaki simply nods as I sit at the table with my breakfast. I wish he were a little easier to converse with. While I'm eating, I notice that the house seems oddly quiet for a place with Misha in it. If Shizune and Misha ate breakfast already, it can't be because they're asleep. I ask Hideaki where they are. Shizune and Misha left to run some errands for our dad. The local business people love dealing with Misha, so he insisted. Well, she's got a nice and cheerful personality. I can see why they would. Maybe you should start taking lessons from her. You can increase your business connections. Are you serious? He sounds serious. I don't know what kind of business connections a little kid would need. Maybe he wants to have the best bake sale fundraiser ever. It's a shame I'll eventually have to leave here and won't be around to see whatever he's planning. I wonder what kind of person Shizune's dad is again, other than relatively outdoorsy. What I know so far is that he asks his business partners and friends of his daughter to do favors for him. I'm assuming he's extremely shy or extremely lazy. Maybe it's a rude call to make so early, but it would certainly explain a large chunk of Shizune's personality. Do you want to go anywhere? Not really. Excuse me. Not really. Why? Do you? I thought there might be somewhere you would want to go. You don't want to do some sightseeing or eat at a specific restaurant? I don't know. I've never been here before. I see. I was just about to ask him about what Shizune was like when she was younger, but he's managed to sidetrack me with just one question. This appears to be as awkward a conversation for him as it is for me. You're sure eager to please today. Why are you being so nice? Are you showing your secret nice side now that your sister isn't around? You're sort of right. Shizune wanted me to keep you company today. I don't want to trouble him and try to make him see that, but Hideaki is as stubborn as his sister and feels as if this is his duty. He also seems to be earnestly trying to be nice. Quickly, I start to realize that Hideaki's idea of fun is fishing, collecting cameras, and making esoteric puns. Fishing is fun, but it's something I would rather do than discuss. The same goes for cameras. I'd rather handle them than collect them. This is something Hideaki picks up on himself. Are you bored? I'm not bored at all. I almost yawned the words, so Hideaki ignores them entirely. You are bored. Shizune said to be entertaining, and I think I don't know how to do that. I am entertained. You don't sound entertained. I am! Why do you yell? I hope you do not yell so much around Shizune. It's hard to tell if he's joking. Either way, I'm a bit surprised. I try to play it off and change the subject. Do you just collect cameras, or are you into photography too? Not really. If I did, there would be more photos in this house than there currently are. What is there to take pictures of? I don't know. Birds? Architecture? One of those restaurants you were talking about? I thought the city had tons of cool stuff. How can you live in a place with so much to do and do nothing? Ah, the autistic experience! I mean, honestly though, like, apparently the fandom does like to headcanon that Hideaki is neurodivergent of some kind, mainly autistic, and I can kind of see it. I mean, there's no fucking way a there's no fucking way a cisgendered male would dress like this. If he weren't autistic. Like, this is sensory stuff for him. I thought you didn't know what there was to do here. Suddenly you have many ideas and are an authority on how interesting it is. You're like our board of tourism. Do you want to go watch birds or buildings? Okay, no need to get so mad. I'm not mad. I just think that if you feel that strongly about it, then we should go to an amusement park. Why? So that you can be amused. It'll be fun. Will he have the same flat, unfun expression on his face while we're riding roller coasters and drop towers? It would sure bring the fun levels down. The thought does not convince me that it's worth the trip. I don't know, it always sounded to me like going to an amusement park meant you spend more time waiting in lines than actually doing stuff. You'd have to go earlier than this just to skip the lines. Or buy a fast pass. Have you ever been to one? No, but it seems like that is what it's like. Fine. What about a regular park? There is one nearby that Shizune likes going to. Maybe she'll be there and I can unload you onto her. I can unload you! Like, you're fucking with me. What do you mean unload? I'm not luggage. You don't want to go to an amusement park. I don't know what to do. He looks as though I've hurt his feelings by refusing to go with him. I'm already rationalizing my decision. I don't like waiting in lines. It would be too much like a date. I'd rather go with Shizune. It would be too tiring. It's nothing personal. It's just that I kinda wanted Shizune to show me around town instead. And I don't think that with my condition, going to an amusement park would be such a hot idea.
Whew. Feels weird. Feels nice. Feels odd. I'm sorry, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm not gonna lie. It is moments like this, I'm just like, I am fucking bored. Or at the very least, like, it's like, bruh, give me something to work with, please. Like, this is just so much fluff.
The park is close enough that their property could almost be considered an extension of it. Both it and Shizune's backyard look about the same, except that the park has benches and more people. That said, it's quite nice. There are even people out walking their dogs, and children flying kites that can be seen lazily drifting back and forth over trees in the distance. I could sit here in a relaxing and scenic place like this forever. Hideaki, on the other hand, looks like he's extremely bored. I want to poke him to see if he's still alive, but would he react either way? Are you bored? No. Are you going to jog or play frisbee with dogs like everyone else? Is that what people do in parks? Well, you go to parks to get back to nature and enjoy the atmosphere. That's why you jog in the park instead of just on the sidewalk or something. You can jog anywhere. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. How can you not know this? You shouldn't have brought that up. It's too weird. Haven't you ever heard of children should be seen, not heard?
Why are we being rude to this child?
Yes. I lied. I'm bored. Would you like to play a game? I groan audibly enough to hope that he understands that I don't want to. He doesn't care. In fact, he's already toying with a deck of playing cards. Why are you upset? Wait a minute. Why are you upset? That is why we are here. I thought we were here to look for Shizune. Exactly. That is why we should play a game. It's a Shizune trap. You can trap anything, including people. If we compete against each other in the spirit of competition and in a sportsmanly manner, she will be drawn here to challenge the winner, like a shark. Then I will defeat her like a safari hunter. Then take a photo of the award ceremony. Sharks do not go around challenging people to games of chance like dojo breakers. When did you bring that camera? Anyway, no. I get enough games hanging out with your sister. No, come on. It'll be fun. We can play chess. Please, no. Besides, playing chess in the park is something old people do, like fishing. You're going to get old too fast if you keep doing all this old man stuff. Imagine insulting an autistic person like this.
Like this very much just sounds like an autistic person, like, you know, like, you know, there's such a thing as, like, autistic people, you know, being interested in things that are way out of their age range when they're kids. I mean, I should know, I was like that. And it's just like, man, we're just being completely an asshole to this child.
Anyway, Hideaki freezes like I've suddenly started speaking a foreign language. Maybe I've offended him again. Maybe he's secretly 50 years old and has just aged incredibly well. Him being Shizune's brother could be a cover story. What about checkers, or Go? Or even backgammon is fine, even though I don't like it. If board games aren't your thing, we can play card games. Anything other than 7-card, because it is for wimps. Are you afraid that you will lose? If you can beat me, I'll give you candy. Hideaki, you are just like Shizune. I'm starting to think this is all a pretense to play games. No, that is not true. You are! I bet that competitive streak is genetic. I'll sell you to science. No one can own a human being. How about I teach you some sign language instead? When Shizune asked me if I wanted to come here, we talked a little, and it seemed like you and your dad don't use sign language. I'm just guessing, but if you don't, I could teach you some. I'm not a master at it, though. I think it might be good for you to move your arms more anyway. He barely moves his arms. Most of the time, they just hang limply at his sides. How unnerving. Or it's just... okay. It's been bothering me that Shizune's entire family apparently doesn't know how to sign. I wonder what she did before she met Misha. Did they just hire translators for her? Did she write out everything on that pad she carries around? The second is the most likely, or she could type it out on a phone. That would explain why she dislikes using the pad so much. Sad as it is, I can sort of see why Hideaki or her dad might not have bothered to learn sign language.
I think I've mentioned this before, but the thing is, right, is that, like, because, yeah, this sucks, obviously. Like, the fact that, like, Shizune's own family can't effectively communicate with her without her having to write everything down. That sucks. But unfortunately, I feel like this is kind of like a common reality, really, for a lot of disabled folks in Japan. Because the thing is that disability is considered a stigma in Japan. I mean, if you've ever heard of koe no katachi, or a silent voice, that's a pretty good representation, honestly, of how disability is seen in Japan. But the thing is, right, is that now granted, this is just my own personal hypothesis on why this is, but Japan as a society, Japanese society very much favors conformity. You know, like, you have to basically, you know, they're not a society that promotes individualism. And the thing is that obviously, you know, the majority are not disabled, or at the very least, you know, in Shizune's case, they're not hearing impaired, they're not deaf. So, because of the fact that she is deaf, obviously she can't talk. You know, she can't hear what people say to her. And that is considered othering. And Japanese society would very much look at her as though she were odd, even though it is something that she has no control over. So it honestly doesn't surprise me that, yeah, her family probably never bothered to learn sign language. I mean, it sucks, but it's not super surprising if you know how, you know, disabled people are viewed in Japan. I mean, granted, I should express that, like, you know, that considering when this game came out in 2011, 2013, I always forget the year. It was in the early 2010s. I do think that at the very least, like, there has been some progress. I want to believe it in any case. But still, it's like, this isn't surprising. It sucks, but unfortunately, it is what it is.
It probably was too much of a hassle at the time. It's very easy to think that. From what I've seen so far, though, neither of them hold it against each other or are too badly affected by it. It could be that I'm overthinking the situation. Come on. Well, to be honest, I'm still learning sign language myself. I brought all my books along with me so I can keep up, you know? Still, I can at least teach you the alphabet. It's pretty simple. This is kite. I feel really corny right now, and even more so when Hideaki stares back at me blankly as if the entire concept of learning is alien to him. Shizune liked flying kites here as well. This is his attempt to salvage the conversation, and I'm happy to oblige. Fishing and now kites too? Shizune really likes all these relaxing hobbies? Fighter kites. Actually, about Shizune. Hideaki freezes as Misha appears behind him and puts her hands over his eyes.
Hi! Guess who?
He seemed to finally be loosening up, too. Hi, Misha. Is Shizune with you?
Hey-chan, no spoilers! Don't spoil it! Don't ruin the surprise, okay?
Like he wouldn't know who it is already.
Misha.
Bingo! That's right! But it was too easy somehow.
I don't know what she means by somehow.
Too many people can tell it's me! I want to surprise someone! I thought for sure that Hideaki would be fooled. Why weren't you,
You are the only person who does that. You and kidnappers.
Really?
Why do you laugh? Are you giving Hisao trouble? I thought you would take him somewhere more exciting than the park. It isn't even that far from home. You are so lazy.
Hideaki, are you giving Hichan trouble? You should have taken him somewhere more exciting. The park is too close to home. Shichan says you're lazy.
He wanted to come here. Why are you so argumentative? I have to keep my little brother in line. What is she saying? You must be kept in line. Really? They're ready to go at each other's throats this quickly. On one hand, I've heard that siblings fighting so much isn't uncommon, and the fact that they fight at all proves there has to be some level of communication going on. So, it's nice they get along. They argue all the way back home. Misha translates for Shizune and I for Hideaki. So it looks more like we're the ones arguing instead. Except not really. Nobody could listen to Misha and believe that. The day got entertaining in the end, at least.
We still haven't met her dad, by the way. Back to this American-ass bedroom.
Family plot. Oh boy. Despite having only been here for 2 days, it feels like it's been much longer. I wake up feeling more tired than refreshed. Maybe because I've been moving around almost constantly since I got here. Whatever the reason, it's making me get up unusually late each day. I like sleeping in, but it could be inconvenient if it ends up becoming a habit. I can hear a deep male voice shouting loudly in the background. It must be Shizune's dad. Or maybe, with the size of this place, it's creditors. More likely the former, since the yelling doesn't seem angry, just loud.
Okay. Okay. Look at this Yakuza-esque motherfucker. Seriously, this guy looks like a fucking Yakuza.
Shizune, Misha, and Hideaki are sitting in the living room, having a one-sided conversation with a giant bear man who alternates between shoveling away food from a plate balanced on his leg and twirling a sword. A giant bear man. From what Shizune and Hideaki are like, I'd expected their dad to be a very reserved, clean-cut, possibly androgynous person, so I'm pretty surprised. I'm surprised for a while, until he starts talking to me. Why did you think androgynous? 'Cause of Hideaki? Okay.
Huge man. Oh god, how do I go about his voice? I mean, obviously, with his voice, it's like, with his appearance, he has to be given, like, a gruff voice. But the problem is like, yo, my voice is already aching from just doing Hisao. What the fuck makes you think I'm gonna do this, man? Alrighty. Okay.
Hello! You must be Shizune's other friend. Did you have a good night's rest? The guest rooms are a bit sparse. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me.
Thanks. You must be Shizune's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizune's classmate, Hisao Nakai.
The pleasure is mine. I've wanted to meet you after hearing that I would have a second guest in my house. Unexpected. You hear something like that and obviously you want to see what that person is like. Would you like my business card?
Obviously, I can't fucking read this. Or at least this part. Konsab... What? Oh, Kosab... Konsaru... No. No, it's N. It's N. Konsaru... Tanto. Oh, consultant! He holds up a case full of them for a second, and I can see that his name is Jigoro, and that his office hours are from 8 to 6. They also say that he's a consultant. What a prepared guy, carrying his card case around in his own home. Consultant, huh? Consultanto.
We're just sitting down to a slightly late lunch. You're just in time to join us. Good. Pick a place to sit down and I'll bring you a plate. I hope you don't mind eating bear liver.
I thought that bear liver was toxic. Either way, the thought of eating a bear liver doesn't appeal to me other than for the ability to tell people I've eaten bear liver. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try it, but Shizune's dad merely laughs.
I'm just making a joke. Although, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to cook up some bear livers for you kids. They will make you strong. We're actually having omelets. I'll make you one right now. Is that unusual for you, having an omelet for lunch?
Excuse me. Very unusual.
No, not at all.
Jigoro vanishes to where the kitchen must be. I'm surprised that despite living in this place, he has to cook my lunch. Maybe he only cooks because he likes to. My steaming plate of food is done in a very short time. It smells very good.
Are you in the student council like Shizune? Is the student council that busy that Shizune has to drag her friends along with her everywhere she goes?
Sometimes a vacation is just a vacation.
You're right about the student council part. I think we're just here for fun, though. I see. Is that right? When I was young, our student councils had so much work that I don't think we could have afforded going on vacation. It must be nice having so much free time. Should give you plenty of time to think about your future.
I do not like the direction this discussion is taking, and start thinking about how to avoid it.
Have you thought about that? About what you want to do?
No, I haven't given it much thought recently. What do you do if you don't mind me asking? It must be something pretty cool if it can get you a house like this.
Why do you want to know that? Children aren't interested in business. What business of yours is my business? Suspicious. Are you some kind of tax man, boy?
I guess he really does not like being asked questions.
Hachan isn't a tax collector's boy, I think. Hachan, what do your parents do? You never told us.
You, be quiet. Don't interrupt me. I hate being interrupted. Rude.
Ah.
Shizune doesn't look too happy with this turn of events. Even with Misha unable to sign to her what's going on, she can read the mood easily. Her glare becomes more smoldering as Jigoro continues to rant.
One more thing. My fishing equipment. I came home and it was just in a big pile in the corner. Rods just stacked haphazardly on top of tackle.
That was me. I can't remember if it actually was him. If it wasn't, I appreciate that he's willing to take one for the team. It doesn't matter, because Jigoro ignores him without skipping a beat.
Well, anyway, I'm glad that my fishing equipment could provide so much entertainment for my daughter's friends. Did not even tell me you were going to be using them. Those are expensive custom-made poles, not for dilettantes.
I suddenly become aware of the eggshell fragments in my omelet. Is he just a bad cook? Does he eat them for the calcium? Were they purposely added there to give me even more discomfort? Though confused, I'm not as unnerved as I think I would normally be, as I would normally be. Then again, my life has been pretty strange lately, and I keep running into all sorts of different people. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Didn't even properly clean them after use. Terrible. Do you even know how to fish? Unlikely. There are not enough poles here for all of you. How does that work? Did you all share? One person baits the hook and another casts? 2 people to reel? Incompetent. Okay, my guy, shut up.
Well, 6 of us went, so we couldn't all do it at the same time. First it was just me, Akira, Hideaki, and Misha.
Stop talking! That sounds unspeakably dirty. I've had enough of your filth. How vulgar. Make sure that your statements are not so embarrassingly carelessly worded next time. What? What? You're so disrespectful. Amazing. Are all delinquent types like this? Even the way you dress shows flippant disregard for authority. Sweater vest. Disgraceful. What are you talking about, a sweater vest?
Yeah, because, okay, sure, my guy. A fucking sweater vest means I'm a delinquent and don't give a damn about authority. Sure, my guy, you fucking Yakuza-esque motherfucker.
Motherfucking bitch. Like, don't get me started, you motherfucking, like, fucking hell, man. It's like, well, I'm not the one wearing a tacky Hawaiian shirt, cunt. Fucking asshole. Delinquents? I'm on the student council! I'm hurt by his comment on my sweater vest! I'm hurt by his comment on my sweater vest, especially when it's coming from a guy in such a tacky shirt! I guess I can't really say anything, though. He has a sword. He might also kill bears.
Okay. Huh?
Misha loudly puts her plate down on the table.
That was delicious! Shichan and I are done now. Hichan, you are too, right? We should get going.
What a simple yet effective exit strategy. Yeah, let's get the fuck away from him, please.
Seriously, what the fuck was that rant about? Like, holy shit, my guy.
I barely have the time to put down my plate before they pull me up and out of there, and finally outside. Ellipses.
Unbelievable! It's like I'm really watching an interrogation. This is not a cop show. Guests definitely have responsibilities, but hasn't he ever heard of being a gracious host? Really?
Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's angry chopping gestures as best as she can. She has the expression down too, but the tone of her voice is the same as ever, thus lacking the anger necessary to bring it all together.
Don't take it too hard, Hichan. Shichan's dad does this to everyone. I think it's like a joke.
That was the most aggressive joke possible. I'm also not at all convinced that it was a joke, considering this hastily staged retreat, but this isn't a good moment to discuss how Shizune's father might be a jerk. And a bitch.
Hichan, let's go shopping!
You haven't been to town yet, have you? It'll be fun. We can see the sights and go to an amusement park, maybe eat at a good restaurant.
We just had lunch. Even though I didn't eat much.
It's okay. In that case, we just have to make sure that today is so busy that by the time we're done, it'll be time for dinner.
It works out perfectly! Come on, Hichan!
They immediately flank me and hook my arms with theirs, Shizune taking one arm and Misha taking the other. At first, we almost trip over each other. Shizune walks at a very brisk pace, and Misha has an unusually bouncy way of moving around.
I gotta turn off the heater, I'm getting sweaty. We get the hang of it soon enough.
And I notice we're going to town by cutting through the park. It doesn't seem efficient, so I'm guessing this is the scenic route. Walking this way hinders how we can communicate with each other significantly. I can't talk to Shizune at all. Shizune and Misha are down to one-handed gestures only. It feels nice though, so I don't mind too much. When I make a crack about it to Misha, she responds with mild confusion.
Really, Hichan? If you really want Shichan's attention, you can tell me, and then I can tap her on the shoulder for you.
You could just let me go and I'll do it myself. How are you going to tap her on the shoulder from over there?
Like this?
She suddenly stops in her tracks roughly, and tries to reach behind her back and across my shoulders to get Shizune's attention. She succeeds, but only because when Misha stopped, I had to as well, or we'd all fall over. Obviously, Shizune had to jerk to a halt, too. The sight makes Misha let out one of her characteristic laughs, which shakes us around more, and Shizune starts flailing her free hand to get her to stop, which only causes her to laugh harder. It is pretty funny to watch her getting so flustered, and I start laughing too.
Oh, we're done with that scene? Okay. These are some short scenes, it feels like. Here we go again with the American-Japanese bedroom. What is this word?
Pangrammatic window.
Okay.
I've been neglecting my sign language studies, so I should probably spend some time studying up on it. Although, I think I've learned a lot just by osmosis. I'm very proud of that, and will have to be careful not to brag about it. Most of the books I brought with me aren't manuals on learning sign language, but studies about different signing dialects. I know Shizune has some secret signals with Misha that only the two of them know the meaning of. After seeing a couple of them, this book caught my eye in the school library. Maybe I should incorporate some examples into my own signing, to mess with them, because I'm pretty sure that they have started using their code words more when I started learning sign language. That'll teach them. After a quick break for a shower, I resumed practicing my signing in the guest room mirror. Yesterday, I crashed my fingers against each other pretty hard. It's still smart, and I don't want a repeat of that to happen again. Hi. I hear knocking on the door behind me and turn to find Hideaki standing inside the doorway, staring at me. How polite of him to knock, but usually you don't open the door first. What are you doing? I'm practicing sign language. How long have you been standing there? I did not see anything. That isn't the point. I don't even know what he means by that. It's not like I was doing something that I would be ashamed to have people see me doing. Although, sign language must look strange to most people. I'm only used to it from being around Shizune and Misha so much. I'm brushing up on my sign language and reading about it too. Stuff like the history of it, even though they cover it in sign language class. Your school teaches sign language as a class? Yeah. One of the first things they brought up was that it's not very common to do that. I guess we're very international or something. Well, yeah, you don't learn I was gonna say ASL. It's like, wait a minute. It's not ASL he's learning JSL? Japanese Sign Language would definitely be different from American Sign Language, so... It looks fun. Well, I wouldn't call it fun. If you do not enjoy this, it seems like a lot of work to go through Okay, let me redo this. If you do not enjoy this, it seems like a lot of work to go through just to talk to my sister. But it's still, like... Okay. Why does everyone keep saying that? Hideaki's mouth twitches like he was about to laugh, but he restrains himself. Come to think of it, he hasn't laughed once since I've met him. I could take it as a compliment that he doesn't laugh at me, but I'm curious to see it. Laugh. Ellipses. Why? Why? It was the fastest and most direct way I could think of towards accomplishing my goal. Can you teach me sign language? He says it plainly, but his body language is nervous, showing that he clearly needs to put some effort in to ask. I guess Hideaki likes his sister after all. I think Misha's a lot more approachable though, so I wonder why he didn't ask her. Probably because she's fucking nuts. Secretly, I'm shouting yes inside. I had thought he wanted to learn sign language and even brought it up, but he had evaded the subject skillfully. It turns out I was right after all. I don't really know why this makes me so pleased. Sure. But now that I think about it, I'm not a sign language teacher. I don't even know where to start. In class, I'd be learning stuff gradually over a week. Does Hideaki expect me to teach him anything usable in a one-day crash course? My teacher spent a couple days just giving a history of sign language. I decided to start off with that, to buy some time while I figure out how I can segue it into the hard stuff. 5 minutes in, Hideaki raises his hand. I don't understand what you're doing. Well, you can't just jump into teaching, you know? You have to ease into it. It's like when you go swimming, you don't just jump in the lake like in some movie. I don't swim. It's like scientists managed to create a process to suck out all the hyperactive, infuriating, and childish qualities of a small child and then implant them into the dad, creating a raging jerk dad and leaving behind Hideaki. I begin to feel claustrophobic, despite the fact that the guest room is 3 times bigger than my dorm room and there's just the 2 of us in here. It's all in my head, I know it, and I don't care. I still use it as an excuse to move the lesson outside. There's no fucking way Shizune has this in her house.
Like, there's no way this is her fucking garden. Whew.
It's a lot easier to concentrate out here. Even the precious few seconds it took to relocate managed to allow me to sort my thoughts. There were no questions during this time. Hideaki can't seem to talk and walk at the same time. Eventually, however, I start to realize that if I'm going to teach him anything, I have to keep the lesson constantly moving. The second there's an opening for it, he'll ask a question, which will lead to more questions. Then there's no end to it. The second time he asks me why a certain hand motion means what it does, and I have to reach deep into my memory to look for etymology, I don't know about a gesture I only knew about a month longer than him, I start looking for an out.
Hideaki, let's take a break.
Okay. What is your school like? This kid is like a little reporter, but it makes sense for someone his age to be curious, and this is one question I don't mind.
What's it like?
I never really thought about it.
It's on top of this mountain, so it feels kind of isolated and lonely up there sometimes, even though that's also why it has a pretty great view. The students there are interesting. Actually, I felt bad at first. You know what kind of school it is, right?
Yes. I felt bad because I didn't want to go there. I don't even remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. Probably it was something like a school for crippled people would be a depressing place. They were telling me to go be forgotten there. Then, everyone there was just living their lives for the most part, so I felt even worse.
It wasn't different at all, so I felt like kind of a jerk.
Shizune was the first person I met. She's in most of my classes. Misha too, they're always together. I guess the school is accommodating enough to pair them up as much as possible. There's this...
Excuse me.
There's this girl in my class, Hanako, whom I feel bad for. She has these burns, and seems to have a complex about them. But I think she looks fine. She's a cute girl, and friends with Lily too. You know Lily, right? Does she bring up Hanako? Yes, sometimes. I'm trying to remember who else is interesting. We have a little track star ace who runs on these prosthetics. There's this one girl, Rin, who doesn't have arms, but she's a great painter. All her art has this harsh, alive quality. Have you ever been to Yamaku? You've probably seen some of it hanging around. A little weird sometimes, but I've always heard that artistic and creative types are like that. That reminds me, the guy who lives across the hall from me is pretty weird too. But he can be interesting at least, except when he goes on these misogynistic rants. Reminds me of 4chan. You ever know about that site? You're also interesting. Is that bad? And what's with that tone? What does that even mean? Are you saying I'm weird, Hideaki? You talk a lot. My first instinct is to go on the defensive, but the more I think about it, he has a point. That's right, I do talk a lot. I don't think I used to. I think it's probably because of all the time I spend around Shizune and Misha. Talking with them, I get caught up in all their circular logic and just how they do everything. I feel like I'm going to be drowned out or left behind. My sister can drown you out? It's not like she's literally talking over me and stuff, obviously. It's hard to explain. They have more energy than I do. It's like an aggressiveness. I don't feel like I have to match it, but I want to. I think maybe your sister has that effect on people. Ellipses. Do you look up to your sister? He stares at me blankly, tense and confused as to how to react to the question. I will be better than Shizune. Better at what? At everything. Like what? I could do magic tricks. You mean like telling people you've got their nose, or more like the kind of magic where you pull a rabbit out of your ass? He doesn't look happy. Someday I will see Hideaki laugh. I might just try tickling him if I have to.
Oh, crap. Well, here we go.
The back door flies open, and Jigoro strides out of it, keeping his back straight and taking giant, slow, regal strides, like either a king or a huge jackass. I try to turn away, using the train of logic that if I can't see him, he can't see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and he comes over so fast it's like he appeared out of the air over my shoulder.
Aho! What's up here? What are you two doing, flailing your hands around? Playing cat's cradle like a bunch of girls? The toxic masculinity just jumped out, huh?
I'm teaching Hideaki some sign language. What about you, Mr. Hakamichi? He narrows his eyes suspiciously, as if he's not used to people being polite to him.
I am writing an autobiography of my life and times. And by writing, I mean I am dictating it to my biographer. Unfortunately, she's running late. Unprofessional. Perhaps you should read it when it's published later this year. I could put you on the waiting list. Maybe it will give you the moral compass you seem to lack in your life, and inspire you to stop sucking!
What do you mean? Inspire you to stop sucking. Stop sucking so much!
It can't be sustainable for him to be so casually insulting to everyone. Though Hideaki is likely too detached to even notice, Shizune is deaf, and most of the insults must fly over Misha's head. But surely Akira must have an opinion on this. I try not to think about it. If he is doing this to psych me out, then I have to stay calm or he wins. He must absolutely definitely not win. This must be how Shizune feels.
How old are you? 46.
That doesn't seem old enough to justify writing a biography. I mean, that's not even old. Don't most people start writing their memoirs a lot later than that?
Shut up, boy! I'm going to give you advice. Do not talk about matters of age with people older than you. You are less than half my age. You have no right to talk about old. I have an ulcer older than you.
He should get that checked out. He might have a point, though. He is definitely older than I am.
Either way, even if we were the same age, I wouldn't have to explain myself to you, sweater vest.
Ugh.
Why do you make that noise? Are you mad? Well, obviously. Good. Your sweater is terrible, and I want you to feel bad about it. The burn tells me it's working.
Why are you dissing my fashion, old man? Oji-san? Fuzaken yo. I like my sweater.
I'm sure you like huffing. Oh my god.
I don't know if I can say this.
I'm sure you like huffing glue too. That doesn't make it right.
I feel like that was a ableist joke. I don't huff glue. Where did you get the impression I do? That is slander. I wonder how Hideaki knows what slander is. Maybe Jigoro was a lawyer. I could sort of see that, although I thought only TV lawyers were this antagonistic. I don't know if I should take the chance and ask if that's his job. He's right, it is slander. Are you a lawyer? Are you Phoenix Wright?
I was guessing. I almost said a gay. I was guessing. A guess based on the fact that you are stupid.
Okay.
It's like how you're assuming I'm a lawyer, except you have no reason to think that. If you want to know what I do so badly, why don't you pre-order my autobiography?
Here's the thing, though. If it's going to be an autobiography, you have to be the one to write it, motherfucker. Otherwise, it's just a regular biography. You literally said to me a few minutes ago that you were trying to get someone to write it for you. Shut the fuck up and learn terms, motherfucker.
Now you're insulting my book, and by extension, my entire life.
What an insecure man.
What gives you the right to do that? Arrogant. I'm trying to think of how I can make you understand my struggle. Maybe by beating you with my autobiography. I hope you walk away from the beating having learned a valuable lesson, like not making assumptions.
Assault. But he made an assumption too that I huffed glue. I consider calling him out on this glaring example of hypocrisy, but I don't think it's worth it. He would probably explain his way out of it by saying, "Shut up, boy."
Back in my day, children were seen and not heard, and to be an adult meant having experienced many hardships. With even a glance, people could instantly judge a man's character. Childhood existed only to temper you for adulthood. When you look at me, can you not see the catalog of my experiences even at a glance?
Maybe. Were you a sword fighter? He could also be Hawaiian.
And a werewolf! What? Okay. What the fuck is happening here?
Wait, didn't you tell me before not to make assumptions? Now you just asked me to assume stuff. And you're saying everyone when you were my age did it. And that had to be like the 80s. That wasn't even that long ago. I'm ready to give him a piece of my mind for talking like he had to walk 15 miles in the snow to ride a coal train, that he had to shovel coal into himself before climbing up a mountain while fighting ogres to get to school. But now that I finally want to fight, Jigoro is happy to have a good thing going, just continuing to ramble about how difficult it was growing up one generation ago, twirling his sword like a baton and stopping occasionally to yawn or check the time. The tardiness of his autobiographer is still foremost in his mind. That means the whole time he's been insulting me, he must have been doing it just to pass the time. To add insult to insult, his watch is also really nice.
When I was your age, kids had responsibilities. Not like today. Sickening. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions anymore. They just do whatever they want, thinking no one will hold them accountable since they're young.
It's odd. That description could fit Shizune and Misha. I thought something similar only yesterday. But it only fits them slightly.
Look at yourself. An amoral, directionless, delinquent glue huffer with a complete lack of etiquette and absolutely no fashion sense. You are tomorrow's Japan. Disgraceful. Is this the future of this once great country?
Is it weird that I am getting right-wing grifter vibes from him? He's talking so much shit about how, like, you know, it's like, he is the kind of guy who would say, "Make America great again," and then get punched in the face for saying that shit at a Democratic rally.
I know someone you would get along with well.
Don't interrupt! Who? One of your friends? Why would I want to talk to some awful teenager? Have you even been listening? Why are you so rude, boy? Your attitude is not one that will make you a lot of friends.
I wish you would stop giving me so much advice. Or at least, I wish he would give me advice that he would have the decency to adhere to himself.
Where have you been?
Huh?
Not you, idiot.
Hi, honey.
I've just been arguing with your dad. Ellipses. Oops. I didn't notice you there.
Shizune smiles and gives a short wave. Her arrival made Jigoro stop talking, so I'm already happy to see her for that reason alone. Misha and I decided to go into town again. Hisao, I noticed you were looking at some clothes yesterday in a store window, and I thought I would go back and buy some of them for you. It was supposed to be a surprise, though. She looks annoyed that the surprise is ruined, even though she ruined it herself. Here you go.
Thanks.
Misha wanted to cut her hair. I told her not to, but she said it was too hot for the summer.
Yeah?
I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me. It must be like an oven under there.
I want to see it. Where is Misha anyway?
Over here! Hi, Hachan! Hi, Mr. Shichan's father! Hi, Hideaki!
Ellipses.
Oh my god. That is really short.
Misha runs around us once in a wide circle before stopping next to Shizune. For the first time, she hasn't put her hands over my eyes, although now I see she has bags of her own to carry, so it's not like she could have even if she wanted to. Although I am positive she's tried before. Her meticulously styled curls are gone now, in favor of a much shorter, sportier look. Misha looks even happier than usual, probably because she knows she won't have to wake up at the crack of dawn every morning just to do her hair.
What is that haircut? You look like an intern. Your old haircut merely made you look like you were wearing a pink judge wig. Judge to intern is a huge demotion.
Hisao, is he saying something insulting? Tell him not to insult my friends.
Don't insult my friends. Which one of you is talking? Both of us. I agree with her.
What do you think, Hachan?
You should have kept it like it was.
Aw, Hachan, you look disappointed. You don't like it either?
Well, yeah, I'll admit I kind of liked your old haircut more, but I think this one is nice too. It suits you.
Aw, thanks, Hachan.
Touching. If you like it so much, maybe you two should trade.
You can't trade a haircut, bitch.
What a shame. Even her old haircut would suit you so much more than your current slacker haircut. Awful. As for you,
It is funny he fucking says that when he's got like the most ocean blue mullet ever.
Actually, this is much less garish than your other haircuts. I like it.
Really? Thanks, Mr. Shizune's dad.
It's Mr. Hakamichi. Talk like a normal person.
I don't understand. Okay. I'll call you Mr. Hakamichi.
I mean, honestly, the haircut's really nice.
It's like speaking to a slide whistle. Contemptible. Where's my biographer? Hideaki!
He starts quietly muttering to himself and walks off. I guess a wannabe cranky old man like Jigoro would at the very least be hesitant to yell at girls. Suddenly, he doubles back, unable to resist his urge to have the last word.
And another thing, you do not have to be so loud. I don't like being shouted at.
What? Shouting? I'm not shouting.
I can't think of anyone more unqualified to talk about what's garish or to chastise someone else on shouting at people. Excuse me. It's like a parade of hypocrisies and the hits just keep coming. An unusual reaction seems to be taking place. Misha apparently finds Jigoro funny and laughs pretty much every time he says something, which only makes him berate her harder. I guess this is what they call a vicious circle. Misha's voice is punctuated with explosions of laughter and seems to come from everywhere. On the other hand, Jigoro's is booming and directed like a cannon. In any case, they are both unbelievably loud. The more they talk to each other, the more they seem to play off each other's volume and get louder.
Ow! My ears hurt!
Why are you shouting?
She's like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Shizune's hands wrap around my eyes from behind, something I'm so used to Misha doing that for the first time I find myself confused by it, since Misha is in front of me. She lets go and holds a finger up to her lips. What a perfect distraction. Now's our opportunity. Let's sneak off. Why do we have to sneak off? Why not just walk off?
It wouldn't be as fun. It's decided. It's a secret mission. Escape without being detected. Extract Hideaki for bonus points.
Already, she has simplified the situation into a game. Shizune quietly slides away from the scene and begins edging towards the house. I walk towards it, normally. I can't find Shizune at first, but eventually she walks into the main part of the house, sipping a glass of ice water and dangling her glasses back and forth from her free hand. She whips them on as soon as she sees me.
You didn't rescue Hideaki. That means you don't get the bonus points. If you were also being graded on style, I'd have to deduct points for a boring escape.
It looked like you wanted to talk to me. I didn't know I had to be stylish about it. You know, some say that the most stylish people are the ones that don't try too hard to look cool.
You're really cool.
I wonder how it is that I can pick up on her sarcasm so easily, and how hard it might have been for her to learn the concept of sarcasm without being able to hear. I can't imagine it. You seem like you're in a good mood. Although I guess it isn't really a good mood. It's more that she seems very excited.
I'm in a bad mood.
Setting her drink down, Shizune sits down on the couch.
I liked her regular hairstyle so much more. It looks so pretty. It was refined and meticulous. Now she looks too sporty and tomboyish.
I wouldn't call Misha refined and meticulous. That sounds more like you. You should give it a chance. Grow your hair out and make it look like drills. Actually, maybe this suits you just fine. Shizune rubs the frame of her glasses roughly, looking annoyed at the implications behind what I just signed to her. That's fine, because I was totally implying that. She moves a little closer to me when I take a seat.
I'm a tomboy?
Well, no one would call you a tomboy, based on appearances. Shizune glares at me, unamused. I have to fight to keep a straight face. Maybe you two should trade haircuts anyway. Ellipses.
You sound like my father.
It's true. Shizune giggles noiselessly when she sees my displeasure at the realization. Jumping to her feet, she twirls an invisible sword in her left hand while standing up militarily straight and grimacing. A terrifyingly accurate impression.
Anyway, I don't take advice from someone who wears a blue sweater with brown pants. Where's your sense of color coordination? Dreadful. But changing my haircut, that might be fun. Wouldn't it be? I want to see how everyone would react.
You must really like playing with people. Sometimes I think a little too much. No answer. The way she fiddles with her glasses, brow furrowed, tells me that it's because she can't.
It's fun.
Then, with more confidence and while pulling herself closer to me,
it's fun to drag more and more people into my life.
Oh, I see. I wonder if I'm included in that number. I want to ask, but I'm not even sure how I would. Shizune wags a finger preemptively, indicating that she won't be answering such a question anyway. Uh-oh. She reaches for her glass, but doesn't seem to realize how far she's managed to inch away from it all this time. To prevent herself from tipping over clumsily, Shizune tries to grab onto me, and ends up pulling me on top of her. Oh! Oh, this is, okay. As I lean over her, I can feel the heat coming off her body and realize how close we are. I can hear her soft breathing and the slight rustling of her clothes as she momentarily fidgets about. A blush starts to creep into her cheeks, but her eyes stare straight into mine, dark and unblinking. It's the same look from the first time I saw her, piercing and devoid of any clear emotions, just waiting to see what'll happen next, like the eyes of a cat. It makes me feel uncomfortable being looked at in such a way. This is the first time I've been so close to her for an extended period of time, and the mood is different now. The situation now isn't the same as a passing touching of hands or her and Misha's usual games. Shizune's fingers weave together tentatively, but she makes no move to sign. The look in her eyes isn't just nothing, like I thought. It's more like expectation. I wonder if maybe I've been following the string of her expectations this entire time.
Oh. Okay.
I feel her grabbing me by the shoulders and then gently, but firmly, pushing me off of her. I roll sideways onto the soft couch and pull myself into a sitting position less than a foot from her. The way I feel, she might as well have thrown me 10 yards. When I think about it, this is perhaps one of the biggest drawbacks to sign language. Shizune said that the fact that you have to sign your words out with your hands means you have time to reflect on what you say before you say it. But on the other hand, it also means that what would normally just be an awkward silence becomes an insurmountable wall. I just blurt out something, anything, to try and dispel the tension I'm feeling right now if I could, but I can't. Ordinarily, I think that what would be normal would be to apologize, and maybe leave. But right now, I wonder if that is even applicable. I can't get past how guilty such an action would seem, like I were just slinking away. Of course, it's not like I can just play it off like nothing happened either. That would just be insulting to both of us. So, as much as I don't want to, I apologize quickly, so quickly I forget to sign it. Then I go back to my room.
I hope the scene ends, because I think that'll be when we take a break. Because, God, my mouth is starting to ache.
Sighing, I let myself fall backwards into bed. I wish I could just go to sleep right now, but I feel wide awake.
Hi.
I sit up when I hear the door closing and open my eyes to see Shizune sitting in the chair in front of me. Ellipses. She asks a question that goes right over my head due to my surprise. It's not a feeling I'm good at concealing, and I don't think it's what she intended. Whatever she was saying, she backs off and doesn't attempt to sign again for a while. This is the first time I've been in your room. Shizune tenses her fingers and puts on an exaggerated attempt to make herself look embarrassed and modest at the thought. I can't appreciate the joke. Just the fact that she's here has me feeling a bit scattered.
Very funny. It isn't even my room. It's your guest room. Besides, you and Misha barged into my room once before.
It seems as if she expects me to say more. I remember feeling very panicked when they burst into my room, afraid of what conclusions they would jump to seeing the wall of pills lining the place. I don't think that Shizune remembers, though. It made you nervous. The way she says it so factually stings me.
A lot of things make me nervous. You're one of them.
Because you're overeager to always get people involved in whatever you're doing. Whether it's joining the student council or even taking a break, whether they want to or not.
Ellipses.
String of ellipses. More ellipses.
She signs almost at a crawl, her hands pausing mid-sentence far too much, causing the words to dissipate formlessly before I can even begin to try to understand them. I try not to let on that this is the case. It seems to work, but she looks a little sad, and I regret that I have nothing to say to snap her from the strangely wistful and distant expression she is wearing. All I can do is wait for her to come out of it.
That's a new expression.
You're right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but Lately, I'm no longer sure if it's the right thing to do. I enjoyed you taking me to your favorite restaurant the other night. It's not like that was my favorite restaurant. I have others I like. I might even be able to rank them by number.
Really?
This chair is so hard. I want to sit on the bed. Motioning to her to go ahead, I wait for her to get off the chair and take her place when she does. Though I didn't intend for it to be, she finds it amusing. Close your eyes.
Why?
It's a surprise. I decide to humor her and close them. I can feel her leaning over me, and suddenly, something soft and moist touches my lips. My body tenses up in surprise. Fortunately, not as awkward a reaction as I could have made. It was just a quick peck, and I almost think that's the end of it. But then she kisses me again, more deeply this time. Her hands slide onto my shoulders, up to my neck, and then back down again. Then across my shoulders and down my arms.
Wait, is this? Hold up.
I was thinking in the back of my head, like, wait, is this the scene? But I was like, dude, I need a break. I can feel the weight of her body on my legs, and the eroticism of the situation isn't lost on me. At this point, I'm ready to try and open my eyes just a crack, but as if expecting it, she puts her fingers on my eyelids.
Oh, it is this scene. Oh boy.
Okay, I actually don't remember if there's anything explicitly showing in this scene. Okay, so we're gonna be winging it, guys. Woohoo! And it happened. Oh my god. Well, I guess if that's the case, I need to take some water. Oh my god, I thought oh boy.
Oh. That's a sex scene title if I've ever seen one.
Seconds later, something ties my hands together at the wrists, and I panic, not knowing what to make of this. My first thought is to ask Shizune what she's thinking. Even though she can't hear me, I'm sure she gets the gist of it. She won't let go of my hands, tracing her fingers over them, from the lines of my palms, over my knuckles, and to my wrists.
Is there anything explicit showing? Because obviously I have the sensor here, guys. I gotta push this up. Oh shit. This is not showing all the way. Chotomate. I'm just gonna... Oh, that's not it. Fuck. How do I do this again? There we go. What's this song again? Oh, okay. Can I see the image real quick? Okay, there's nothing showing. Sorry about that. Okay. Hey, what are you doing? What's this? Course? Of course, with my hands tied behind my back, I might as well be gagged. A part of me can't help but think that this is what she intended. As if reading my thoughts, a mischievous expression lights up her face, but her blushing doesn't fade. In fact, it only deepens when our eyes meet. Embarrassed, she leans deeper into our partial embrace, hiding her face by burying it in my shoulder and neck. Her hair is soft and tickles me, and I let out a laugh knowing that she won't hear me, won't be offended. Oh boy.
I think it's fine if we don't censor it. I mean, I don't remember if anything explicit shows up. Oh boy, okay. Alright, well, I guess, we're having sex at this moment. So, just tread carefully, guys.
Shizune's hands move downwards to the fly of my oh my god, to the fly of my pants, covered by her skirt. Her hands disappear from view, only to jerk back on touching my erection. Shizune almost falls off me from nervousness. It's like she didn't expect it to be there. I'm just gonna have my mouse hovering over the sensor board just in case. The sudden display of naivete is the starkest contrast yet to how forward she has been so far, and I find it amusing. Suddenly, she seems very immature again. A high school girl playing the role of a more aggressive woman.
Okay, I'm gonna just put the censor up because the text might get me flagged.
How do I say this? Okay. She pokes at my penis curiously with her index finger, her face reddening as she runs the rest of her fingers down its underside. Her movements are soft and curious, and they belie the embarrassed look on her face. It's likely Shizune is as nervous as I am, so I'm a bit relieved when she stops her exploratory prodding, but then I think about what's next to come. She might try and unbutton my shirt. Who knows what she would say, seeing the scar on my chest. I'm still self-conscious about it, and I can imagine the concern on her face on seeing it, the tenting of her fingers in thought. Okay, I think I can turn off the sensor, at least here. Luckily, in this position, she couldn't take off my sweater without ripping it off me. The fear fades from my mind. Now, I'm only experiencing a strange, uncomfortable mix of anticipation and nervousness. Okay, back to the censor. A newfound lightness on my knees brings me back to reality, and I can see Shizune standing on the tips of her toes to slide her underwear down her thighs. When she sees me looking at her, she tries to cover my eyes with one hand. I wonder exactly when it was that I started being attracted to her. Not just attracted to her physically, but drawn to her. And I wonder why. She's pretty, but then also very combative. Not just that, but she seems to like being that way. The way she's acting now, however, and at other times, doesn't really fit that image. I'm starting to think that maybe her tying my hands might have been for more reasons than just the most obvious. Okay, still nothing showing. I think I can get away with showing this. Still, that aggressiveness that she flashes around as comfortably as a business card is real. I don't know whether or not that kind of attitude could be considered dangerous. If it is, I wonder what kind of person that makes me. It was probably the first week I was here. A week doesn't sound so long when I think about it, but at the time it did. Even though I pretty much thought my days were numbered that week, it still seemed to go by so slowly. Even if she can't hear me, it puts me at ease. I started to realize that I didn't have that much to complain about, but there's still... Well, never mind. She glances at me, for no reason other than that I'm talking. Because she can't understand what I'm saying, Shizune becomes increasingly flustered, but doesn't sign anything in reply.
Okay, we gotta put the censor back on because of the fucking text.
Shizune sucks in her breath sharply as she lowers herself onto the cock, trying to keep herself upright as she teeters on top of me. The skirt of her dress covers both of our intimate parts and traps our body heat under it like a tent. Under it, I feel unbearably hot, and Shizune's hand guiding me into her only adds to it.
Oh, that is... I don't think I could... I don't even think... I think even if I wasn't worried about the text, I don't think I could show the image. Like, there's nothing explicit showing, but you can tell... Like, Shizune's facial expression definitely says a lot.
Oh boy. The second that I penetrate her, Shizune winces, then nearly falls on top of me. The sudden sensation is mind-numbing, and I feel waves of pleasure radiate through me from both ends of my body. It feels as if my entire lower body is enveloped in the warmth and wetness of Shizune's body, able to feel her every twitch and shudder as she starts moving.
Oh boy, I'm sorry, it is just like, I have to read this out loud.
Shizune begins rocking her hips back and forth, at first slowly, but with her tempo increasing each time she pulls herself almost completely off of me, only to plunge back down at the last second. Being so close to her, I can see the sweat beading on her skin, and the fog that forms on her glasses when they slide down her nose and too close to her mouth, before she pushes them back up. Her fingertips press into my shoulders, holding onto them to steady herself, pushing against them to pull herself off of me, and then running down my arms and grasping for my wrists and hands as she pushes herself back down. Maneuvering around like this is difficult at best. Shizune tries to brace herself against me while pushing herself up and down with her feet. I attempt to kiss her, but only manage to succeed in touching our foreheads together, at least not painfully. My thoughts wander briefly to whether or not the door is locked. If it were to open now, I'd probably have a heart attack, literally. And then there's the question of who would be opening the door. The sense of danger only serves to make Shizune's movements more torturous, and I wish she would speed up, but from this position, it may not even be possible.
Oh boy.
I start moving my hips upwards in rhythm with her, trying to drive myself deeper into her. It doesn't matter to me that my movements are shaking the chair we're on, creating a loud knock as the wooden chair raps against the wooden floor.
I can't say that. That's Shizune moaning.
Her breathing grows louder, and even sounds like suppressed moans escape her throat. Though it's obvious that she wants to hold them in, they're still loud enough that they would be audible to anyone standing outside the door. I stop thrusting into Shizune, partly because it's harder to keep up with her as she starts getting more and more into it, and moving faster than I can manage to match while under her.
Oh dear, that was the heart.
My heart races so quickly that I can almost hear the blood pounding in my temples, and more worryingly, I can feel a dull throb in my chest. I stop thinking about the pressure I feel between my thighs, if only for a moment.
That is a phrase.
That moment, though, is enough. Combined with the tightness of her squeezing herself around me, and the sensation of her skin rubbing against mine, I tense up and fire off inside Shizune, a fleeting feeling of power and flight. Afterwards, I listen to the sound of my heartbeat slowing down until it reaches its normal rhythm. I listen to the sound of Shizune's breathing as it does the same. Her glasses are slightly askew, and this is the first time she isn't messing around with them in some way. I want to straighten them for her, but the second I try, I'm reminded that I can't. Shizune seems to have forgotten it as well. Instead of getting up, she presses herself against me in the chair to extend her reach. It's almost as if this is the only position she can think to untie my hands from. That is what I think as I feel her unbinding my wrists. However, she doesn't get off me. Her fingers gently stroke against mine, occasionally bending inwards to run over my palms. It's funny, but I feel more connected to Shizune through this simple act than before. Shizune stays pressed against me like this for some time. It's a little uncomfortable, but it makes me feel happy, as if I could stay like this for hours. Okay.
Alright, we're taking a break after that. So that was a scene. Let's see, 53%. I love this description. Shizune and Hisao join together for the first time. Okay, we have to be nearing the end of Act 3, because look at how many scenes we've had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many scenes did Act 2 have, I wonder? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, do all the... I'm curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so 13 scenes for Act 2 of Emmy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 scenes for Act 3 of Emmy. And then 4 is 5. Okay. What about Hanako? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 for Act 2 of Hanako. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 for Act 3 of Hanako. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Okay, I was just curious because I was like, how many scenes are in each act for the girls? And it's like, okay, so there's not really like a consistent number. But yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 8. So we have 9 scenes for Act 2 of Shizune. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, technically 7. I do wonder if we are approaching the end of Act 3. I hope so. Because honestly, that was my plan for tonight. Was like, I wanted to finish off Act 3. So that way we could have the entirety of Act 4 for the next stream. But yeah, I think we're doing good. Let's see. Oh, that's... Damn it. This. Where's Shizune again? Here she is. Yeah, we got a lot of CGs here. Oh, we're missing one. Interesting. But yeah, like, how many CGs do we get? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 CGs within this one stream. Damn. Doing really well. Do we have all the... We're still missing a track here. Which is fine. Okay. Okay. Wait, why'd I do that? By the way, I just realized I forgot that I said I was going to talk about Tanabata, and I never did. I mean, okay, like, if you... Okay, here's the thing. So, Tanabata, as I said before, it takes place on July 7th. And Oh god, my throat is aching. But yeah, as I was saying, like, Tanabata takes place on July 7th, and I think if I'm remembering correctly, it actually is not a it did not, I don't think the tale originated in Japan. I think it's actually a Chinese folk tale. Unfortunately, I don't remember what it's called in Chinese. Or I guess, well, Mandarin or Cantonese, I don't remember. But, alright, we got some music going on. Here we go. But, essentially, if you don't know the folklore, it is, I think in English it is called The Cowherder and the Weaver Girl? I could be wrong about that, obviously. But essentially, the folklore, the tale is about, obviously these two individuals, a man and a woman, who meet and eventually fall in love with each other. And they go through the whole thing. Like, they have a whole family. I believe they have an actual family. However, let me actually look it up real quick. Where the hell? No. Okay, here it is. So, so Tanabata, as it says, is the Japanese version of the Chinese, oh boy, Kishi Festival, aka the Night of Sevens. And the reason why it's called Tanabata is because, like folklore is wont to do, it's spread around, and basically Tanabata is the Japanese name for this. So it is said here that the festival is based on the legend of two lovers, Orihime, or Jinu, which I think is the Chinese name, the Weaver Girl, and Hikoboshi, or Niulong, the Cowherd, symbolized respectively by the stars Vega and Altair. Throughout the year, they are separated by the River of the Milky Way, but for a single night each year, the 7th day of the 7th month of the most Chinese lunar solar calendars, which is July 7th, at least in Japan, one of them is said to be able to cross the void, and they can be together. The method of crossing varies depending on the storyteller, but the most popular and romantic way is by a bridge of birds who serve them out of sympathy for their plight, often magpies, which are lucky birds in Chinese mythology. God, I'm so out. Like, my fucking throat is aching. Is that fur sticking out of my mic? But yeah, so that is Tanabata. And and the thing is that it's like, it's most appropriately, like, it's usually appropriate to star-crossed lovers. I could have sworn though that there was like one version of the folktale I heard where it's like, oh yeah, the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl had an actual family, like they had kids. Which makes that whole situation even sadder, because the kids can't even, like, because I think if I remember right, it's Orihime, I think, that, like, is... Because, again, they get separated. One of them resides on Earth, while the other resides in the heavens. And I think in the most common folktale, it's usually Orihime that goes to the heavens, while Hikoboshi is on the Earth. So yeah, it's like the kids, so it's like so in the one version of the tale where they had kids, it's like, oh my god, the kids can't even see their mother outside of one day of the year. It's awful. You know what's funny? I think of, like, the tale of the Tanabata reminds me very similarly, honestly, to the tale of I almost said Kaguya, it's like, no, that's not it. Hoyi and Chonge, I mean, to be fair, can you blame me for... It's so similar. You know, it's just that, like, I think if that... From that... Because I know that's a Chinese folktale. Because I think... from that story, it's similar. You have a man and a woman meet and they fall in love. But... the emperor is involved. I believe. You're gonna have to forgive me on this. I'm blanking on a lot of this. But basically, there is a potion of immortality involved. And I think it's Chang'e that takes the potion, and it gives her immortal life. However, I think because of that, she's then taken up to the celestial realm or something like that. And thus she and her lover Hoyi are separated. But unlike you know, the tale of Hikoboshi and Orihime, Hoyi and Chang'e do not get reunited whatsoever. They are permanently separated, which sucks. Something tells me that China has a really great fascination with star-crossed lovers. I mean, listen, I'm not a fan of the trope itself, mainly because it's like, listen, I'm not a fan of the angst. But, anyway, we're on break. And that means that we go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want to do for half hour to 40 minutes, because we're on break. Speaking of which, I do need to go to the bathroom, because I was gonna do that before I hopped on here, but then I got angry at the cat. So... I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now, because I need to. But, yeah, so... I'll see you all later, at least in 5 minutes. See you then! Alrighty, I'm back. It's gone for 10 minutes, holy. Oh wait, this is a bad idea. I accidentally went on Twitter by accident. It's like, oh shit. Alrighty, let's just finish this off, I guess. Airi, what the hell are you doing? Okay. Alright, so. Pokemon Presents. So obviously, Pokemon had their next announcement, I guess we could say, yesterday. And side note, it's fucking crazy that it's been like 29 years. And next year's gonna be 30 years since Pokemon was a thing. It's like, holy fuck. But, not gonna lie. So, here's the thing. I will say, I hate how early they schedule this shit as. They schedule that shit. Like, I had to, like, it wasn't gonna be showing up on my thing until like 8 in the morning, and it's like, bruh, I'm tired. I'm tired. So I decided that I was gonna sleep through it, and then just like, you know, catch up on the news on Twitter when I woke up. That didn't end up happening, so I had to watch the video myself. So here's the thing, I predicted that we were most likely going to get news about Legend ZA, and I was right about that. However, I wasn't sure if the entire video was going to be dedicated towards it, like the major focus was mainly going to be on that. So I also threw out like, well, maybe Gen 10 announcement or Gen 5 remix. Of course, I also threw my personal thing of like, you know, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon remake. But I wasn't feeling hopeful. And I was right. I mean, it is just funny because it's like the first, like, I think like for like the presentation was like 19 minutes long, I think. And I think like the first 14 minutes were dedicated entirely to, you know, the mobile shit. Like, I mean, again, like, they were showing off Pokemon Go, Pokemon Sleep, Pokemon Cafe Remix, Pokemon Masters. And now they're coming out with another mobile game called Pokemon Champions. And I'm not gonna lie, I do wonder what that game, because the way they described it was very like it's a battle-oriented game. And I am, you know, and the fact that they described it as like, you know, a game in which you can battle trainers from all over the world. I do wonder if, like, Pokemon Champions is basically, like, what if we took the competitive battling aspect out of the, you know, from the mainline series, and then just put it in a game of itself? But, I mean, to be fair, I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, now granted, I don't know how big the competitive scene is in Pokemon, but I mean, it has to be pretty big. Because again, like, we've seen tournaments for the trading card game, and of course, for the actual Pokemon battling itself. So I do wonder if, again, potentially... So I do wonder if potentially, like, oh yeah, this is definitely, how do I put this? I do wonder if, like, this is just that, but for itself. I mean, it's coming out on both the Switch and mobile. I mean, I guess, like, the only thing I'm wondering about is, like, will it have crossplay? It's like, can someone on the Switch battle someone on their phone? I don't know. Like, there's not much information about it outside of what the trailer we got. That wasn't really anything. But, but obviously, like, none of that fucking matters to me because I don't play any of those. The one I was most excited about was Pokemon ZA. So... I had a lot of thoughts about it when I was looking at, like, I had to pause, like, a few times throughout the trailer to, really just be like, like, notice everything. So obviously the first thing I noticed was that we're in the future. I mean, I say we're in the future. It's more like, I mean, I'm guessing we're in the future. But the thing is, because here's the thing. I'm thinking that Pokemon Legends ZA is gonna be like kind of like an antithesis to Legends Arceus, because Legends Arceus takes place in a centuries past Sinnoh called Hisui. And from what we've seen of Legends ZA, it looks like we might be taking place in a centuries, I wish I knew what the other term was, like, like, we might be we're in the future of Kalos, or as they pronounce it, Kalos, which is weird to me. I mean, because again, like, here's the thing, they're showing off technology that I'm just like, this is too futuristic. This has to be set in the future. There was that. There's also the fact that, like, Lumio City looks a lot more, like, it's weird to say vintage, but, I mean, granted, admittedly, it's been a while since I last played through X, but Lumio City, I mean, obviously it looks different from how it was in X and Y to, Legend ZA. Or as they pronounce it, Zeta, which I might have to do as well. But, you can definitely tell it looks like, like, things are different in Lumio City. Like, it's a lot bigger, mainly because of and I will talk about that. But another thing that really caught my eye was the fact that we saw AZ and Floette. And here's the thing. It's not just a regular Floette. It's his specific Floette. Like, if you remember from X and Y, the history behind AZ and his Floette is that in the lore of X and Y, there was a war that happened in Kalos 3,000 years ago. And AZ, who I believe was the king of Kalos during that time, he created a weapon. Because the thing is that the war called Pokemon to fight for the front lines. Now, whether or not his Floette, his partner, was enlisted or if she was just caught in the crossfire, I don't know. But regardless, his partner dies from it, like legitimately dies. Like, and you even see, like, and then in the flashback they show, you even see a fucking casket. Which is fucking crazy to see in a Pokemon game of all things. But you do see a casket. Had to turn the heater on. And in response to this, AZ built a weapon that, while it succeeded in ending the war, it also killed all the Pokemon that were involved in it. All for the purpose of bringing Floette back to life. However, it not just brought the Floette back to life, it also gave both her and him immortal life. However, Floette, who, you know, was very saddened by what happened and all that, left AZ. And AZ, in his despair, basically wandered the earth for 3,000 years in search of his Floette. And I believe, if I remember correctly, AZ was, like, used by Team Flare, specifically Lysander, to rebuild the ultimate weapon. But obviously we let him go. And it's at the end of the game, after you're crowned champion, that you battle AZ in Lumio City, and after you defeat him, his Floette comes back to him. They are reunited. And in the Legend Zeta trailer, you see AZ and his Floette working in a hotel together. His hair is cut and he looks happier overall. And side note, I'm not gonna lie, I looked down at the comments for the video, and there was one comment where they were just pointing out how funny it was that, like, you know, that seeing AZ working in a hotel together, it's just so funny. And admittedly, yeah, it is funny. But honestly, I also found it really, like, just strangely heartwarming and very sweet. And that, like, you know, with these two, knowing the lore behind them, and I mean, the thing is, they're immortal. They can't die. So it's like, they can just do whatever the fuck they want. But instead, they just choose to work in a hotel. I don't remember if they said if the hotel was of, like, great renown, or if it's just, like, a small little thing, but, like, they just work in a hotel, servicing people, you know, giving them rooms, and, you know, and doing whatever they ask. And to me, I just found that, like, really, like, so humble. And it honestly reminded me of, like, of when Crit does their campaign endings, and they always, like, and how a lot of the times, like, the party members often get very, like, humble endings, you know, and it's so strange considering, you know, like, you know, I mean, as someone who watched, you know, both campaigns 2 and 3 from start to finish, you know, it's like, I mean, again, like, the D&D party is just, like, you know, they will do, like, the most heroic things possible, and then their endings just involve them, like, you know, just settling down somewhere in the countryside, building a home, and living out the rest of their days in peace. It's like, it's so humble. I just really like that. I really like that. I really did. And it's honestly so surprising to see AZ looking happy, because when you compare his appearance from X and Y to Zeta, like, in X and Y, he is a homeless dude. Like, he is a tall motherfucker, but he's a tall homeless dude who's clearly, like, depressed as shit. And then you compare him to Zeta, where his hair is cut. He even looks like he got a little bit of, like, color back in his cheeks. Like, he looks happier. And a lot of that, I feel like, has to do with the fact that he had Floette again. They were reunited, and he, you know, and now they're just able to live together. You know, live out time immemorial with each other. And it's like, man, it's just, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like it. Again, it's very nice. It's just, oh my god. But, there were some things I noticed. Like, first of all, the fact that we didn't see anything outside of Lumio City, and I mean, we got the wild areas that are, like, sectioned off, and it does make me think, like, is Legend Zeta gonna be taking place entirely within Lumio City? I'm not gonna lie, I feel conflicted about it, because in Legends Arceus, you traveled around different regions of Hisui. You know, like, we're talking several different regions. And it just feels weird that, like, if it is true that we're only ever gonna have Lumio City to travel in with Legend Zeta, it's like, I feel like that's a bit of a downgrade. But I don't know, obviously. Like, we don't know everything. We don't know everything. I mean, I guess, like, to me, the thing that I'm just, because the thing is with Hisui is that, like, again, you have several different regions that covered various different, like, parts of Sinnoh, along with different Pokemon, different climates, different environments, honestly. And I don't know if you can really get that if you stay in Lumio City throughout all the game. I mean, again, like, there are designated wild areas, but I don't know. Honestly, it's just now occurring to me that, like, the wild areas in Zeta, are they going to be like the wild areas in Sword and Shield? Because it just occurred to me that's, like, technically, yeah, like, I mean, the wild areas, that was all one big area that covered, like a span of Galar. But they each had, like, different sections in which, like, there were different environments. So I'm wondering if that's what they're going for with this as well. Like, they're going back to, like, the Sword and Shield wild areas, where it's like, you know, that maybe there is going to be more of there is going to be more variety in the environments as opposed to what I'm initially thinking of. I hope so. Because it's like, well, where the fuck are some of certain types of Pokemon going to reside in if there's nothing that, you know, like, what about the volcanic areas? What about the icy areas? The snowy areas, you know? What about caves? So there's that. There's the starters, which is very interesting as well. Because the starters are Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. 2 Johtos and 1 Unova. Which is interesting when you compare those starters to the Legends Arceus starters, where, you know, those starters were Rowlet, Oshawott, and Cyndaquil. 1 Johto, 1 Unova, and 1 Alola. So I do wonder, like, why are we going with Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile for Legends Zeta? I mean, there has to be a reason. Because at the very least, we can argue that, you know, the reason why certain Pokemon in Legends Arceus don't appear in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, you know, in universe, is climate change. You know, but, I mean, because again, like, Legends Arceus was taking place, you know, centuries before Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. So it's very possible that, you know, so we could very much argue that, like, maybe it was just climate change. You know, like, I mean, again, like, just the evolution of time. You know, and the land adapting. But what, I mean, and I guess you could say that might be the same excuse here in Legend Zeta. But I don't know. I'm very curious about that. Although I will say, knowing the starters for Legend Zeta, I already know who my starter is. It's gonna be Chikorita, because I don't like Tepig or Totodile. I never pick them in the games they come from, so it's Chikorita for damn sure. But now we move on to the thing that I'm most interested about, and that is the Zygarde focus. Because we saw Zygarde in 2 of its forms. One, its dog form, and the other in its baby form, its pupa form, as you could say. That I'm very interested in, right? Because I think it's been speculated since Legend Zeta was first announced that this might be a good time for the Pokemon Company to really delve into Zygarde. Because here's the thing. You don't know anything about this motherfucker. Like, even in X and Y, you find that bitch at the bottom of a cave that I think is in Snowbell City. And you don't really find out anything else about it. Like, why is that motherfucker just down there in a cave? You find out in the Kalos anime that it has different forms depending on the cells, because, as I said, you had the pupa form, then you had the dog form, then you have its default form, the one that we associate with the snake, and then you have its transformer-like form. You know, the one that wrecked Kalos. But even then, you don't find out anything. I mean, as far as I'm aware, you don't find out anything about Zygarde outside of that. And it's weird, especially when you have regular Sun and Moon, a whole generation later, and you encounter Sina and Dexio, who are Professor Sycamore's assistants in X and Y, who also masquerade as superheroes for some fucking reason, as they're vacationing in Alola, and they just hand you the Zygarde cube and are like, here, find the cells of Zygarde, go fucking nuts! And it's like, what's the reason for that? And then there's nothing! And it's so weird because I remember during, you know, X and Y's, like, time on the internet, people were speculating, like, what is Zygarde? Like, what is the purpose of Zygarde? Especially considering, like, again, we had Xerneas, then Yveltal, and then we have Zygarde. XYZ. I mean, people were joking about how, like, the third Pokemon game in X and Y was gonna be Pokemon Z. Or Z, as the Europeans like to call it. And, you know, but that never happened. Instead, we got Oraz. But because they placed an emphasis on Zygarde in Legend Zeta, I am hoping that we do get more lore about it. Like, what is Zygarde? What is the story behind it, and is it connected to Xerneas and Yveltal? Especially because I think here's, like, let me look up Zygarde real quick. Zygarde C? What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? Oh, it's just a thing for a side game. Okay, so Zygarde has 3 forms: 10% form, 50% form, and complete form. Okay, so its default... Okay, so Zygarde is known as the Order Pokemon, which, I mean, with Yveltal, it's known as Destruction. Xerneas is Life. So we have Order. Like, let me see here. Okay, so the baby form, I keep calling the pupa form, those are called Zygarde cores. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Like, what is the story behind this? Ba-da, da-da, 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 This is a movie. Sorry, I'm like reading up on this right now. Okay, I'm sure. But yeah, like, there's nothing in regards to this. I mean, the only thing I could see here, like, it's so funny, because it says here that, like... Okay, so... Zygarde. Additionally, there are two basic components of Zygarde. Zygarde cores, which act as the brains of Zygarde, and Zygarde cells, which compose Zygarde's forms and are non-sentient. Neither Zygarde cores or cells can use moves or are useful in battles. They are stored inside a cube. Zygarde 50% form was introduced in Pokemon X and Y. The cells, cores, 10% form, and complete form were revealed in the 2015 issue of Koro magazine and later introduced in Pokemon Sun and Moon. A Zygarde core played an important role in the anime during the X, Y, and Z arc. And then it just says Zygarde will play a prominent role in the upcoming Pokemon Legends Zeta. Again, you just find this motherfucker at the bottom of a cave! And it says here... Zygarde is responsible for monitoring the ecosystem of the Pokemon world for abnormalities. It has been referred to as a guardian of the ecosystem and protector of the ecosystems due to this role. It also is capable of reversing the effects of Xerneas' fairy aura and Yveltal's dark aura, thus ensuring the equilibrium of the planet and the cycle of life and death are kept in check. Okay! And then it's like you read the frickin' Dex forms, the Pokedex entries, and it's just like, you know, when the Kalos region's ecosystem falls into disarray, it disappears and reveals its secret power. It's hypothesized that it's monitoring those who destroy the ecosystem from deep in the cave where it lives. So it's like, okay. But what does that mean? Again, you just find this motherfucker at the bottom of a cave in Snowbell. You know, and the thing is like right, is that's like you can't even go into that cave, into that cave. You have to wait until post game. Because I think if I remember right, the person in front of the entrance won't let you in until you become champion. But the thing is that's like, well, what reason do you have to do the post-game? Because apparently from what I've heard, the post-game ain't that great. I did it once. I didn't do it for my replay through. So yeah, I didn't go into the cave. I didn't do looker stuff. So it's like, what is the point of Zygarde? And I feel like Legend Zeta is definitely going to be going into it. Like, I hope to God we go into, like, well, what is its relation to Xerneas and Yveltal? And, you know, the funny thing is, the bigger question I'm wondering is, like, okay, so if it's capable of reversing both Xerneas and Yveltal's auras, you know, restoring the equilibrium, the balance between life and death, why the fuck did it not show up when Team Flare revived, you know, Xerneas/Yveltal? Why did it just linger around in the fucking cave? Was it asleep? But yeah, and... oh god, my head is starting to hurt because I've been streaming too long and talking too much. You know, but then it's like, okay, so, I mean, it would be interesting, I will say, it will be interesting though, because we did get, because obviously we got the rivals, which I've been seeing a lot of jokes on Twitter about how, like, Urbane/Tawny is basically just the same individual, but gender fluid. Like, basically, you know, because they said that, like, you know, that you will get either or depending on who you choose. So it's like, you know, for, if you pick the male character, you're gonna get Tawny. And then for, if you pick the female character, you're going to get Urbane, which is I will say too, the naming is also interesting because it's like Urbane and Tawny. You mean urban and towny. But we also got to see the two characters are going to be from the new company that may or may not be evil. I don't know yet. I mean, they might follow the same route as Team Galactic in Legends Arceus, where they're not evil, but they were twisted into becoming that. Like, what the hell was the name of it? Like, Quasartico? God, I'm not gonna lie, when I first heard the name, I was like, you mean Quantico? The US military base? Like, let me see, what is it called? Yeah, Quasartico Inc. Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. But, yeah, Quasartico. I mean, the only thing we know for this, I was gonna say city, from this place is that, like, they're leading the urban redevelopment plan for Lumio City. Jet is the company's CEO, and Vinny is her secretary. I will say, I do like the looks of the characters. Like, they're not super crazy, which is great. But it would be rather interesting if they turn out to be, like, Team Flare, but, like, reimagined. You know what's funny? I actually saw a comparison post earlier today where it was someone basically taking both the male and female player characters, and they noticed that, like, they look like kid versions of Professor Sycamore and Grace, your mother, respectively. And it's like, and here's the thing, I would be, like, interested in that, but again, it's again, I can't get it out of my head that, like, this is taking place after X and Y. So even if, so it's like, it wouldn't make sense if the player characters for Zeta were apparently a younger Augustus and Grace. And I know people are going to be wondering, who the fuck is Augustus? And it's like, that's Professor Sycamore's first name. I think you learned that in the beginning monologue of Pokemon X and Y. I could be wrong about that. But, yeah, I'm really interested to see, like, what the Zygarde stuff is gonna be like. I hope it's good. It's like, give me a fucking reason why it exists. And actually make it relevant. But overall, like, I will say, I'm really excited for Zeta. Like, I'm just, oh my god. I mean, I will say, I'm not looking forward to traversing Lumio City again, because I remember during my second playthrough of X, how frustrating it was trying to navigate that place. Oh my god, I hated that shit so much. Like, it's not so bad, honestly, when you only have to explore a section of it. But when the entire city opens up to you, when you have to challenge Clement, oh my god, oh god, no, it's so confusing. I ended up having to take the damn taxi everywhere, because I'm like, ugh, I hated it. I hope to god they make Lumio City easier to navigate in Zeta. But yeah. So, and I'm obviously really excited for Mega Evolutions to come back. Oh my god, it's been so fucking long since Mega Evos. Like, I miss the days, and I miss when that was Pokemon's main gimmick. Before Sun and Moon came out and they had the Z moves, and then you had Sword and Shield come out and you had the Dynamaxing. Then you have Scarvio. with its terrestrializing. Speaking of which, I know now that at some point later on this year, I'm going to be playing through Violet and eventually the DLC. So yay! That's going to be fun. I just got to figure out when the fuck I'm going to do that amongst me playing through Ultra Moon and then Brilliant Diamond. Along with me trying to finish the Sword and along with me actually playing the Sword DLC, because I actually bought that last month. So yay about that! But yeah, I can't wait to see Mega Evos again. Like, they looked really fucking good in Zeta. It's like, jeez. Like, like, you know we've come a long way since, you know, X and Y to now. But now, of course, that leads me into my final thing, which is going all the way back to what I said in the beginning. How I thought that obviously Zeta was going to be the main focus of Pokemon not presentations. But I wasn't sure if they were going to do a Gen 10 announcement / Gen 5 remake announcement. Here's the thing. I was actually really happy that Zeta was the main focus. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved to have a Gen 10 announcement or a Gen 5 remake announcement, but here's the thing. I think it is very good. Because here's the thing. Zeta is the main focus. However, it's seemingly shaping up to be the only focus for the mainline series at this point. And I think it's a good thing. Now, granted, I can't say for certain that like the Game Freak / the Pokemon Company aren't working on other mainline series again. Gen 10, Gen 5 remake. But to me, at least, it does seem like they are just purely focusing on Zeta. Which is a good thing. Because I don't know if I know I've mentioned the story about this before, but I don't know if I've ever specifically said that, you know, everything else. But I've said before how when Gen 9 was announced, I hated the fact that it was announced so soon after Legends Arceus. And obviously, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. And then it was announced at the beginning of 2022, and it was released in November of later that year. And I was extremely, and again, I say this before, I was genuinely angry at the fact that, you know, Paldea was being announced so soon. Partially because it was not giving me enough time to breathe, honestly, between everything. But also because I felt like the employees were getting overworked. Again, they just finished, Game Freak had just finished Legends Arceus. And now you're telling me they're working on Gen 9? And obviously, that whole state of affairs just ruined any excitement I had for Scarvio. And obviously, we saw the state Scarvio was initially released in. Like, lots of glitches. Like, to the point that, like, so many people were just posting photo after photo, video after video, like, clip after clip of just the worst shit ever from Scarvio. Granted, that didn't stop people from buying that shit, but my point still stands. And the thing is, obviously, is like, you know, Game Freak, of course, released patches afterwards to try and fix them. And while that's good, overall, Scarvio shouldn't have been released in that state. It should have cooked a while longer in the kitchen. If it wasn't for Game Freak or the Pokemon Company or whoever the fuck was in charge of that, to push out the game for the yearly quota of, we gotta get the holiday bucks. Regardless, I think someone, or maybe a few people, at the Pokemon Company, Game Freak, whoever, saw that mess and they were like, okay, let's never do that again. Let us not force Game Freak employees to work on a game like this with only, who knows, like maybe a year's worth of development time. Especially because with Scarvio you also had the DLC as well. The teal mask and the indigo disc, along with the epilogue. Granted, the DLC, from what I heard, you could tell, like, that one was a lot more polished, which is great. But still, I think people at one of those two companies saw the mess Scarvio was in and was like, okay, let's not do that again. Let's instead just take our time. Especially considering, like, y'all are probably one of the richest companies, like, the Pokemon Company is probably one of the richest companies ever in the history of our late capitalist world. Maybe Game Freak, who knows? Like, y'all can take time. I mean, keep in mind, Scarvio, despite the mess that it was pushed out in, y'all still had a shit ton of people buying those games. I hope to God that they realize that, like, it's okay to take your time. Like, people are going to buy the games regardless. So it's okay to take your time. Like, we can be patient. Besides, you got the shit ton of fucking mobile games to get revenue from, so what's the harm in making sure a mainline game doesn't get, just completely, So there's that. I mean, and to be fair, and the thing is, we didn't get a definitive release date for Zeta. We only got like a vague late 2025 release date. And I take that as further proof that Game Freak is going to be really taking their time. They're going to like Legend Zeta is going to be cooking, as they say. It's going to be cooking in the kitchen. And I really do appreciate that. That maybe, that this is the sign of, like, that Game Freak is, or Pokemon Company, whoever is in charge here, that we will buy the game regardless. So it's okay to take your time. Just give us something that we can justify dropping $60 to $70 for. So yeah. Oh god, I'm starting to get a headache. It's almost 2 in the morning. I am starting to get a headache. And I've been talking for almost an hour. So yeah, oh god. Excuse me. I'm also getting really tired. Okay. I think now we should probably move on. We should probably move back over to Katawa Shoujo. What should my caption for this be? It's so fucking lazy. Hey, at least this isn't. It's so stupid. Excuse me. Excuse me. God, you could tell how tired I am. Alright, let's say goodbye to Firefox for now. We'll be seeing it again when it's time for our breaky bye. Breaky bye? Breaky bye. Ba-da-doop! Okay. Oh, God. For real, though, like, my head is starting to ache. This is now the second time this week I've had to deal with a headache. You know what sucks is that, I think it was later, after I finished streaming the first time. Oh, whoops. It wasn't until, like, I finished, I was laying in bed. And, I was watching, VTuber clips. And God. Oh my God, I was watching, like, 2 clips in particular that just, like, made me fucking laugh my ass off at, like, 6 in the morning. To the point that, like, I fucking choked again. Like I sometimes do when I'm laughing so hard. Like, and it actually exacerbated my fucking headache. I don't regret watching those clips, though. Like, they were hilarious. Oh my God, why is the music loud? Okay. Alright, goal of the stream. End Act 3. We should be getting to the end of that. I'll be surprised if we hit it within, like, a half hour. Anyway.
Okay, so... The days since then have passed so quickly that time seemed to slip through my fingers like water. Every time I've tried to talk with Shizune, she's been out running errands or with Misha. I feel as if she's avoiding me. I'm not surprised. Of course it bothers me, but I think the way she's acting seems pretty natural. Then again, it's not like I've been through this before. Whenever I can't find Shizune, I end up running into Misha, and when I do, I ask her to help me with my signing. However, she always ends up squirming out of it. We're leaving after today, so I'm determined not to let her escape this time. Once we head back to school, we're probably going to have to start grinding through more student council affairs in preparation for school restarting. I want to brush up on my signing as much as possible by then, even if it's a day's worth.
Come on, it's pretty much just having a couple sign language conversations. You do that all the time. Actually, you're doing it right now.
Really, Hichan? That's funny!
Misha temporarily stops her unconscious signing in order to wave her hands in front of her face in denial, but then quickly resumes gesturing everything that both of us are saying to no one in particular.
Hichan, you're so persistent! Suddenly being interested in sign language again. Could it be that Hichan wants to make a career out of it? That's not fair! That was my idea first! You should be careful, Hichan. Times change too quickly. By the time I decided I wanted to be a sign language interpreter, they had cell phones that people could type out whole paragraphs on. Amazing! Not very good for me, though.
As if she knows that another deferral isn't going to cut it this time, Misha changes her tune pretty quickly to a more apologetic one.
I'm sorry, Hichan. I'm just so tired! Especially lately. Even though being with Hichan is fun, she has way more energy than me. Teaching on top of that would be too tiring. I don't have that much stamina. Sorry.
She doesn't seem very tired, shouting the statement with her usual cheer and vigor. I know it's wrong of me to keep pestering her like this, though.
Actually, Hichan and I were planning on going shopping today. It's our last chance to pick up some souvenirs.
Souvenirs, huh? I almost forgot that I was on vacation. I understand what you're saying. Teaching doesn't seem so easy. Hideaki asked me to teach him how to sign, and I was unbelievably lost the whole time. Well, I wonder how it'll work out for you when you become a sign language teacher. You can't get tired too easily doing that.
Yeah, right. I hope not. Hichan, now I'm kind of worried. But, souvenirs. So, some other time, Hichan. Do you want us to get you something too?
Just because I understand doesn't mean I don't want her to teach me. I suppose I can't press her any further now, though. Even I'm bothered by how selfish it would seem to do so. I give up. No, don't get me anything. I'm serious. Don't surprise me with a funny shirt or something, okay? I don't like the sound of that. Slipping on her shoes, she yells goodbye to the otherwise empty house and opens the door to leave, letting a cool breath of fresh air into the hallway. A tuft of dark hair peeking from the doorframe tells me Shizune is waiting for her outside. Ohayo. Misha translates for me from beyond the doorway, and Shizune turns around to give me a small wave. Even though it's different from her usual offhand greetings in the smallest ways, there is an unmistakable hesitation there. It leaves me with a vaguely empty and distant feeling. Ellipses.
Hey, John, you're up early. Am I interrupting a conversation?
I was trying to get Misha to teach me how to talk to you, but I guess I was being impatient, and it can wait. You two were planning on going shopping today anyway. Having Misha there, I forget to sign my words as I say them. Unfortunately, since Shizune moved to fill the doorway, Misha is behind her. This brief misalignment in our positions means that what I'm saying is totally lost on her. I don't understand you at all. There are things I want to say that I can't put in a way she would understand, and there are entire conversations that she could have that would go right over my head. I want to tell her now that it won't be that way for much longer. Instead, I just say never mind and tell them to have a good time, then wave them off. It seems like everyone is out for the day, so I sit down in the biggest and most comfortable looking chair in the living room with a book. Not a sign language book, but one of the novels I checked out of the library in my first week. That was so long ago. I should really start chipping at that pile of books I borrowed, or at least return them. Oh, shit. 16 pages in, Jigoro walks into the room, a stack of papers in one hand and his sword twirling idly like a baton in the other, casually shaking water from a recent shower from his hair. Upon being seen doing something so ungentlemanly, he freezes like a deer in the headlights, and slowly moves on to smoldering with powerful but baseless fury as he sits down on the couch a few feet away. This is only the third time I've met him, and I'm already starting to feel nauseous on reaction. I guess in a way this could be considered a kind of charisma. I haven't even said anything, and he already seems less than pleased. It's likely a bad idea to provoke him, and just talking to him may count as provoking him. However, I can't help thinking of the alternative situations that could play out. Let's say I don't open my mouth at all and walk away, maybe to go read in my room or outside. God, oh my god. I thought my stream went down for a moment because I saw something red, and it's like, oh no, that's just my mouse reflecting off my screen. That would definitely go down as an unforgivable insult. He would probably tell me to hold it and destroy me. Either way, not too polite on my part. What are you reading? The draft for my autobiography. It is the story of a man who wakes up to find an uninvited guest in his living room, sitting in his chair and reading shallow literary dreck. I've barely started reading the book. I don't even have an opinion on it yet. I can already see how this conversation is going to play out, so I might as well try to steer it in a different direction. Where's Hideaki? You even ask questions rudely. Disgraceful. That aside, why would you even ask me such a stupid question? How would I know? Am I my son's keeper? No, but you are his father. Well, you are his dad, and it seems like he does live here, so... But, I guess I can't say that, tempting as it is. I give up. I already tried to make small talk with him and failed. It's like trying to talk to a brick wall that also hates you. That is my cue to leave and sift through my wallet to see if I have enough money to go to a movie. As I'm about to stand, I have second thoughts. I'm too tired to go through trying to smooth over my problematic situations by trying to continuously walk away from them. It's hypocritical of me to get upset at Misha for trying to defer things when I even run from my own girlfriend. When Jigoro attempts to stop me, I'm almost glad, even though I no longer have any intention to leave.
Wait. Wait a minute. Wait.
He says it with plenty of authority, but nothing else, as if it's just a particularly commanding afterthought. Only a very powerful, very arrogant person can tell someone to hold on in such a manner. I'm sort of impressed.
You're in the student council with Shizune, aren't you? What's your job there?
I don't think there are specific roles other than president. Shizune is always trying to round people up to help out here and there. Usually we might get like one person to pitch in, but otherwise the three of us do whatever needs to be done. It's crossed my mind a couple times, around when I first met her, that Shizune's disquietingly analytical stare might be because of her deafness, but it turns out it's a trait shared by everyone else in her family.
And that's okay with you?
Why wouldn't it be?
You, Shizune, and that pink-haired girl? Is that really your entire student council? With a student council that small, they wouldn't even bother to hold elections. I'm going to take a guess and say that you didn't join the student council. Shizune drafted you into it. You said you don't know exactly what your title is. That makes sense. I suppose if you weren't even elected, you couldn't be expected to know. After all, if you're not elected, you aren't really anything. No one is going to respect a student council like that. An unelected body of 3 people trying to scrounge up the equivalent of temp workers? It must be a sorry school of 3 kids having a tea party can handle every issue.
What's how small it is have to do with anything? If the student council gets things done, isn't that enough? It's not just a game either. Maybe you should actually come to the school one day. If you get there on the right days, you might even be able to see what Shizune is able to accomplish.
Do you think that I have so much free time that I can afford to waltz over to your boondocks and watch my daughter's feats of
How do you say that?
Of self-aggrandizement? I've never been more disgusted in my life.
What you're saying is that they might as well not have a student council, but the fact remains there is one, and Shizune got elected to it, and for her it isn't a meaningless position. In fact, she works very hard for it.
You sound like someone who voted for her.
No, I wasn't there for that.
Ha! You didn't even vote for her. Well, besides that, why don't you ask Hideaki about this? Shizune has wanted to be a high school student council president since middle school. She would have him read all her practice speeches, wasting his time. For what reason?
This whole time, he hasn't even looked up from thumbing through his manuscript. It's getting increasingly frustrating. Because it isn't a game. We don't run the school, but it's not like we're just playing at it and not taking it seriously. I wonder if it is so wrong to not be a purist.
I've been to your school. Really. The students there.
I can already think of about 1,000,000 things he might say, and I'm preparing for my heart to sink on hearing any of them. It's funny, they're probably things I've thought before. Oh, so he's an ableist!
They don't even have cleaning duty.
That was not what I expected at all. He's also wrong.
They do.
I should know I get to skip out on it since I'm in the student council. The concept of being wrong confuses Jigoro. I should take this opportunity to go on the attack. It's really odd that I'm thinking this way about a simple conversation. It sounds like the last time you were there was really some time ago. If you can leisurely write some memoirs, you can talk to Shizune now and then. Don't you think that she has stuff she's proud of? That's how young people are. We have things to be proud of. If you're writing an autobiography, you should get that. Such an opportunity, and I blew it. I don't know how I was expecting him to react. Maybe introspectively, but Jigoro only grows angrier by the second. Yet as he does, he also seems calmer, in a way. More sure of himself and in control.
Who do you think you are to assume that my life is so easy? You haven't even read my biography, yet you're able to tell me how I should handle all my affairs, including dealing with my own daughter. You can never understand. Even if I were to get up from this couch, walk over to you right now, and punch you in the forehead with brass knuckles with a condensed edition of my life story on them, leaving my biography imprinted on your face, you would not understand. For 12 years, Shizune did not even talk to me, even though I hired multiple tutors and interpreters of all sorts for her to try and get her to become normal. It isn't as simple as you think it is.
Excuse me, sir. Let's rewind that. What the fuck do you think? What the fuck do you mean when you say you hired multiple tutors and interpreters of all sorts for her to try and get her to become normal? Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by that? Motherfucker, you did not even learn sign language to communicate with your own daughter. And yet you're expecting your deaf daughter to speak to you. You know, I'm almost beginning to realize, I'm beginning to realize why exactly your daughter doesn't like coming over here. It is because you're an ableist piece of shit jackass.
If she doesn't want to bother with me, then fine. I assume that's normal. When was the last time you talked to your parents?
I don't know, maybe it's the fact that you assume that she wants that, like, if she doesn't, like, it's the fact, like, here's the thing, it is the fact that, like, you can't even bother to talk to your daughter. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that talking with her might be difficult because of the fact that she is deaf and you are not. But you are still her father at the end of the day, and I just think that she deserves better. I just think that she deserves a father that, would actually talk to her and not force her to become normal, in your words. It has been a while, and I feel ashamed. More so that he caught me than at how easily I could have dropped my parents a phone call or sent them an email, or even a letter and haven't. This knowledge only makes me feel more ashamed.
I thought so.
If I wanted to see my parents, I couldn't. This is different. You weren't that far from her. It's one train ride away.
That's enough. No means no. You're very persistent. If only it was about something that mattered. I can't see what you may have learned from my daughter aside from that and how to backtalk people. Is that it?
So you're saying that your daughter doesn't matter to you?
The answer is yes. I wasn't this persistent or argumentative before meeting Shizune and Misha. After all, prior to meeting them, I just experienced a small death. It's a mystery as to why I refused to join the student council in the first place. Possibly it was from trying to get away from their nagging so much that I was able to get my energy back. It's a cute idea. I think again about why I'm still here. Arguing with Jigoro is pointless, yet I think I almost looked forward to it. And he's right, I cannot understand him. Even if I did, he wouldn't care. I'm a louse that crawls on a whale, wholly insignificant. He has a confidence that I don't have. Shizune does, and it could be that the reason why I'm here now isn't in an almost shouting match with her father is because some of that bravery is rubbed off onto me. However, I don't have anything to keep it going. Still, I hate him. I don't know what I can do. A few months ago, I think I would have punched him and let the consequences play out as they may. But now, I can't risk it. If he were to hit me back, he'd likely kill me. So in the end, the only thing I can do is look at Jigoro in silence, knowing that I have no reply, and hate him, and feel completely at a loss. Oddly, he takes it as defiance.
Humph. Fine then. Have fun with that. Bitch.
Picking up his sword and using it to pull himself to his feet, he turns and casually saunters out of the room. I want to throw my book after him, but I'm happy to finally be alone, even if I'm not in the mood to read any longer.
Hey, to be fair, you got him to back off. Listen, I would say we won that. I mean, he left. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I'm just thinking to myself, like, what if we just said to him, like, by the way, your daughter fucked me last night? She fucking rode me. Oh, God.
Okay. Our return trip to the school keeps getting delayed in one way or another. Shizune and Misha come back so late that there's no use even leaving, and we end up staying another day. The morning after, we miss the train by a single minute, and then the next two don't arrive. We missed the fourth train because I wandered off to get a drink in the meantime. Shizune wasn't very happy about that. By the time I finally get back to my room, I feel so tired, even though I spent most of the ride back sleeping. I can't say it's only because of today. This seems like a familiar symptom of traveling. It's not the first time it's happened. If no one has beaten me to it, I could do a thesis on it, maybe get in a medical journal. Returning from a trip syndrome. Not very creative. I fall asleep before I can think of a better name.
Yes?
A loud knock on my door wakes me up only a few hours into my nap. I'm annoyed because I had just been in the middle of a dream that I can't remember, having been woken up in the middle of it. But I'm sure it was a good one. I briefly wonder who it could be, but it's not like I get many visitors, so I'm sure it's Kenji. I hope he's just rolling out the welcome wagon and not going to hit me up for money again. If that was the case, I'd be almost touched. Not touched enough to fight off the urge to roll over and go back to sleep, though. It's like, get your ass up. A few hours after that, I wake up again and immediately spot an envelope on the floor. It must be something that came in the mail while I was away. That's Shizune and Misha's department, so I wonder if they dropped by to give it to me, or maybe someone filled in for them in their absence and told Kenji to pass it along. Oh. Well, that's my answer. When I pick it up, any remnants of sleepiness in me instantly vanish. Even if the name of the sender wasn't on it, I would have known whom it was from by looking at the envelope itself, realizing why it looked so familiar, by recognizing the delicate handwriting addressing it. It's from Iwanako. At first, I can't believe it, but it wouldn't be too hard for her to track me down if she wanted to. Of course, I hadn't thought that she would want to. She was maybe my girlfriend for all of 5 seconds. After that, we barely spoke to each other. It would be too easy to put this letter away somewhere and forget about it. A part of me wants to do that. Or throw it away, unread. Why I want to do these things, I don't know. It would be easy to do them. Easier than to read it. Slitting the envelope open with the tip of a pen, I'm surprised by the length of the letter that spills out. Dear Hisao, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in Class 3-1 for the final year, so we're pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third years seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they're so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third... Sorry. You can just tell my jaw is wanting to kill itself. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. The small talk makes me feel nostalgic. It's almost like I'm in the hospital again. Every now and then Iwanaka would drop by and give me the gist of what was going on in a class that, even then, I had an inkling that I would never return to. It's so weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the times when I visited you at the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least, now, finally, I can be more honest. What a convenient time for her to rediscover her sincerity. Well, even as I think that, I know she's right. Distant and disheartened is a good way to describe it. And maybe I had given up, too. It weighs on my heart when I think back to when I was lying in the hospital, feeling so bitter when she finally stopped showing up. I wasn't surprised, and I had no right to be. How could she not stop coming when it was the only expectation I had of her? She dropped by only for all of 6 weeks after the incident. If I drifted away from her, it was because I could feel her already moving herself away from me the moment she showed up. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you not to give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we'll meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you're doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Iwanako. It's a strange feeling. I know that I'm never going to hear from her again. If she really wanted to keep in touch, she wouldn't have picked a medium like snail mail to do it through. If she could get my address, then my email or phone number wouldn't have been much more work, had she wanted them. This is only a goodbye. I exhale, only just now becoming aware that I have been reading with bated breath. Now who's being distant, Iwanako? But maybe it really is for the best. For her to pick up a pen and write this letter to me, it can only be because she felt guilty about how things ended. That she was hurt by how we floated out of each other's lives makes me feel a sort of wistful happiness. I almost want to thank her, and I only don't because I know she wouldn't want me to reply. Alright, sorry about that. I had to clear my throat.
Excuse me. I will say, there is something very interesting about the fact that it's like, in all these routes, like, the lessons that Hisao takes from Iwanako are all different. And I think I pointed this out before, that's like, I think even the letter that she writes is different depending on the route. And it's like, god damn, I can't imagine, like, how you can write a letter that, like, for the most part is the same, but there's just enough about it that is very different, so.
There's a knock at my door. Then it opens anyway about a millisecond later. I forgot to lock it, stupidly. What the fuck? Oh my god, please.
Sup, man? Why's your door open?
I run to the door faster than is probably medically safe for me to do so I can prevent Kenji from seeing the mountains of pills just a couple feet away from him, blocked from his sight only by the door. Then there's the letter I'm holding. If he asks about it, I don't think I can make up anything convincing. About 2 feet away from him, I realize that his vision is so bad that it was probably never an issue. He didn't even see me about to practically tackle him back through the door frame.
Hey, what the hell, man?
What are you talking about? Your room has a billion locks on it, yet you just barge right through other people's doors. You didn't even wait a second after knocking before you tried the door. It was like simultaneous. You were already opening the door while you were knocking on it.
See? That's exactly why I have all those locks. It's a cold and uncaring world out there. A gatecrasher's world. Now you also understand. I just taught you a valuable lesson, dude. Knowledge is power. Why are you yelling at me? I'm a hero. Look at you. You didn't even lock your door. The average woman could have killed you a billion times already, then replaced you with a female clone indistinguishable from the original. It almost happened to me.
What? Ignoring the latter part, since it's too confusing, it's funny he should say that.
He was unable to stop me from tackling him head on, yet apparently a woman could have killed me a billion times. If this man is a hero, we are all doomed.
What's that you've got there?
Somehow, he's able to see the letter is still in my hand. With how I've been waving it around, that is no surprise. I fold it back up quickly, but take care not to whip it behind my back or anything else. That would be too suspicious. It seems like I'm jumpier than I thought about Iwanako writing to me. I got a letter.
Oh yeah, I put that there. I was sleeping. Then I woke up because I heard explosions. I put on my helmet and then peeked outside to see what was going on, but it was just that student council woman banging on your door. It was the one without pink hair. She was knocking so loudly that it was obvious she was filled with murderous rage. Rage at you. Then she somehow sensed me behind her, and I tried to escape, but it was too late. She caught me and started pointing at the door.
I open my mouth to tell him that she's deaf, but decide not to. For various reasons.
I didn't really get it, and she got more and more pissed off, like an old man trying to use a touchscreen phone.
God, my father?
She was going to kill me. Kill me and replace me with a woman version of me. But then the sunlight reflected off my glasses and blinded her, saving my life. It was like, behold, optic blast! God. I don't get how someone with glasses can be hurt by glasses. She uses them too, and she should be immune to their death rays. But whatever. She gave me this envelope with your name on it and just left. Clearly she was out for blood, so I lied and said you were away. I think you were away, right? I've been trying to ask you if you wanted to help me with my homework for a week now, but kept getting no answer. Welcome back, man!
Thanks.
Yeah, so she gave me this envelope and it had your name on it. I didn't want to hold on to it because what if it was a bomb? So I just shoved it under your door when she was gone.
Motherfucker thought this was a bomb and decides that the best way to deal with it was to slide it under my door.
I was going to tell you, but you got back before I could. At least it's not a bomb.
Gee, thanks. I'm not going to help you out with your math homework because what if your math textbook is a bomb?
He looks devastated, and also like he's considering the possibility that it really could be a bomb. I guess it is possible, since no one really uses their math book all that much.
Fuck off.
I throw the letter on the dresser behind me and turn to leave, swinging the door shut behind me as I do. It collides against the tip of Kenji's shoe and bounces back open, while he hops around for a bit, acting like it hurt way more than it should have. What the fuck?! Before I know it, he's already inside my room. I'm powerless to stop him before he scoops up the letter, strangely ignoring the towers of pill bottles surrounding it. Don't just read mail that isn't your own. Get the fuck out of my room!
Come on, what is it? A love letter from your girlfriend? Did she include any photos? Sexy photos?
Why the fuck would I show those to you?
I'm gonna kill this man.
Reclining against the dresser and paying no mind to the bottles he sends all over the floor by doing so, Kenji quietly reads through Iwanako's letter. The process takes seemingly forever, and with how close he holds it up to his face, makes it look like he's trying to eat it.
Mogu mogu mogu. Who's Iwanako?
My ex-girlfriend for 5 seconds.
Ex-girlfriend, huh? This is the breakup letter, then. I thought they were a myth.
No, I guess it is, but really she's been my ex-girlfriend for a while. Anyway, I think I'm already over it. Kenji gives a thumbs up, clearly relieved that I'm not going to take this into an awkward direction. Although I almost want to since I told him not to read it.
Yeah, that's a good attitude. It's alright, I had a bad breakup too, but you can't let it get you down. I mean, just look at me. But hey, she wrote you a letter. Maybe she wants to get back together, huh? It says right there, write her back. You should do it. Is she cute?
For a guy who thinks feminists are working to enslave men everywhere, he really is interested in cute girls. Oh, Hisao, you really need to learn how incels work. I have a girlfriend. Besides, look at the context. She doesn't want me to write back. Just because that's what it says, that isn't what she means.
But that's what she wrote. This rockfish kid chick still totally still wants you. It even says it right there.
I read it, I know what it says. I told you, you have to look at the context. She said I drifted away from her, and everything there shows she accepted that. I think the reason she wrote to me is that she just wants to, I guess, part amicably. But we're done. She doesn't want to get back together or whatever you're thinking. As I think about it more, it sounds to me like I'm just trying to make excuses for myself. That's not a good place to be. I'm positive that she doesn't want me to write her back. I can live with that. If I were to write her back and get a less than desirable response, or no response, then I would just be crushed. Perhaps the fear of that is why I'm trying to justify my decision. It could be, but I don't want to think about it. The thought is oddly repulsive. Why is this such a big deal to you anyway?
Because you should write back to her. She wants you to. I want to see what the response is going to be. Damn, it doesn't even have to be a nice letter. That's cool too, but you could write an angry letter and call her out. That's my new attack strategy. I'm just going to call women out. You should try it!
Even if she wrote me a letter, you have to understand what that means. Writing someone a letter is different now. It's not something you just do. Not in this kind of situation. You could pick up your phone and call someone across the world in an instant, and talk to them almost like they were there with you. Or send them an email. They'll be notified instantly that they got it and can reply back, just like that. A letter can be a personal thing, but she wanted to keep me at an arm's distance. It's not like I can pop over there and visit her. If I had her number, I could call her, or if I had her mail, I could mail her. If she really wanted to hear back from me, she would have dropped one of those in there. I feel silly for continuously reassuring myself that I'm not fazed by Iwanako writing to me, when it's so obvious that I am.
It could be like a gradual thing for her. She might be too shy to call you up. I remember my girlfriend would always send me text messages because she was so shy. It was annoying as hell, man. I didn't really give a shit about phones, so I didn't have the thing, and it turns out I had to pay for every single one. But I don't like phones, so I couldn't even call her back to tell her to cut that out. I did it anyway, though. I called her out. I even used a phone. It was literally the call out.
I guess it was. Even if he's right, it means that Iwanako still wants to keep her distance from me. She's not ready to chat with me comfortably. Why? Am I some kind of freak? I'm not reassured by her actions anyway, in that case. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I just don't know.
Sorry, it's like, oh my god, I'm getting so sleepy.
Kenji can't think of anything to say to that, and the silence that follows is so awkward and thick that I start to count the seconds until he makes up a reason to leave and excuses himself. I miss her. Your ex?
Yeah. Even if she was insane, it was nice being with her. My back hurts. If she were still around, I could tell her to massage it. I don't know how to use an oven either. I miss baked food. And we would go bowling in the hallway sometimes. I miss that too. I had to bowl all by myself during that last festival.
You bowl in the hallway? You're going to hit someone.
She used to say that all the time.
Kenji sighs nostalgically, clearly not appreciating just how badly someone can get hurt by slipping on a bowling pin. Apparently neither did his girlfriend, since she bowled with him. What a strange definition of love, but I guess it's something. Maybe you should write her a letter. If she writes back, you can get married.
Married? No. No.
Okay, fine. But why not? You clearly like her even though you hate women.
Feminists! Not women, feminists! There's a difference. There are non-feminist women. Damn, your discrimination is incredible. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Even if she is insane and a woman, it doesn't mean that she is a feminist insane woman. It's like how the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. If it's true, then by the relative property, the presence of evidence doesn't equal the evidence of presence.
Actually, I think it is. And I don't think it's called the relative property.
No, shut up, it's mathematics. Are you saying math is wrong?
I think he is wrong. So even Kenji has someone that he likes. I'm tempted to ask why he and his ex broke up, or to dig for more information in general, but I shouldn't. Not only would it be prying, but he might reverse the question back to me. This conversation makes me think about Shizune, although the thoughts I'm having are scattered and wispy. Just questions. I wonder if I even had the chance to love Iwanako, and this whole situation with her still stings me, a sour note in the back of my mind. I like Shizune much more, yet it feels like I'm chasing her, even now. I don't mind the chase, but I want to close that distance between us. Iwanako's letter is responsible, but I've also felt this way for a while. I've come closer, but it's not enough. I want to try again, right now. I tell Kenji to get out so I can change, and then head for the student council room. The grounds are mostly deserted today, which is a shame because it's so nice out. No one answers when I knock. I try to go in anyway, but it's locked. When I pull my hand away from the doorknob, it's covered in dust. It looks like no one's been here since we left. Sorry, my teeth are starting to hurt. Since I'm already out here and dressed, I might as well get something to eat in town. My wallet is back in my room, though. Oh. Hey. On the way back there, I stumble across Misha sitting down behind the main building. Her eyes are closed in sleep, and she looks very tranquil. It's always been hard to picture her not constantly bouncing around or hopping on the tips of her toes impatiently. My first instinct is to call out to her and ask her if she has seen Shizune, or if she wants to go to town with me. But now that I've seen her, I don't feel like disturbing her. I leave her alone.
Interesting.
Roadmap. God, I haven't really gotten up and my legs are starting to ache. For the first few days after I was back, I almost forgot that I was in the student council. I managed to pick up here and there that the student council usually gets swamped with work around the end of the break, but it didn't have to be the case. The few times when I managed to catch Shizune or Misha, they were in too much of a hurry for me to get a chance to ask if they needed help. Anytime they weren't, I'd only be able to get a hold of Misha. Shizune would say something about how there was work, but it was so little that involving either Misha or I would only bore us. After a while, the idea of having some free time again had started to grow on me, though there were still periods when I felt like I had too much of it. Just when I was getting used to it, though, things changed again. Now I find myself back in the student council room, arguing with Shizune about whether tissue boxes would make good ballot boxes or not. I'm telling you, they work just fine, as long as we get the cube-shaped ones, not the rectangular ones. Misha, can you sign that to her? I've kind of got my hands full. On second thought, forget it. She is busy cutting out ballot slips, so if she were to make one errant movement, she would probably send those scissors flying into someone's head. I drop the box of poster paints I'm carrying onto my little table in the student council room, and cough as a wave of dust hits me in the face.
It really has been a while.
Do you think we should change the size of the ballot slips? What? But Shichan, I already cut out so many of them!
We can make them smaller. It'll be more efficient. We just have to shrink the font. More ballots will fit in a single box that way. We'll only need half the amount of paper then. The format for voting can be changed. It could be more like a real election. Then we might be able to get away with buying less boxes. With the money left over, we can get a pizza, or maybe Chinese, or a cake, or 3 bowls of the new ramen bowl I want to try. Shizune excitedly rubs a finger along the frame of her glasses as she ponders more ways to cut even a half yen of spending off of our budget. Since I think she is the only one who even knows what our budget is, I'm scared to ask just how tiny is it for her to have to do this. What about all the ballot slips Misha already cut out?
Don't worry. I can make them into memo pads and sell them in the school store. Shichan, they don't look very cute though!
Shizune seems to disagree. Now they're arguing, but it looks like it consists of nothing more than signing yes they do and no they don't at each other until they're so tired of it, they're just taking turns pointing at each other commandingly. It's strange, partly because it looks kind of ridiculous, but also because I've never seen them disagree. Then again, both of them have looked very stressed these past few days. Shizune has been increasingly absorbed in the idea of student council elections, though they're months away. I imagine this is how politicians act when they realize regime change is imminent and their era is over.
Oh, I fucking wish.
I'm having trouble taking student council matters seriously at all, even now, as I practice my calligraphy on signs that won't go up for weeks, but I can understand why Shizune does. After all, she has been student council president for 3 years. According to her dad, she has wanted the job for even longer. I guess 3 years is too short a career for her to leave feeling satisfied. Did the last student council go through this much trouble to make it a smooth transition for you? Shizune makes a chagrined face that tells me they weren't very helpful at all. I guess you're doing all of this to set a good example then. Ellipses.
That only comes into play if they learn anything from it, Hichan. If they don't, I'll be hyper mad. If they turn out to be the flaky type, I'll definitely be hard on them.
It doesn't sound very threatening when Misha is saying it. So you've already met them. Ellipses.
Hichan, there are no candidates yet.
What? None?
Not even for student council president. That is why I am trying to drum up interest for the position. What do you think?
She proudly holds up a poster she's been working on herself. It looks very, military. You might be taking this a little too seriously, then. Shizune frowns and plays with her glasses, offended.
Is that weird?
Yes.
She looks oddly happy that I'm disagreeing with her, and I think that if she weren't genuinely focused on what she was doing, she would try to argue with me just because it would be interesting to her. What's weird about it? It looks like she will do that after all. But then, Shizune waves her hand dismissively, like she's trying to catch the words in the air and delete them. Instead, she catapults into insulting her future successors. Well, one thing that's weird is that in my old school, the elections would happen in about Airi, please wake up. I know you're tired. Well, one thing that's weird is that in my old school, the elections would happen in about 6 months since, you know, we're graduating in March. It's pretty weird to think about them so early.
It's a little different here.
Ellipses.
Hichan, I'll be discouraged if we don't have any replacements when I have to go, Shichan says.
Excuse me.
But it isn't like the school will stop running without a student council. It'll be harder for them to hand out forms, though.
Shizune isn't laughing, however. Misha's joke causes her to flinch, as if she were stung. Though Misha didn't mean for it to come out that way, her quip had a callous cruelty to it in the end. I'm trying to get more people to run, but everyone is so lazy. They think they can take it easy just because there are no deadlines yet. Slackers, not taking the early game advantage.
Still 6 months away? If they aren't making their move now, they don't deserve to vote. They don't deserve a vote. Do they really think it's such an easy job that they can do everything at the last minute and just coast into the role? Insulting! Really? They're going to be eaten alive once they have to sit at this tiny desk and see just how much work they have to do.
If this were a real election, they would be in deep trouble. I was reading about Japanese campaigning laws the other day. Only the bad ones for some reason. For some reason? For a second, Shizune was talking like her father there, and it was coming out of Misha's mouth. Creepy. Well, first off, Shadow Shogun, you can't really make that call. They'll be elected. Second, it's just a school election. It's not like running for city council or the Diet. I don't think Japanese campaigning laws apply. Third, although I don't want to say it, I'm nervous that Shizune is so enthusiastic about this, talking of elections and votes. According to her dad, she wasn't even elected herself. Come to think of it, I can't remember Shizune ever saying she was elected either. Then, did she get this position by being recruited into the student council and having it fall apart until she was the only one left? Somehow, I never considered it. I don't know what to think about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. We're only 3 people strong now. If the circumstances behind her becoming the student council president were that sad, I wonder if there will be a vote at all. Interest could just be that low.
Or non-existent, really. Then all her energy would be going towards nothing. I slap an exclamation mark on the end of the poster I'm working on. It's a little plain, so I think adding one is okay. Actually, it still might be a little too plain. I make the mark twice as large. I still say you need to slow down. If this stuff isn't going to be relevant for months, maybe you're working a little too hard on it. That's what I think. You're worrying too much. I don't know how to sign the word relevant. I try, and only end up flicking a long line of paint where I didn't intend to. There is no way I can fix that. Misha, can you ask her that? Shizune giggles silently, clenching her teeth so that no sound actually comes out. Because there's a lot to worry about.
Like what?
Like, usually the boxes end up looking very pretty, so people take them. Have to plan for that.
We should make them funny looking this time then, so no one will take them. How about that, Shichan?
We can draw some weird faces on them.
Or we can put a little picture of Shizune on each one saying stealing is wrong. No, it's not funny. It's not the only problem either. There's voter turnout, of course. And then the worst case scenario would be not having any candidates. Although it seems she meant it jokingly, from the way she smiles as she signs it, that isn't how it comes out. Even Misha understands that the possibility is very real, and though she tries to salvage the mood by punctuating Shizune's statement with a laugh, it doesn't work. Ellipses. What is wrong with both of you? I was just making a joke. There actually is some interest this year. If there wasn't, would I be doing all this work? I'm not stupid. When the elections are over, I'll buy everyone dinner. I'm already planning it.
Even the new student council?
No, they can buy their own celebration dinner. It'll only be for the current student council. I'll be happy once I'm through having to do these thankless jobs all the time.
A dinner just for us? Yippee! It's like a little party, Shichan!
Though her cheerfulness is obviously forced, I say nothing. For the rest of the period, which fortunately isn't very long, we work in silence.
Please, my back is killing me.
Okay. After classes, I find the student council room locked. It's strange, because Shizune was so busy earlier that I would expect her to continue working after school. It would be what she would normally do. Maybe she listened to my suggestion and decided to take a break. I'm hoping it's that simple. Feeling a little uneasy, I take a brief stroll around the school. It's only half conscious. I can't remember when I started moving my feet, but I've already covered enough of the campus that I'm starting to feel tired. Not that that means anything now. Just a short stroll around the school grounds, and I'm already winded. Really pathetic. Before I know it, I'm back in front of the student council office. There's someone else, too, this time.
Hi, Hichan!
It's locked. Seeing a can of lemonade in her hand, I reflexively start looking for a vending machine nearby.
I'm so thirsty.
I know that, Hichan. Shichan is somewhere else, I guess.
Weird.
We aren't stuck together, Hichan.
Misha takes a long drink from her lemonade, eventually just tipping it over and pouring the rest into her mouth. I feel like I'm being mocked.
Do you want one, Hichan?
No, it's okay. I can't take someone else's drink, it's rude. Besides, you're making fun of me, aren't you? I just saw you inhale all of that.
I have another one in my bag. I was prepared, see? I'm just like Shichan.
She's a little too prepared. It's good some of that is rubbing off on you anyway. After what, 2 years? The way she stares at me as I drink it is a little disconcerting, but I'm too grateful to care much about it. You and Shizune always end up treating me to something. It's starting to embarrass me.
Really, Hichan? Buy me lunch sometime then, okay? Then we'll be even.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I was going to ask you if you wanted to eat in town.
Yeah, I'm really hungry today, Hichan. Thanks.
Yesterday. I was going to ask her yesterday. Misha cuts me off before I can finish the sentence, and I can't find an opening to correct her as she dashes enthusiastically around me, laughing, her arms flapping excitedly at her sides.
Oh, God, my legs. It's more my thighs. They're getting sore.
I already have my wallet with me, so I start walking towards town with Misha trailing behind me, playing idly with her hands and loudly wondering to herself where we should go eat. At least, I think so. She could be asking me. Do you have anywhere specific where you want to go?
I want to go to the tea house. They have a really big parfait there.
I saw you eat a parfait there last time. It looked really big.
No. This one is really, really big. It's also really expensive.
Really, really expensive?
A little.
Jeez. Well, you and Shizune paid for my food a bunch of times, so it's fine.
Hichan, I don't think I ever did that. Are you sure it wasn't just Hichan?
Are you really arguing against a free meal? Don't worry about it. We go to the Shanghai and are seated by a waitress who is surprisingly not Yuko. Misha is very eager to eat that parfait because she shouts her order as soon as she walks through the door. When it arrives, I can see that it is both very big and very expensive looking.
Aren't you going to order anything, Hichan? If you're hungry, we can share.
No, I don't like parfaits. I don't like pralin. What the fuck is pralin, Hisao?
You can pick it out.
You can't just pick out pralin. Don't be silly. Even if I could, Misha is mashing her food together to the point where it is no longer possible. It also looks kind of gross. I wonder if that many flavors can even blend together well. Can she really taste anything in that goop? She's acting like it's delicious anyway.
Parfaits are the best. I have sensitive teeth, so ice cream is a no-no. Cake is too soft, though, and if there's too much icing, I get bored. Parfait is interesting. How many cafes have parfaits here? I think 10. I've tried them all. I like this one the best. It has a little flan.
You sound like you're some kind of dessert expert.
Not just dessert. I want to eat all kinds of delicious things. Someday, I'll have enough money to buy a 2-kilogram...
What the fuck?
Someday, I'll have enough money to buy a 2-kilogram Matsusaka beefsteak.
That's like over 100,000 yen. I guess this kind of decadent food is kind of your hobby then, huh? A hobby isn't something that should take months to learn about someone. I've been very rude in retrospect. Also, that is one pricey hobby.
I guess so. Decadent?
Yeah. Misha giggles, raising her hand to her face.
It looks like some ice cream accidentally got on her nose. She doesn't notice it. I can't stop noticing it.
I wish she would wipe it off. I'm about to tell her about it, but she suddenly says,
I don't know what that means.
Oh, I guess that's a bad word anyway. It has implications. Epicurean is better. It means someone who enjoys eating nice food. That's the adjective, though, so epicure is the word for it.
Hichan, you're too wordy.
Sorry.
I think that's what Shichan likes about you.
Because I'm wordy? I need to buy some thesauruses then.
No, not like that, Hichan.
I decide to order some coffee after all. But it takes a while to get to... Oh my god. But it takes a while to get the waitress to notice. And I think actually getting my coffee will take about as long. The tea shop is filling up. No surprise, as we've already been here for almost an hour while she was chipping at that dessert. I order my coffee to go, but Misha orders one as well, so it seems that we're going to be here longer than I thought. I really wish it was that easy. It's hard to talk to her lately.
Shichan's been busy because of the elections.
I know we can't have fun all the time. It's just that there's a lot I want to say to her, I think. I always screw up when the time comes, though. And I don't even have the time now, because of the elections. They're not for a while, though.
Hichan, do you think that Shichan is avoiding you?
Misha sounds angry. That's to be expected, but I don't feel that way at all. No.
Is that so?
The dreamy way in which she says it makes me think that Misha is disappointed with my answer. In that case, it could be how she feels. I'm uneasy asking such a question, but I trust Misha would answer it honestly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dream of it. Do you?
No, of course not, Hichan. But it's frustrating sometimes. Shichan has so much energy and is always trying to make people feel as excited about things as she is. But it's like Shichan doesn't know how to handle things when everyone gets really hyped up. Or, I think that she wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. When I want to help out, Shichan always pushes me away. It's frustrating. I'm just overthinking it probably, right?
Misha takes a big gulp from her cup of coffee, then sticks her tongue out.
Ow! Hot, 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 hot. I thought it would have cooled down by now.
Has it really been that long? I check my watch. It hasn't been very long at all, but looking outside, the sun is already starting to set. Not really. Huh, it got dark out pretty quickly today, though, so I can understand why you might think that. At my words, Misha looks outside and yawns almost immediately. She looks sleepy. That's funny because... Are you sleepy? You were wide awake like just 2 seconds ago.
I feel tired when it gets dark, Hichan.
Just like that? Are you a bird? I pick up my own coffee and have a sip. It's not very hot at all, but very tasty. I down it as quickly as possible, because now I want to get back to my dorm room as well. Misha tries to emulate me, but it's still too hot for her. While I wait for her to finish, I start to wonder what she meant back then about Shizune liking something about me. Suddenly, I'm very curious, but dragging that back up now feels like an unnecessary action. I try to weigh the option again, but am interrupted by Misha slamming her empty cardboard cup down on the table with a loud pop.
Done!
She lets out a short laugh, seeming very pleased with herself. Kind of like a toddler. I wonder if she had that drill-shaped haircut when she was little, too. Or was it something more like her current look? It would make more sense. I guess we should head back then. I can't see the waitress. Try not to fall asleep while I pay for the sundae, okay?
Not a sundae, it's a parfait, Hichan.
You have ice cream on your nose. Oh, that's it? Okay.
We just hit the 6-hour mark, by the way. Alright, I'm just kind of curious. Acute triangle. What the fuck does that mean? Let me see. Oh, God. This description. The student council worries about their replacement, and Hisao ends up treating Misha to a parfait somehow. God, how many more scenes are there? Okay.
In class the next afternoon, I'm 2 problems into a math logic worksheet when a folded up piece of paper hits me in the head. I'm sure I know whom it's from, but I quickly look around the classroom anyway, just in case. No one in this classroom is good at acting casual. I can tell that everyone saw who threw it at me, and looking at the culprit herself, it was obviously Shizune. She isn't even trying to be coy about it. The countryside is so different. At my old school, I would have no idea who it was right now. Opening up the note, it says, "Misha's absent. Help me out today after school." I don't understand what's with the note. Why can't you just use sign language? A large part of how I learned sign language was by copying Misha's style of signing her words as she speaks, so I end up blurting the sentence out loud as I sign it to Shizune. A slight laugh goes around the room. How awkward. I'll help if I don't have to do a lot. That's silly. Obviously, if Misha's absent, you have to help as much as 2 people. I don't know if that really means anything. After all, Misha was complaining yesterday mostly about how Shizune wouldn't let her help her. I don't do much as is either. After pretending to think it over for a bit, I write her a note back telling her I will. I'm actually happy that she asked me, because I've been meaning to talk to her for a while. It's a good opportunity, but I feel I should at least make it look like I'm putting up with some resistance to the idea. I go back to my worksheet and immediately get stuck on the 3rd problem. After trying to work around it, I casually toss my own note over to Shizune. It says, "Why is Misha absent? And what's the answer to question 3? She told me that she was sick and her stomach hurt. Misha gets stomach aches a lot, but I wish she'd pick a better time for it this week. Use sign language."
I think she has a stomachache because of the way she sucked down a parfait larger than her head the other day. If she gets them quite often, though, either it's a coincidence or she has a habit of eating things that can put her in debilitating pain. I noticed the teacher staring at us disapprovingly. I don't blame him. We're talking in class, and with sign language, in quite a visible and distracting way. I try clearing my throat to back out of our conversation, but Shizune doesn't get the hint. Well, obviously. Before I try to get the message across again with my hands, however, I can see Shizune notices what's up. She just doesn't care. Do you still want to know the answer to question 3? I'll tell you, but you have to give me the answer to question 25. Hey, I was just thinking about how a teacher who didn't know sign language could think we were abusing it and using it to cheat, if you were to assume the worst. I can't believe you're actually doing that. And I'm not up to 25. You wanted to know what the answer to 3 was. You asked first. Hypocrite. You're the student council president. You can't cheat. I don't have time for this, and I think I'm trying the teacher's patience to the breaking point. I'd like to continue taking pot shots at her while working on the math problems in front of me, but it would require at least 2 extra hands. Shizune is a bit more creative, and gets around this limitation by using long, semi-broken strings of simpler words.
I take a couple mental notes in between oh my god. I take a couple mental notes in between being dizzied by a couple of particularly long equations. Right before the bell rings, she caps her pen and triumphantly slams it on her desk with an ear-popping crack that makes the whole room jump. Quickly forgotten because everyone would rather go to lunch than question its origin. After a couple brief stretches, she gets up and hovers around my left shoulder. Are you still not done? I was going to ask if you wanted me to hand in yours too while I was up.
Someone distracted me. I had to beg the teacher to give me 9 minutes between now and the end of passing to finish it. It's not easy to solve this one-handed while having a conversation, by the way.
He wasn't happy with the request, wanting to get out of here as much as I do. Since I'm only one problem away from finishing, it looks like Shizune doesn't really believe me. The second that I'm done handing it in, I find myself being dragged to the student council room. Sorry, like my head is starting to really ache. I need a massage. Too bad I can't do that for myself. It's eerily and annoyingly clean. I can't find what I was working on yesterday. Where is everything? I did some cleaning. That doesn't tell me anything. See, it's like you forgot where you even put the stuff you put away. Oh well, if I can't find it, I guess I'll just go home. It's in the drawer right there. Shizune sulks as I pull out the posters I was working on, and then shuffle them around a little, since she stacked them by color. It's not that I'm taunting her, I just have my own system, although I doubt she would believe me if I were to tell her. I like it when things are a little messy. It's more natural. And a time saver. It's all right where I left it, and I don't have to go looking through shelves just to find what I was working on yesterday. Lazy. That's not true. I'm not lazy, you just always go too far. I quickly glance at her desk. A memo pad neatly placed at one corner, behind it a small desk calendar with each box filled with notes in a neat but microscopic handwriting. On the right, 3 boxes of pens in blue, black, and red. Look, you even put the pens back in their original box at the end of each day, all color-coded and everything. I don't think that can even be called being a neat freak. What do you do with them? Throw them in a mug on your desk?
Hey, I think that's being organized enough.
You're so disorganized you can't even comb your hair down properly.
That hurts.
It's not like I don't try. It just won't stay flat. I pick up a box of pens and quickly pop it open to see if she also puts them in so that they're all facing the same direction. She understands what I'm thinking and doesn't look very amused. It turns out that the box wasn't closed properly on the bottom, and as soon as I pick it up, they immediately pour out of it like a waterfall.
My fault. I'll get them. Don't worry.
I bend down to pick up the pens, forgetting that with her attention focused on them, she couldn't have possibly seen me signing to her. Shizune's head bumps into my chest. Not very hard, but it unbalances me enough to make me fall over. I laugh it off, and expect her to do the same. When she stiffens and backs away from me instead, a feeling of dread begins to creep over me. That is a weird reaction. I start to think about why she would have such a strange reaction. It's pretty obvious. She just bumped headfirst into someone with a heart condition. Shizune would know I have one, having seen the rows and rows of pills lining the edge of my dresser. Or, at the very least, she would know I have something severe enough to require that much medication, but not visible at a glance. So she's treating me like I'm made of glass. For her, it's the natural way to react. I haven't forgotten how she freaked out back when Emmy knocked into me. Why would it be any different for her? I'm sure she's remembering that right now. I could see it on her face. She looks angry at herself. It would be a good opportunity to bring up that time. Even though I don't want to drag that back up, it would be a good idea to. It would clear the air. God, sorry, my mouth is getting my jaw is just getting tired. Still, I'm afraid and end up saying nothing. Partly because as I imagine having to draw her attention from the floor and then having to sign what kind of a cripple I am to her one gesture at a time, the idea begins to seem more and more depressing. Taking a seat, I decide to just try and finish up these posters to get my mind off of it. There are some that I don't remember making. From the wall-to-wall text and ultra-neat handwriting, I can tell Shizune must have done these. That means that the remainder must have been done by Misha. They're a lot more visual, with cute little stylized pictures of us on them. I don't know how I feel about being used as a mascot character, but I'm not really thrilled by it. Some time passes, long enough for the sun to start setting. I hear Shizune putting down her pen and cracking her knuckles methodically, one at a time. It's so loud in the silence of the room that I look up, wondering if she is trying to get my attention. Although it wasn't what she intended, when she notices me looking at her, Shizune begins to sign without skipping a beat. Let's take a break.
I'm surprised you would say that.
It's okay. I'm almost done anyway. And I'm hungry. Aren't you?
A little.
I'm really hungry.
We could order something.
I was thinking of you. I already have something to eat.
Where?
She produces a cinnamon bun from under her desk, raising it to head level slowly, like a magician levitating a rock. But there is only one. Not enough for both of us.
Ah, how dramatic. I can tell what this means. A feeling of deja vu briefly washes over me. We could just split it.
That's no fun. So boring. Let's play shogi for it.
She already has the board out. That desk must have everything in it.
Not chess?
Chess has boring promotions. This is better.
I don't know about that. Well, I'm actually pretty decent at shogi, so this is fine.
Is that so? Okay, we can make it a little more interesting then. Each move has to be completed in 30 seconds. You can add a rule too.
No thanks. Anything I could add would only hurt me more than it would help. A 30-second time limit is already too tight for me. You're making me regret thinking it was alright to brag a little.
After Shizune wins the right to go first in a quick coin toss, she immediately starts playing with the aim of promoting all of her pieces as soon as possible. It seems like a very basic playstyle, and I can't help thinking it might be a trap of some sort. It's not, though. The draw of this game to Shizune appears to be the fact that she can upgrade her pieces and steal mine. She's very good at it, but it makes her predictable. I end up doing a little better than I'd expected to. The 30-second time limit is pretty painful, though. The game ends in a draw. At this point, I think you're supposed to either go for a rematch or tally the pieces for points. Shizune doesn't want to go again in the interest of time, but winning on points clearly doesn't satisfy her. She sits there, shifting a silver general from one edge to the other as she contemplates which of those two options she'll go for. It takes so long that I think she has forgotten about the bet. Eventually, she stops fiddling with the shogi piece and puts it down. Is Misha angry at me?
That really came out of nowhere.
Shizune's frankness is disorienting. because with her, any kind of candor is a sign of total seriousness. There is no playful smile on her face. Instead, it's her usual stoic mask of concentration, ready to try and see if I'm about to tell her the truth. I'm upset that she thinks that I would tell her anything else, but I also know now that they have probably fought recently, out of my sight, and it makes me feel warm to know that they both care about each other so much. No, I strongly doubt it. Did you know that she thinks you're angry at her? Shizune nods slowly and uncomfortably.
Yes.
She was more roundabout with the question than you. Kind of surprising because I thought that you were the one who liked playing games.
Not all the time. Itchy as fuck. Are you two having some kind of fight?
No.
She is very quick to deny it, and not happy with the thought.
I feel like I've stepped on a landmine. Sorry. Actually, yes. Just a tiny one. I know that she has no interest in the student council. She only joined because of me. I'm still grateful. I'm so happy she's my friend. But I don't understand what she's upset about this time. Why don't you just ask her? She won't tell me. I'll figure it out by myself instead. I was sure that I was very perceptive even if I can't hear. That was dumb. I know better now. It's probably something that's my fault. Shizune doesn't elaborate further on what it could have been. I'm sure that it is because she does not fully understand the situation herself. It's odd to think that Shizune, usually so sure of everything, could be scared by a little argument with a friend. But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. They're a lot closer to each other than normal friends, and Shizune is pretty isolated from other people in a way. The fact that she is deaf is no small part of it. But I get the feeling that she uses Misha as a buffer between other people of her own will, not just because it's been forced onto her. She can communicate well enough with her little pad. She just hates it. After such a long time of talking through another person, I guess you start to lose touch. It seems unavoidable. It isn't such a far-out idea to think that she isn't that great with people. I return to working, kind of wanting to eat that cinnamon bun more as time drags on. But when I count the shogi pieces still left out on Shizune's table, I could tell at a glance she would win. I'm also too hungry to concentrate if we were to have a rematch. Motivated by my desire to wrap up and eat something, I put the finishing touches on the last of the posters. Done. I think this many is enough. Too many can be a bad thing. Okay. That's it? Just okay?
I'll probably do some myself after I'm done picking what voting format to go with.
Too many posters is bad too. Haven't you ever heard of oversaturation?
I really think you're trying too hard. Tenting her fingers, Shizune looks like she could almost admit it.
Maybe.
It's what Misha thinks too. I watch as her fingers continue uneasily twining around and pulling at each other in a miniature tug of war.
I don't mind, but I asked around in a couple classes today and interest is low. It's like you said. So...
Does that make it wrong?
No, but it does make it kind of pointless.
It's not.
Yeah, but to who? I doubt even Shizune truly believes that.
I'm not doing all this work just for my own ego.
That isn't what I mean. The first chance to be alone with her in days, and I have already really cocked it up. Still, she doesn't actually look angry. It's more like she's frustrated that she can't express herself clearly enough. Since she's an expert in sign language, I wouldn't think that would be the case. I wonder what advantage being able to speak would offer her, and if she has ever thought about it.
It's another project of mine. Just like the festivals. I'm going to do it because it's my job. It's just that a student council election isn't as fun as a festival, so no one cares. She briefly touches her fingertips together, as if to say, but maybe. There's some truth to it, but Shizune doesn't want to say anything that could be boiled down into something so glib. But I don't care. I want to get people riled up, but it isn't about me. I don't want to be involved at all.
What do you mean? You go to like every single festival.
Shizune waves her hand in mock indignation. Well, I have to have fun too. But you know, it's not the same thing. Her spirits seem to have improved, if she can manage to crack a joke. I don't want anyone to make a point of me being involved. It's a hassle. I don't want that responsibility. Things are becoming too complicated now as is. The more I try to hype up the elections, the more involved I have to be. No one wants to play their hand yet, and it doesn't feel like my time is over, even though it should.
Crossing her arms and leaning back, she grinds her teeth together in frustration.
They're all so lazy. It's impossible to get them to do anything. Anywhere else, the elections would be an exciting event. It's illogical. Why does everyone have to be so different? If only there was some way to punish them. Like chaining the school to their desks. Voting is mandatory. If you don't vote, you get whipped.
Terrifying. I wonder how hypocritical it would be if I were to stay in bed on election day. With the flu. And a cold. And strep throat. And a sprained ankle. You should put yourself on one of these. Not as punishment. Don't misunderstand. I hold up one of Misha's posters. Like this. It's kind of a neat idea. Misha was onto something. It's a lot cuter than just text. I think you would like it. Having cute mascots would drum up some excitement.
Maybe if it's just Misha.
Why not me?
Someone told me that the school has slightly more girls than boys. You have to cater to that demographic too.
Shizune giggles, audibly this time. I'm surprised, and when she sees my face, so is she. Her face flushes pink and bears to have let out a sound, which is really confusing to say the least. Why don't you put yourself on it? She just waves my question away.
It's troublesome.
What do you mean, troublesome? Everyone knows that you're in the student council. My stomach growls, making me realize that I'm hungrier than I thought. Shizune uses the moment to deflect my question by changing the subject.
Is something wrong?
No, my stomach growled.
I see.
She looks at the forgotten pastry on her desk, then frowns, finding it inadequate for 2 people.
Let's go to the Shanghai, if you're that hungry. It might be a little busy this late, but Yuko is working there today. We'll definitely get a table.
There is something worryingly underhanded in that smile. I'll pass. I've already been there twice this week, back to back. Shizune pouts, leaning back against her desk and scrunching up her posture in protest. What?
I'm disappointed you said no.
Well, I can't agree with you on everything.
You don't give your opinion often enough anyway. It would be easiest for me if it was like that, but not very interesting, right? There are some decisions you should disagree with me on then. You have a duty to.
How am I supposed to know which is which?
It's easy.
No, it's not. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell whether you're joking or serious.
Although, since she communicates entirely in sign language, that would seem pretty obvious. I wouldn't say that's all there is to it, though. I remember when I had my heart attack. Iwanaka wouldn't stop talking at first. Eventually, I wished that she would just shut up. Or I would have if I hadn't been happy to have any kind of company at all. Gradually, I stopped being so grateful. When we talked, I felt like it was nothing more than ritualized exchanges of politeness. Iwanako tried extremely hard to obfuscate how she felt, which was that I was hopeless. In the end, her outer behavior matched her inner feelings. For that reason, I was able to accept it when one day she stopped showing up. I was no longer surprised by the time it happened. Even though she considered herself a master at hiding her feelings, I wasn't surprised. I've heard that games like shogi and chess can tell you a lot about a person. I wish I knew what Shizune thought they said about me. It could be that I'm a little more like Iwanako than I'd like to think, if I could only tie with Shizune by retreating. I suggest that we should order out.
Oh my god, how are we not done with this act yet? Fuck, man. I'm spoiling myself now, y'all. My head. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Guys. Guys, I'm tired. How many more scenes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Seven, 8, 9.
God, I wish these didn't look the same. I wish there was a way you could tell them apart. Oh, God. We started at this. And we're at this. Oh, God. Y'all, I don't think we're gonna make it to Act 3. Yo, I'm so fucking tired. Like, for real. Like, my head is starting to just pound. My thighs are aching. Like, my body is starting to break down. Not to mention, it is 3:30 in the morning. I still gotta do shit. Why is this route taking me so fucking long? Like, so how the hell did we get through Emmy's route? Like, within 2 streams. Oh my God. Like, I don't get it. There's so many fucking scenes, man. Like, how many scenes does Act 3 now have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my God. I do not fucking understand how, like, I feel like I've done so much more reading than talking throughout this stream, and I'm still not, like, done. How many scenes have we done? Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've done 12 scenes. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Oh my god. Like, y'all, I'm fucking exhausted. Like, seriously, like, oh my god. Like, all parts of my body are just aching. God, dude, like, for real, my back is fucking dying right now. Oh, gosh. God. I gotta sit up. Okay. Man, I was so sure of myself. Like, we're gonna finish Act 3 today. And then... that... God, I mean, I think that's an issue with Shizune's route, is that the scenes just take... it feels like they're longer than usual. It feels like they're longer than any of the other scenes we've had. Which is crazy. Like, oh, fuck, I can't speak today. When did my fucking tweet, like, when did I retweet my stuff? Because I know we were nearing 5 hours. Oh my god, 152. It hasn't even been 2 hours. And I'm just like, again, like, my everything hurts so much. But, oh my god, I feel like maybe the reason why this route is just seeming so much longer to me is because it's like, oh my god, I cannot be fucked in getting as invested in it as I could with Hanako and Emmy. I mean, we are getting some conflict, at least, with Shizune and Misha. But, like, I don't know how far away we are from, like, the beginning of Act 4. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, I'm so out of it. I will say, I have no fucking clue whether or not we're gonna finish Shizune's route next time. Which sucks because I have plans for afterwards. I will say, though, I am beginning to see some of the flaws with Shizune's route. And it's like, what the oh my god. Again, I'm not saying that I hate it. I'm not. And as I said in the beginning of this stream, it's like, this route does have its fans. And that's fine. I think, and I accepted this, you know, before I even started the stream, that I don't think this route is for me. I just find it, like, so much, like, tedious. I just find it a lot more tedious, and just too much of a slice of life. I need something there. And Emmy and Hanako's route gave me that. Shizune isn't. But I'm not gonna give up. I'm not. I mean, hey, at the very least, according to the game, we're now halfway through, you know, all the scenes. I mean, obviously we are gonna have some that are gonna be missing because those are just bad endings / neutral endings. Which is fair. Or we could have that one weird case with Emmy where it's like, oh yeah, there's probably like an extra scene in there if you just did a different choice, which is fair. Okay, let me see. When's, because I'm gonna do another stream. Okay. 30th of March. That'll be when my next Katawa Shoujo stream is. Because I do have plans for April and May that I was gonna go back to doing the Pokemon tier list streams, which of course means that we're tackling Hoenn and Sinnoh next time, and knowing my luck, even when I try to streamline that shit, it's still they're still gonna have to probably be divvied up into 2 parts, both. Because they're both gonna probably be like, 6-7 hours long, meaning the whole thing's gonna be 12, 13 hours long. Because for some fucking reason, even when I'm trying to be quick about shit, I still end up just rambling on and on and on and on. I don't get it. Oh, God. You can tell I'm just fucking out of it. But yeah. 30th of March. At, of course, 8 p.m. CST. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I will say this. There is something about Shizune's route that is kind of like, oh boy, I can't wait to discuss this when we get to it. Can't wait for that. God. But I don't even know how far we are from that scene. I keep thinking that, like, we're approaching it. We have to be. But it's like, no, we're still a little ways off. Anyway. I think I'm gonna start wrapping up here, because I need to get up. So, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope it was enjoyable. And you could tell how tired I am and how much, like, I'm just wanting to stop. By how many times I just sighed, just taking a breath towards the latter half of the stream, because it's just like, that's how you can tell, like, oh, she's getting sneepy. She's getting eepy. But yeah. 30th of March, we'll be continuing on with Shizune's route. Who knows if we're gonna fucking finish it, because every time I say to myself, like, oh yeah, we'll definitely, get stuff done, we don't. So, So I guess other than that, oh my god, I'm forgetting my outro, I'm so sorry. Thank you all for joining me. I hope to see you all again next time. So until then, have a good night, a good few weeks, stay safe, because things in America ain't looking great. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.